Hello, everybody. Welcome to Dead Muscle. I feel terrible on this stream. We've been jabbed, and it's not going well. But we're gonna soldier through it. We will fight them on the beaches. We will fight them in the air. I'm sure this stream will be really pleasant as well. I'm sure all the comments will be nice and relaxed. Oh, I thought it'd be really funny. I thought it'd be really funny to live stream this whilst I feel dead. I thought, what's the worst possible thing that you could do? Live stream the most hated game whilst you feel like you're dying. That's hilarious. Good morning, guys. Oh dear, I love being attacked by console players as well. Oh, thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Prove it's great. What? I don't think it's great. What? What's up with me? We had a COVID and flu combi jab yesterday, and then last night. Oh my god, the mental dreams I was having. And then I just feel terrible. I think I'm getting better now, but oh my goodness, flu COVID jab together. Starting to think that was probably a bad idea. I know. Apparently, I'm a millionaire. Apparently, I've been paid off by Ian Ballenstraight for, which I don't know what I'm going to do with all the money. Yeah, it's so funny. No, I had a hilarious dream with Niels Housingveld, though, that I even found funny in the dream. It was so funny. Oh, I hope he's in chat. I hope he's in chat so I can tell him the dream. But it's so funny. He was playing Automobilista 1 and he lost control of the car or something. And I was like, oh, it's because of the weight transfer. And then he got really angry. He was like really, really angry about me questioning the springs in Automobilista 1 or something. Or the weight transfer, and he was really, really angry. It was so funny, because Niels is like really nice, so it was just hilarious to me that he was so mad, he was genuinely mad. And then, yeah, it was so funny. And for some reason, in my dream, I went on the Eurotunnel spontaneously to a Denmark market. Like a vegetable market in Denmark. Where did that come from? Honestly, the dreams I had last night were just pure mental, absolutely mental. So some called. Well, you're obviously paid off by Straight 4. You've got a 4 in your name, so paid off. What I don't get right. What's really weird with a lot of the comments, right? Literally, my first video on Project Motor Racing. Oh wait, something in my eye. We literally say the game needs 6 months development. It shouldn't have been released. So I don't know how that is a shill position. How many people are paid off by a developer to release a video that says game should not be released? It's so ridiculous. And then, right. Also, we've live streamed this game for 25 hours, right? We've live streamed it for 25 hours or 30 hours, right? You could see when we were playing it, you guys that are in chat that watch the live streams, we spent 10 hours messing with force feedback settings, and then we were constantly going on about the frame rate. So, and you can watch the live stream and see that what we're doing, right? So I don't know how you are how that could be a misrepresentation of anything. You copied my settings. Well, I didn't give specific settings. I was very careful not to give exact settings. I explained what the settings do. Because I don't want to give exact settings, because when you do, people copy them and then they go, it's not good. You know. I tell you what as well, what's really disturbing is how many people just parrot a couple of YouTubers. That, not that their points are completely wrong, but there's really weird parroting of like it's actually, I mean, the thing is, the video games are video games. They don't really matter so much. I mean, obviously, I think the price of the game is a problem. There's problems there, and if you've not got money, I think even if this was perfect, anything over £60 for a video game, I think is very expensive. But video games are video games, right? You can normally refund it or whatever if you don't like it, and it's a video game. What's really disturbing to me, is the sheer quantity of comments that demonstrate no critical thinking. So, like, we did a video last night because I was like, I'm probably going to not feel well tomorrow. So I did a quick video, and we ranked out where we placed the different sims in terms of force feedback, physics and stuff, based off the best content in each game. And we literally put AC at the top, iRacing above it, PMR's like 4th or 5th, right? So it's not like we're saying PMRs is great, right? And also we do say, frame rate issues and everything else. So what's really apparent is a large number of people apply absolutely zero like consideration of what's actually said. And you can go through our videos where people go, oh, you're paid off, you're a shill, or you're an idiot, I can't believe you've done that, oh, you've shown that you don't know what you're talking about, oh, Jimmy said the opposite thing, or whatever. If you go through those comments, I've replied to them, and I've given them the benefit of the doubt, and I've said, can you point out, say what it is that I'm wrong about? Like, actually, what I might be wrong. Give a reason. Tell me why I'm wrong. And none of them do. Not a single one of them has gone, oh, well, actually, I consider that a good counter argument. I think Race Room is better than this other game, even though its dynamics might be a bit simple. You have to drive into the understeer. The overall consistency of it makes it more realistic to drive on the whole than this other game you've listed higher. So I would put Race Room higher, right? Or frame rate. I literally cannot run this game, so it doesn't matter. That really impacts the physics. Like Sean Cole mentioned this, he couldn't get it to run well, so he was saying it might have affected how we perceive stuff. So that'd be a totally valid point. It's super disturbing. The lack of critical thinking. You can't. Apparently, they've changed the force feedback. Yeah, for sure, right? There's no way, if you've driven multiple cars in this game, if you've driven multiple vehicles in this game, not just the new cars, and you have actually messed with the force feedback settings, which, to be fair, are stupid out of the box, and it's not intuitive, but if you've actually fiddled with the force feedback, PMR gave a force feedback guide that tells you what to adjust. I'm not saying it's valid to expect people to spend ages learning new force feedback settings and stuff, though they do with wheels for some reason. But there's no conceivable way that you can't say that the force feedback in this game isn't at minimum interesting, in that you can adjust it all from the game. So they've clearly, quite a few reviewers clearly did not test force feedback settings. What are you? Hang on. Are we gonna have a discussion with someone in chat? I was looking forward to this. Traction GG, Jimmy, Dave Cam, Steve don't know how to drive. James, the Stig and Austin do. So Wi-Fi Thief, what you've done there again, you've not actually said a specific... No, I'm not saying you've done it again. You've not said a specific thing. So if you actually watch all of Traction GG's review, they say some of the cars actually handle quite nice and feel quite nice. Some don't. If you watch all of Random Call Sign's video, which I actually think Random Call Sign did one of the better reviews of the game, he goes through what's good and bad about it. If you watch Jake from GP Laps, you can clearly see that he says in his video, go and watch it, it's really good, he's driving the cars perfectly fine and he says totally reasonable stuff. So what you've done is a really good demonstration of what Wi-Fi Thief has done, saying Traction, Jimmy, Dave, they all know how to drive, but James, Stig and Austin do, like sarcastically. What you've done is you straw-manned everything that I've said and tried to present that I'm making a claim that the game drives perfectly fine, or that I'm making a claim that the other people have said something else. This is what's really dangerous. That's what I'm saying is actually super disturbing, is that you've completely manufactured a made-up view and presented it sarcastically, and also ignored the content of other views, and also implied that I've not been critical of the frame rate, the AI, the release price. So this is what I mean. It's super dangerous. It's really disturbing. This is like really problematic, because that's not about sim racing. That's about critical thinking that will apply to more important things. Yeah, Ian Bell seems to be tweeting God knows what. I don't know what he's saying. Like, I'm not happy with some of the comments that PMR have put out. In general, like their whole, well, supposedly there's supposed to be a patch today, but there's no way that you could release this game. Like, so they did their quote and they said, oh, we had some performance issues. Hang on. So this is ridiculous. I think this is ridiculous. Where is it? There's no way that they, there's definitely like a degree of what I would describe as, well, I mean, hang on, let's try and find it. Where's the post that they made? Oh, were you being sarcastic, Wi-Fi Fee? Sorry. Honestly, I can't tell. Sorry if I misconstrued what you said there. I wasn't trying to attack you. I was trying to attack the nature of it. That's the comments we've been getting, is like relentless. It's very hard to tell if it's sarcasm or if it's like an unhinged 12-year-old. Where's the post that they did? Because I think straight for, this is worse. Them saying what they say is worse than not saying anything at all. Oh. There's no way that they didn't know that the game was like this when they decided to put it out. Where is it? Where's the... is it in the news post or something? A message to the community. Right, here we go. Right. Right, it's definitely worth saying. Obviously, a lot of the people working on Project Motor Racing will have done really good work, would have worked really hard, and you have to consider that individual staff are doing the best that they can, and it's not fair to attack artists, audio people, people doing the work for decisions that are outside of their control. Jacksaw did a really good video where he addressed that, and it's worth saying this is something that I've noticed in sim racing, which is really, it's just disappointing. It's easy to forget that people are what make these games, and even if it's sold for even if it's released unfinished, or even if it's a shit product and stuff, even if there's a lot of other bad decisions, it's not everybody that's made those bad decisions, right? So, it's really important that people are aware that it makes sense I think the frustration is valid. I don't think anger's ever really valid with anything, but obviously people do get angry. I get angry at certain things, but it's good to learn how not to get angry. So the frustration is totally valid, and people want an outlet for their anger. But you shouldn't attack people. Even if you are angry at something, attacking someone is not a productive outlook. It doesn't actually satiate anger, so it's not even productive anyway. It doesn't achieve anything. Anyway, this comment on their website, quote, "We're seeing inconsistencies on lower spec machines. Our AI runs the same physics you drive with, and the complexity of that system is something we're still tuning." Well, that's fine. I don't doubt, there is the fact if you run multiplayer car, or you run AI cars with the same physics as the player, and the physics are complicated, it's going to be computationally harder. That's not unreasonable. The problem is, it's not lower spec machines, and they know that. My processor is not a low spec machine. That's just, and it's also, you would know as a developer, you know what the median hardware is in the space. So you can't just go, oh yeah, lower spec machines. It's like, well, if an X3D chip, even if my computer had a chip half as good as it is, you would still test for those PCs, and you would still. So you can't. What they should say is, oh yeah, we've cocked something up with the way that the process is, or the design is right, or whatever. I don't know. It's just, you maybe don't say anything. Do you know what I mean? If it's a mass market game, it has to run basically on what would be a 3060, with what would be a 5-year-old PC should be able to run it at a consistent frame rate on low settings. So it could be developed on quantum computers. But yeah, so I don't think that's good. And then also, they kept going on about day one patch, which, as I said, if you're a reviewer, you can only review what you've got. I ain't seen the day one patch that's fixed the actual issues. So, everyone's crapping on it so hard. The problem is, people are lumping together stuff. So, if you say something positive about the physics and force feedback, which it does have, aspects of its physics are really good, and aspects of its force feedback are really good, and some ideas of the design and structure, car models, audio, track models, are really good. If you say that, people are like, shill. And the problem is, that wouldn't matter, but what happens is, it removes any actual objective, critical conversation about the video game. It's just turned into a band. It's turned. What's happened is, thanks, Steve. It's turned into a bandwagon of hate, which ironically acts as a shield for cock-ups, Because then when people have cocked stuff up, they can just go, oh, it's just a hate bandwagon. None of it's valid, right? So, like, I mean, it's really weird how people don't realise that if you don't say the reasons why, you can actually be dismissed. But I guess it's all just politics, isn't it? Do I think there's physics issues present? Yeah, there's like when we were driving the MX-5 doing the hot lap stuff, the tyres were like 150 degrees. It's like, doesn't make any sense. I do know, Specdat. I do agree. Like they overpromised. The physics aspects barely matter. Yeah, no, but as I say, like the thing is, the frame rate to me, this is what my thing with EAWRC was, right? The technical issues of EAWRC were the bigger issue than, like, you could go EAWRC didn't handle realistic or whatever, but it was the technical issues that meant that it was like it just stuttered all the time, so you couldn't even play it. Yeah, the AI also brake on the straight of Daytona. Oh, this is like the most hated game in the entire history of sim racing, which is quite an achievement. Given that many, like, putting aside the frame rate issues and the price of the game and the fact that it's basically a full price to EA, that's a very significant issue. But it's quite an achievement. I think it'll take, like I said in my very first video, I said this game needs at least 6 months of development. So I could give a review score. I just say the problem is, like, I don't do review scores because it makes sense. You can't distill something down to a single number. People were glazing the game beyond belief. I don't think they were because no one was playing it. Yeah, the problem is Ian Bale tweets stuff, and I don't listen to anything that anyone says. So he can say whatever he wants to say. I would just, all that matters is what's the current thing that you can access. I don't know why that's a hard concept to people. Just what is currently available. Developers can say, it's easy to say that you're going to do X, Y, Z or whatever. Doesn't matter. What does it actually do? What is it actually like, right? I'm the only person that gave it positive feedback. GP Laps pointed out a whole bunch of positives with it, and you can see that he's driving it perfectly fine. Random Call Sign pointed out a bunch of positives. Traction GG. Anyone that did a reasonable review on it pointed out the positives and the negatives, which is exactly what we've done as well. It's a lot easier, right? If you do a video where you're like, do some like meme stuff, you know, there you go, done, that's it. The gamer said it was a great achievement. Yeah, they can just cut all like positive stuff from every video and ignore all the negatives. Yeah, it's right. Calling me a shill is I mean, I appreciate it, but right, someone that's been relentlessly attacked for me pointing out iRacing's problems and for saying that AC1 is like by far the best sim on balance, and for being fairly critical about it. Like I'm one of the most critical channels then to be called a shill, it's like, okay, so what's the thing with that is it's really interesting. You can you might as well, people might as well sell out, right? Because for sure there's people that do things that are questionably ethical on various degrees of scale or whatever, or do make a hell of a lot of money not being particularly critical on certain things, maybe intentionally, not intentionally, right? Nobody calls them out on it at all. If you want, so the thing is, what it comes down to, if you are in line with the politics of something, you will get away with whatever you say. If you're in line with the politics, the current median politics, if you're in line with that, people will clap you on. Doesn't matter if you're critical or not, they'll clap you on. If you are out of line with the political landscape on something, the median perception of something, people will attack you on average, right? And that is completely separate to actual objective points being made. So to be fair, you spent a lot of time with it and holistically picked out the negatives and squeezed some positives for the possibility it could be better. Well, we spent 25 hours with the review version. We spent 8 hours messing around with force feedback settings. We drove a range of the content, and then we used our knowledge of the other simulators, which we have thousands of hours of playing, to then point out the pros and the cons within the context of it also running like shit, which we said multiple times. I mean, you know. How'd you buy these sounds for points? It's on Twitch. It's Twitch alerts. Why does it have positive camber? Well, this was the other thing, right? The MX-5 has really weird camber. Project Marmite Racing. This is the 1.5 version. The day one patch, as far as I can tell, did not actually did not address or dramatically transform things that I can that I was complaining about in the press version, i.e. frame rate, AI, you know. Well, look, it barely runs on a single screen spec dat, so I'm not sure how triple screen or VR is meant to work. I know exactly, Makaki. So it's exactly what I'm saying. This happens with Strawman relentlessly. It's really weird. People just bandwagon again because what it is, I actually put a lot of time into stuff, and I'm more nuanced, and I go into things, and I go through more points normally, and I'm more critical. But that's too complicated for some people that just want to go, this is 100% bad, this is 100% good. Oh, my favourite YouTuber said this was shit, so I've decided it's shit as well entirely. So Project Boat Racing. It's less slidey than AMS2. To be fair, like we're not doing ourselves favour saying that this is better than AMS2. The AMS2 fans are. Yeah, no, out of the box they really messed it up, which it's a really So right, what's really dumb is you could release this game if they'd released if they'd done a demo beforehand, which costs a lot of money to make demos, so I'm not saying that's easy. Well, if they'd released it as an early access, and the early access contained the best GT1 car they had as a hot lap mode with a hot lap leaderboard with default force feedback set up well, it'd still have the CPU issues and everything else, still have problems. But if they'd done an early access that was the best GT car on one track as a hot lap mode and said, right, This is early access. We're going to roll out more content as the game's developed. Also, don't sell it for £80, but you know, like you could probably get away with £45 or £50. I'm not. Look, the problem is if you release on console, and who knows what the publisher arrangement is. It's all very well me saying this, but I'm just giving a hypothetical of what would probably have worked quite well. One car, one track, the best car, best track in this. Force feedback set up nicely. Everyone would have had a different view on it. Well, the reviewers would have all gone, oh, you know, this is really good force feedback. Oh, you can drive the car really nicely. Oh, it seems like some of the physics are a bit weird. The grip levels seem a bit weird. But this is actually really, really promising. So the thing is, what you learn, the more you do, like, the more you do YouTube and stuff, and the more you're aware of, like, a bigger picture, the more disturbingly aware you are of how irrational people are in general, like an aggregate of people. It is super, super disturbing. Like, obviously, everyone's aware that people are a bit stupid, like you see it all the time. But the degree to which people, when presented with something like that's very objectively obvious, and the degree to which their view are shaped by things are presented, and how powerful that is, it's really like, it really makes you lose faith in any sort of actual decent organised humanity. AC1 vanilla content is by far the most popular. Well, yeah, no, this is the difficulty, right? So sorry if I don't read entire messages. Also, again, for those of you that just joined us, I had a flu and COVID jab at the same time yesterday, which I'm glad I got it done, because I always get very sick from trade shows, or very often get very sick when I travel on planes and trade shows. So I'm glad I got them done. However, I do not feel great. Those of you joining us, so that's why we're a bit slow today. Well, I'm slow every day, but that's why I'm a bit cooked. And I've already forgotten what the question. Oh, AC, yeah. So the thing with AC, one, right? How on earth does any developer compete with that? Like, you can buy AC for like £10. Max Verstappen uses it as a training tool. You have the current greatest driver in the world, arguably, saying it's their sim that they use for fun and for training. So, okay, it's obviously good enough for that. It's not perfect, AC definitely has random issues, but it's good enough for someone that's a bloody robot machine at driving, right? So, how on earth can you justify like other games unless like without other features or out polishing it, right? No, I don't think counterbait. I don't think I've managed to get COVID again, but I got flu from the beginning of this year. In January, I was sick for a month from flu that I picked up in Holland. It was really bad. Like, my lungs were like you could hear them like crackling. For like, I was in bed for 2 weeks. It was terrible. It was awful. Like that. It was awful. And then often at Sim Racing Expo I get sick, but I didn't get sick this year. But then I got sick at Gamescom. A load of people got sick at Gamescom as well, and that was just again, it could have been COVID, but I think it was flu. So yeah, I was like, I'm getting a flu jab, because it's just cheaper. It's cheaper to spend £15 on a flu jab, and maybe if I get flu, I'm sick for a few days, or maybe don't get sick. Versus if you work for yourself, if you're sick for a month, is a lot of money, and you've got other stuff that's commitments that you're doing, right? So you then have to put everything off, so it's an absolute disaster. So then it makes the rest of the next month and the month after, fortunately January's like a chilled out time, and I can just do a lot of live streaming, but yeah, trade shows as a YouTuber is awful. It's not too bad if you go as a general person, you could wear a mask and you could stay away from people. But as a YouTuber, and also I really like meeting people. I really value people because I have a very temporary view on life. Like I think I wouldn't take any day for granted. And also when I was younger at school, a friend of mine died, and so it made me a bit like I was like, oh shit, people could just die, right? So I do really value people, right? So yeah, so I as a thing, it's like I go and like it's really nice to talk to people and see them. Don't know if you'll see them again, right? So if you do that, trade shows are terrible. So you know you really, and then as a YouTuber, people come up to you as well, which is great. I really appreciate it. So you know, hey guys, hello Kirith. Ian Bell banned you and pre-order buyers. Hang on, guys. Can you all type a bit slower? Yeah. Flu evolves. Yeah, exactly. Well, we can talk about the flu thing. It's very interesting, actually. I noted because I do loads of trade shows in Europe. It's really funny. Like you see, so the flus, they literally go from like Germany to Holland to France to UK. And you can trade like, because I've got lots of friends in Europe and they're like, oh, I'm sick, I've got flu, and I'm like, okay. And then 2 weeks later, friends I've got in like Germany are like, well, France are like, oh, sick. and then 2 weeks after that, people I know in UK are like, oh, I've got this really bad flu with these exact symptoms. It's really interesting. But the problem is, I think things have changed by the time they get to the UK. Maybe they've got worse, or maybe not. Maybe they've chilled out actually. But whenever I get sick from a trade show in Germany, or you know, in Europe, it's 1,000 times worse. Whenever I've got sick from like just being in London and picking stuff off people on trains. So anyway, yeah, it's just weird. But it's only £15 for the flu jab, so. I think it's worth it. It's probably, I don't know, I'm not a doctor, but it depends on your medical stuff, obviously. But for me, I think it's worth it. Sorja Razazadal, sorry, I can't read. Ian Bell banned me and other pre-order buyers from PMR Discord after we stated we're disappointed with the release, and you asked for a refund, comparing it to Cyberpunk. I would say it's worse than Cyberpunk 27 release. Well. Actually, I didn't really play Cyberpunk. I just saw the videos on it, so maybe it isn't. I mean, it's playable. It swings and roundabouts, isn't it? But I don't think a game should be released unless it runs well, right? I tell you. So the difficulty is playing devil's advocate here. If you're trying to run a Discord, having someone just say this is shit, even if they're right or they're not happy. It's very hard to filter that from just general spam. So as a Discord moderator, you want to make sure that people that say, oh, I can't do this, or I can't get this to work, or I don't like this for XYZ reason, you want to make sure those people can be heard, right? You want to make sure those people can get through, right? So it is difficult from a Discord moderator perspective. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I'm not saying they're right to ban you. Okay, let's go. And I mean, I've noticed it in comments on my content that specifically points out the flaws with the game. There's a huge amount of just absolute spam that seems to be. I don't want to throw young people under the bus because I know a lot of young people that are very intelligent. So it's not every young person, but it seems to be like sort of what I would think would be like a 10 to like 13-year-old sort of spam comments, which seem to be like what you'd expect from like the like sort of weird tribalist comments, and it's just noise. It's not even useful. And then on the, I was saying earlier, on the comments on my channel, when I ask them, I go, well, what specifically do you disagree with? They don't have a reason. Like they're just angry, right? So anyway, yeah, hopefully that explains that. But yeah, no, I can see why you'd be frustrated. Yeah, there's definitely Skeetster. There's definitely the difficulty. So I don't think there's a big lesson. Well, it's a double-edged sword, actually. So if a developer hypes their game, they're going to get like people interested in it, which then makes people interested, which is very powerful marketing. If you don't hype your game, no one's going to buy it anyway, so it wouldn't matter if it was good or bad. You ain't going to sell the game. You're not going to be able to do the game development or make a product. So a CEO or a developer does have to hype a product, but they also have to deliver on that product. So there is a very fine balance between hyping a product and actually delivering on that. And with Sims, it's probably better to not hype them and just dump a solid game. But who knows? It's really hard to say for sure. Like, imagine you spent 800,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 5 million of your own money. It makes things a bit more difficult, doesn't it? I'm not justifying that. I'm just saying it's quite complicated. This has turned into a podcast show. I should put the chat on the screen and then we can pick stuff out. So again, I appreciate people that do type comments at me, especially well thought out ones. And I'm sorry that I don't read them all. Like, I'm a bit mentally slow. For reading, I'm mentally slow. Not driving now. I'm well fast at driving. Let's get StreamerBot on this PC. Then I can... Oh, actually, can you log into it on 2 PCs? I don't know if you can. I mean, are you guys all right with me just reading comments out as we highlight them? Thanks for subscribing. Appreciate it. I don't. This might log us out of our other chat. Hopefully it doesn't. Let's see. Ow. Oh my god, my neck hurts. Bloody hell, I'm wrecked, guys. I'm so wrecked, honestly. Jesus Christ. God, I feel terrible. I feel like I've gone out partying, drinking, and then I've been run over. Maybe Dave Cam drugged me and then beat me up. We do need an unsubscribe notification. Also, I like the thing where people vote and unvote or subscribe and unsubscribe, not based on the content, but based on the fact they don't like the game or the thing that you're talking about. It's like, I talk about stuff, we cover things. It's not that I like 100% endorse them, or that I think that they're perfect or whatever, or that I think they're terrible. I can't even remember how to use this. Our platforms, YouTube. I really hope this works. Right, so we've linked YouTube up with StreamerBot. This is so I can, hopefully we'll be able to see, I can put the chat on the screen for you guys. The authorization list for StreamerBot is like the Dead Sea Scrolls. Oh dear, right, here we go. Should be able to put chat on the screen for you guys. You can see how mental that. Well, I mean, I guess you can see the chat at the top scrolling. Here we go. Oh. Okay, I'm not sure how much driving we're going to do today, guys. My muscles are going into spasm. I'm so pathetic. Chat's all right, random actually. A lot less. We haven't had mental people in the live stream chat compared to YouTube comments, which are just like brigading. How have your comments been? Your 10-hour sessions get you sick. Here we go. Look at this. Oh, here we go. Motor Night. Hello, Gamer Muscle. Oh, it's still scrolling. Stop scrolling. Ah! Why is it? Message copied. Where we copied it to? Hang on. Can we like? Oh no, it's paused. It's working now. Motor Night. Oh, I know what I'm doing, guys. How could you put this game above Race Room in the other vid? How? Just how? €100 piece of garbage as expected. Refunded. Has COVID hit your brain? Or are the shots for the reason for it? See, that's a good comment. I appreciate that. That's actually pretty funny. Right? Maybe the shots definitely did affect us, but the reason I put it above Race Room in that other video is because Race Room has quite a bland way of driving. That is, you drive into understeer and then you sort of drive around. But don't get me wrong, I love Race Room. Super consistent. The online ranking's fantastic. The cars are very well made, all of them. Sounds amazing. But Race Room is kind of like sluggy. It has a very like smooth grip fall off. Like if you compare Race Room to AC1, for example, which we put at the top, Race Room is just like the cars are not that responsive on the brake and the accelerator. I really love it and I really like what they've done with it. If you play Project Motor Racing, set up with a nice wheel, just set up the force feedback and stuff. With the old GT cars, they are way more interesting to drive. You can turn them into the corners nicely. You can rotate them nicely. You can they respond to the steering. You can dab the brake to like knock the back out. The dynamics of the vehicles are way more interesting than Race Room, so it's more fun to drive. So that's why I genuinely think it's better to. I'm not saying it's more consistent, but it's it's too expensive. So this is what you've done is you've mixed a few things up here. I think selling this for £100 or £90 or whatever, let's say £70, you shouldn't sell an early access game for £70. And clearly the day one patch is clearly not as good as you might have been led to believe, or I might have been led to believe, right? So, but think of it another way around. If this was just, as I say, like one of the GT1 cars on a track doing hot laps, and you got it for like £10, £15, you'd be like, oh, the handling's really quite good, actually. Oh, the force feedback's really quite good. So, price, I don't disagree. I think, price is very important, obviously, and I think that's problematic, and I think the game's frame rate and all these other issues. But you have to, when you're commenting just on physics and force feedback, you're commenting on just the physics and force feedback. That doesn't mean you've ignored the other things. You're just commenting on those things. So this is what a lot of people seem to be struggling with. When I do this, happened with AC Rally. I do one video normally that's an overview video, and I've done that with this game, and it's very similar to what I've done with other videos, no different. Literally in the opener of the video, I say, I don't think they should have released this. It needs 6 more months development. That's not exactly what I said, but I said it needs 6 more. I think I said they shouldn't release it. It needs 6 months development, right? In the opener of the video. So I did that with AC Rally. I was like, this is fantastic, blah, 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 but it's not perfect. And so I always do a video that goes over things as an overview, this like a 10-15 minute video, and then we focus on specifics. So with AC Rally, I went into like aspects of the physics and what's good and bad about the physics, or the force feedback's really bad in AC Rally. There's some actual tricks you can do now, but people seem to really struggle with that, like being able to segment how they think about things and be critical about individual points. Right. 0 euros is basically free. No, exclamation mark 00 is actually infinite. Coxie, I think Ian Bell is pulling a fast one. The fact it's graphically inferior to Project Cars 1 and 2 shows how little they care. So you've mixed a few things up here. It looks worse. It's worse graphically than the Madness engine, Project Cars 1 and Project Cars 2, and it doesn't run as well. Part of why it doesn't run as well, giving them the benefit of the doubt, is due to how much processing is dedicated to the physics. You could debate if that's good or bad or valid or not, right? This game is built in a different graphics engine, and they've had to start from scratch. Now, from a consumer's perspective, a consumer's going to compare it to other games that are on the market and previous games by similar developers, by the same developer, right? So that's fine. You can understand why people do that. However, you can't go... It shows how little care they've taken into the game when you realise how much work is involved in building a graphics engine. And then also not just a graphics engine, but taking another engine that maybe has more streamlined ways of delivering content, maybe has better ways of dealing with cross-platform play, maybe is more stable in various ways that aren't that apparent to the player. So you're fixating on one single component and being very selective to then come to the conclusion that they don't care. And I can assure you that developers of every game, even the worst games ever made, do care, because it's bloody annoying making video games. So this is the thing. I think you've it doesn't look as good as Madness Engine, but you've mixed up multiple things there. Why person have they released a patch? Welcome along. I don't think so. Well, I suppose they did a day one patch, but it didn't fix anything that I was complaining about, as far as I can tell. Motor Knight. PMR in its current state is not a good overall sim. Race Room is. AI is better optimised. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. The video we did broke things down into categories for that reason. Force feedback, physics, and fun. Now, if you watch that video, you'll see that Project Motor Racing was quite low on the fun thing, and also didn't even make it into the training tool category. So I'm a little bit worried with I'm a little bit worried with people's inability to be critical consistently. Like maybe I should just transfer from sim racing to do critical thinking videos, or maybe we could talk about it more in sim racing. Not that it'll make any difference, but I do think things seem to have gotten a lot worse with people's ability to isolate stuff. Saloon Sog. In any other industry, you release a project like PMR and you're doing... you've forgotten about the British rail industry, I'm afraid. Clearly, you've never worked for a government contractor. Clearly, you've never worked for British Telecom. I know what you're saying. You would think so, and yeah. Joe Gortner, I think what you meant to say in your video is the best car in PMR is better than the worst car in Race Room. I genuinely, the force feedback in PMR is way more detailed than the force feedback in Race Room. And then for me, I drive from the force feedback. So I'm sure there's like really weird physics issues in PMR. But also, I prefer cars that are a little bit more nimble and responsive. I love Race Room. I'm one of the few streamers that kept playing it and doing stuff with it when it didn't have the ranked racing, where a lot of other content creators just outright ignored it. I've always been playing Race Room since it came out in 2012. So, you know, it's not like I don't like it. But yeah, like I generally prefer more agile, responsive vehicles, even if that's a compromise to like absolute realism of throttle input or brake performance or whatever. And then the force feedback for me is very important for feeling what the car's doing. That's what I like. Just one of the big reasons I play driving sims is the force feedback, which is kind of funny that so many of the reviewers with PMR, thanks for subscribing, so many of the reviewers are like, force feedback's terrible. It's like, clearly that's an indication that you did not mess around with the force feedback enough. Which, to be fair, the defaults are terrible, and not every YouTuber is willing to spend 8 hours dicking around with a new game's force feedback. Though, as a counter argument to that point, they are willing to dick around with force feedback on a force feedback wheel with totally arbitrary settings. They are willing to put up with iRacing's totally mental physics at the limit and dick around with setups in iRacing. They are willing to get Marvin's app, I mean I have, for iRacing and adjust the force feedback out of the game. So there's this really massive inconsistency of how people are critical about Sims. And outside of what you agree or disagree with, or different people agree with. Bap de Boopy, everyone gets death threats. I get them as well. It's pretty mental. It's unhinged. I don't think the people sending them realise. Well, so Kirith breaking his wrist on the thing, you can just turn your wheel's force feedback strength down. If you've got a 25 Newton meter wheel, you limit the output so that can't happen. And if you're playing many games, you can break your wrist, like ACC, AC. iRacing. There's lots of the force feedback in this can like randomly be very sharp, but that's not just this game. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, the death threats thing. Yeah, people don't realise it's illegal. Like, it's a pretty serious offence to send people death threats. So, and they get reported to the police. So yeah, maybe you won't get caught, or maybe you're just being edgy, but it's just well, a if you did get caught, it's not going to be very good, and B, it doesn't really achieve anything. You're better off actually making a good comment or critical comment, or, you know, making a point. And it's counterproductive, because a developer or a YouTuber could then just say, oh, I'm receiving all this hate, and oh, look, it's an indication of how dumb the audience is. So it undermines what they're actually angry about. Kirith needs to get stronger. I think Kirith is pretty strong. Aren't you inconsistent? Hello, Tala in the forest. Aren't you inconsistent with how you went after AC Evo for 6 months? Giving this game a pass. So, this again, there's so much selectivity with how people... We've live streamed this for 25 hours and repeatedly pointed out the frame rate issues. As soon as something doesn't work, you can see it in the live stream. The AI doing stuff. The user interface we were pointing out. And our first impression video of Project Motor Racing is titled Project Motor Racing, This Can't Be Right. Right? And then hang on. And then this is the intro to our video. That's our overview video of Project Motor Racing. Project Motor Racing, which will be coming out on the 25th of November. We've had access to a press version of the game, so in this video I'm going to tell you what's good and what's not so good, and why I don't think they should be releasing this in its current state. I don't think they should be releasing this in its current state. Oh, I'm sorry, is that not clear enough for you? What do you bloody want? Followed by 25 hours of live streaming it, testing stuff, And like, what do you bloody want? I like, honestly, really, YouTubers should like absolutely do partnerships with brands and make thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, and ignore issues with those brands. No one's going to call them out on that. Absolutely, people should do massively promote affiliate keys on something that they think is a bit shit. No one's going to call them out on that. Absolutely, right? What's the point? Like, you might as well just shill the shit out of stuff as a YouTuber, because if you are consistently objective but you go against the political landscape, you get so much shit. Of course, Logs. Oh, hang on. Oh, here we go. Gamer Muscle. Of course your thought process makes sense to you, but when you move on to focus on specific thing, much of your audience is still considering the broader picture. Logs, I don't know about you, but I have yet to work out a way to be able to communicate interdimensionally and use English language in a way where I can spontaneously say 5 things at the same time. What's going to happen is, every time you talk, like, language is kind of single-threaded, right? So every time I talk about one thing, I'm not going to be talking about the other thing. I haven't worked out a way to do that, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but how am I supposed to, like, if I'm doing a video, I'm going to have to say the negatives and the positives in separate sentences. Right, way too positive, Motor Knight. Oh dear. Hang on, here we go again. Right, Mar2, telling Steve and GT. Oh, okay, I see what you're referring to here. This is another interesting point, actually. Telling Steve and GT that they didn't know how to drive a GT4 car is wild, right? I thought you were talking to me, but I know what you're referencing. So in Jimmy's video, I didn't watch all of Jimmy's video. I watched a bit of it. I think it was in Jimmy's video, at least. He says that at Sim Racing Expo, the developers said that he was struggling, and they were saying that they didn't know how to drive the car or something, or that other people weren't struggling with it, right? As a general comment, he just said in his video. Now, that comment has now been taken out of that context, and also taken out from probably the actual context of what probably happened at Sim Racing Expo, and is now being used as a meme of the straightforward developers are saying that Steve, Jimmy, Misha, whoever, can't drive and they know better. Right, now just think critically about that whole thing, right? Is it possible, right, it's possible, just hear me out on this, that the developer during a trade show might have just been making a general offhand comment, or might have just been saying something, or it wasn't like, you know, they could have been saying exactly how Jimmy interpreted it. That's possible as well. But they could have just been saying, oh, when we were testing it ourselves, we didn't notice an issue, or we had other drivers test it, they didn't notice an issue. Maybe you're having an issue now. It could be multiple factors that are causing that issue, but the game could be shit. We could have messed it up. Or the developer could also be saying that Jimmy and Steve are shit drivers as well. But why would they do that? It doesn't make any sense. Does it not seem more likely that that's a general miscommunication, right, initially? It's possible the developer was saying that they were shit, but I'm just saying you can't know for sure, can you? So to then take that comment, also, presumably that was just a comment with Jimmy, right? And that Jimmy received. To then apply that to Steve, who I don't think had that same comment. Maybe he did. Maybe they were both there at the same time. I don't know. But to then take that into a wider context doesn't make any sense. Now, I'm not defending. It's quite possible that I'm not saying that they didn't even say that to Jimmy. I'm pretty sure they did do. I'm just saying what you need to be aware of is you can't just selectively hear stuff and then distort and distill that to your entire to just back up your point that is the developers just whatever you want to achieve. Like, it's just really weird behavior. Like, it undermines a valid argument. The valid argument in conversation would be that Jimmy's a good driver, real world driver. Steve's a very good real driver. I personally rate Steve higher than Jimmy. You would then say, well, it's kind of weird that Jimmy and Steve found it very hard at the trade show, and then when they tried it at home. So there's clearly a problem with a simulator if a very experienced console gamer and real world driver, or not, I mean, they're both experienced in real world driving, but they're not like Formula 1 drivers or anything, but they're good drivers. If they struggle as gamers that also do real driving, if they are struggling with your product out of the box without having to tweak anything, that is a very big problem with your video game. That's the thing to take away from that. And then you go, well, maybe we shouldn't release the game yet, right? So, but yeah, the way that these things are taken out of context is mental. It's really counterproductive for those of you that really hate the game or really dislike points. And I think a lot of the points are valid. It's really counterproductive. Game engine without knowing what it means. Yeah. Oh dear. So it's quite interesting though that Jimmy comment that, or it's not really Jimmy's comment, the extraction of Jimmy's comment, but both from what was potentially said to him at the trade show, that then his interpretation of that, which is not, it's not invalid. Jimmy's like a really genuine guy. Like I mean, he was trapped with me at the airport at Sim Racing Expo, so we were chatting for like an hour or two or whatever. And I've known Jimmy for a few years, so he's like a down to earth guy, right? Given how like how successful he's been, he's still remained really down to earth. He doesn't. So Jimmy he doesn't intentionally. He's not intentionally misrepresenting stuff, right? So there's just Jimmy's comment, which is a perfectly valid comment, but it's a way that people distort stuff and then use it for their own means, and it's something you have to be really careful. Again, it's critical thinking. And I've seen comments under my videos with people going, oh, so Gamer Muscle, apparently you know better than Jimmy, you know better than Steve, you know better than Misha, you know better than whatever. Which is, it's a very similar comment to when I've been critical of iRacing, where they go, oh, so you know better than Daniel Morad, or you know better than this other real driver. And it's like, no, that's not the point. Like, actually answer or look at what I'm saying, because if you're going to play that game, you'd be like, well, so does Max Verstappen not know better with him saying that AC1's the best sim? So surely then I'm right, okay? Because if Max Verstappen agrees with me and says AC1's one of the best sims, so I'm right by default. And it's like, well, what conversation are you going to have? It's stupid. Oh, dear. Babtiboopy. Government education's pumping out people who don't know how to think critically. Well, the thing is, we have to be pragmatic, don't we? I think I need to do more stuff about being critical in videos. It won't make much of an impact, but I think me talking about stuff, at least it's something, right? Probably won't do anything, but that's all you can do, right? Doofer. This stream is just us reading comments. I don't mind. Again, for those of you that just joined us, I'm feeling wrecked from having as it was on the screen here, we had a flu and COVID shot at the same time, and we don't feel too good. So I'm quite happy to. I hope you don't mind us not driving much, guys. But I'm quite happy to address the comments. So yeah, sorry for the lack of driving, but I appreciate it. Doofer. The Steam reviews are glorious. It's a perfect storm of how not to release a game. So that's the thing, right? You can't disagree with that. PMR is like a textbook example of how not to release a video game. that's easy to say after the fact as well. So again, devil's advocate. Things are always easy with 2020 hindsight, but yeah. But the fact is, like, overselling a product and under delivering is really bad, especially for simulators that are complicated games. Releasing a game with bad default settings is really bad for very complicated games. Even flight sims and stuff, like it's just confusing. Like Flight Sim 24, it undermines the simulator. So Flight Sim 24 has really good aspects to its simulation, does some really, like, honestly mind-blowing insane stuff with its physics and weather simulation and clouds and terrain, right? It's actually, I don't think people realise how insane Microsoft Flight Simulator is. Like, it's honestly it's up there as like some of the most significant piece of work of art, right? But the problem is, if then when you get in your aircraft, the basic onboard computer does some weird shit that makes no sense at all, or the landing gear doesn't come up, or like the autopilot, whatever, it undermines from the perspective of people that don't work in the games industry and understand that, you know, it's all magic and it's all made up and it's all computerized. When you have these types of problems, it undermines the legitimacy of the simulator, because a lot of the legitimacy of a sim racer or simulator is actually the illusion and the magic trick that it's actually real and not a game. So that's why sims have to be super careful when they release and not be broken in many ways. You look back 6 months, once a week, some well, YouTubers obviously are gonna use hyperbole and point things out, right? Right, anyway. Again, sorry if I miss comments that are directed at me. I'm slow. Han Solo. We all know iRace is expensive, but you do get a bit of content for free. No, you don't get any content for free. It's a subscription. And they all cost money now anyways. Yes, but you just contradicted yourself, Mr. Han Solo. iRacing by default costs £90 a year for a game that's 15 years old. Before you even buy any content. So it's like iRacing, if you play it properly, is about £300 a year for the first 4 years if you don't buy everything, but you do what you'd sort of expect most people to do. But most importantly, you know iRacing is going to make a go of each car and track. Yeah, but most importantly, the physics of the tire model in iRacing are actually shit at the limit. Anybody that's driven a real car will be able to tell you that is not how cars drive when pushed at the limit. So they've made a go of it, but none of the cars in iRacing really drive anything like a car. Like, you have to drive them like an iRacing car. It's still good fun. 3,000 hours in it. I think the tracks, developers of this have done a good job with the car models, the track models, you know. Reverend Sim Racing, patch 1.5. Oh, bloody hell, chat's gone. Patch 1.5 didn't make it run any better. No, exactly. And developers were in my chat. I think even Ian Bell said so. I don't know. I might be mischaracterising it because there's a lot of stuff going on when you live stream. But they did say, they were like, oh, day one patch will address performance. Or I got that impression. Right? Might have been wrong. And I'm pretty sure they're working on it. They've even said it on their public release. However, the day one patch has not addressed frame rate and the CPU issues. And I think that's a very significant, a game running at 40 FPS at times with mid settings or whatever on an X3D chip from the last 3 or 4 years with a 5090. That's just insane. so you know. Could you please test Jimmy and RC's claim that the throttle doesn't work properly until 70%, Bones? I would trust them. I don't see why it wouldn't be the case. I mean, we can test it, but I would believe them. But so the throttle thing. So again, this is interesting as well, right? That basically, Jimmy put that in his video. I think Jimmy did a good job. I didn't watch his whole video. I watched some of his video. Of what I did watch, he did a good point of actually of breaking down specific parts and what he was saying. It was also, I don't like how he edits memes into his videos. I think it actually undermines what would be better videos. But I know it's his editor's choice. I don't know if Jimmy edits his own content. I think he has an editor, which is cheating. Let's be honest. But that's their artistic choice. Artistic. I mean, YouTube. Bloody hell. And it's probably good for engagement and their audience. So whatever. That's just my subjective thing. I don't like memes being put in stuff. Anyway, his video was nicely edited with the points that he made. But the throttle thing, right? Totally valid point to make. And if you're a fan of Niels Housingveld, also totally valid in how it affects your driving. But what's weird is most people don't comment on those sorts of issues themselves or notice them themselves, right? With other simulators. So most people don't notice them with the Nakon WRC games, which have very weird throttle input. Or even AC1 has some weird throttle behaviour stuff. Watch Niels Housingveld's channel. Wreckfest 2 actually has good throttle input. So, again, it's a good example that it's a totally valid point and it will affect the driving and it shouldn't be that bad for a game claiming to be the best, most realistic sim ever. Totally valid. But it's interesting that it then becomes a hyperfixational point because a large YouTuber mentions it and is a bit emotive about it. Whereas I never saw people pulling, other than Niels, I've never seen people drawing attention to that with AC1 or with Nakon's WRC games or even EA WRC, And so it's like, okay, it is a big problem, but why are people so inconsistently concerned as like, oh, that's the linchpin that it undermines everything? It's just not that simple. It's just a big problem. But it's not that what it is that there's some, it's a critical thinking thing again. People latch onto one single thing and then try and apply that to everything. I'm not saying it's a good sign, and you definitely would want to get your throttle model working in a simulator, right? But it's interesting the way that claim again is just, and you notice as a YouTuber, I notice, because I sometimes watch other YouTubers' content, or what normally happens is I get comments under my videos and I'm like, that seems like something that Jimmy would say, or Steve would say, or Random Call Sign would say, or Basic Ollie would say, or Matt Malone would say, or Morad would say, because I know these people. Unfortunately for them, I know their kind of way they talk, right? I know the kind of stuff they say. I know where they sort of generally come from, things. Actually, and I like them, right? So I know them, right? So when I see a comment and I'm like, hang on a minute, and it's when you're a YouTuber, you see so many comments from people that are just repeating what other YouTubers have said. They've clearly not actually done anything themselves, and they don't even own the games half the time. And you're just like, why are you typing anything? What are you doing? You're not like you've passionately decided to align yourself to something without even considering it. Just why? Why do you even care? Just it's really weird. Super gutter punk. I'm not saying that Jimmy didn't mention it with Nakon and WRC games. This is all, but most people. So Jimmy knows Niels Housingveld. I know Niels Housingveld. We are all spreadsheet fans. Some of us are air fryer deniers, but we all like. Niels is a really nice guy. Awesome. We like his channel. We like his content. Niels has been around sim racing for like decades, right? So, anybody in sim racing that's not an idiot has a lot of respect for Niels, although they shouldn't. So obviously, he's done stuff for simulators, and he's generally on the money with a lot of stuff, I think, or like I don't know. He's apart from air fryers, and his pedals are like legendary. Niels basically came up with the de facto load cell pedal design first. That's a incredibly solid pedal that's incredibly consistent, and then this is shilling. This is shilling. No one call me out on this. I have a Helsingveld sign next to me. We literally have a Niels Helsingveld sign in our background at all times. Nobody's ever gone, oh bloody hell, your Helsingveld shell. So we literally have a glowing sign with a brand on it. This is what I mean about how ridiculously inconsistent people are. But Niels is an absolute legend who obviously we all know in the sim racing industry because he's a legend. So obviously we're all going to be aware of his throttle pedal videos. So obviously that's going to be something that then YouTubers are going to consider. Do you strap fishes to everything? It keeps me grounded. Makes things smell a bit weird though. Babty Boopy, in this stream, influencer realises most people blindly regurgitate YouTube talking points and pretend it's their own. No, I know it's not really a surprise to me. What is a surprise is the degree to which it happens, and the perspective you have as a YouTuber makes it very depressing. Like, I was pretty pessimistic. I was pretty pessimistic to humanity in general, but the more you see, the worse you feel. But you should still be optimistic. I think you know, it's good. There's no point in being pessimistic overall, otherwise you'll be super depressed. So you might as well lie to yourself and be try to be positive about it. Otherwise, you wouldn't get out of bed. James ASMR whilst working. It's the worst ASMR. Random sexy call sign. Oh, he's replying to someone. Oh my god. Guy, I'm really sorry. I'm absolutely wrecked here. My arm's hurting as well. This is why I could never be a real race driver. I have 2 jabs and I'm like, I'm so pathetic. So monumentally pathetic, guys. So pathetic. Like I stubbed my toe. And I'm like, oh no, I'm dying. Mr. Dino, does anybody know the setting that gets rid of constant rumble vibration when cars moving? Yeah. In the car setup, let me just show you here. Go to this setting, vehicle. This is obvious, isn't it? Go to vehicle setup and turn the EQ mid to 0. And then that'll get rid of that rumble. But this also adds in random shit. So who is likely to know that if you said EQ mid to 0, you set the strength down a bit with your wheel a bit turned up, and then you have rack feel on 1, and you put alignment boost on like 20 to 40. That's all you need to do, and you will have the most detailed force feedback of just about any sim on the market. Why on earth are those not the defaults? Or like even weaker, and maybe like in some cars a little bit or whatever, or you know, it's hilarious. It's genuinely hilarious that it's just so bad out of the box. I mean, but yeah, that'll help you. Yeah, well, it's all very well giving people a PDF file, isn't it? Unsprung fire. Yeah, I don't know how you can make things feel much tighter. Like I agree with you. It definitely has quite a springy feel, but I think that's just the tyre model. Thanks for following the channel. I think the tyres have quite a springy nature to them. If you want to make it tighter, generally speaking, increasing the steering rack rate will increase how fast the steering is, so the cars will be more snappy, and some cars are actually quite snappy by default, but increasing the steering rack rate can help make that feel faster. Also the steering stiffness, it depends what wheelbase you've got, but increasing this and reducing damper will make things feel sharper. We did a force feedback guide video that goes through every setting and explains it all. Craig's played PMR for a few hours last night. Thanks for, no, thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, it has very springy suspension as well. Well, it feels like it does, which is why this is why some reviewers are like, "Oh, the cars are stiff and they don't move." It's like it's the opposite. The FFB default settings are so bad. Doesn't that suggest the developers don't know what they're doing? So why should we trust them with the rest of the game? Are you being Yeah, I was going to say, oh, come on. Yeah. Do you know what it does suggest? It suggests that you have a developer who's largely working remotely, who's released a game out of the door because they've had to put it out for whatever reason, and there actually needed to be more traditional QA, and there actually needed to be a good 6 months more work on it. That's what. CTR Aldig. If the market's mostly consoles, shouldn't there maybe? No, exactly. Yeah. This was the problem with. This has been a problem with lots of sims. There's so many wheels, and you know, it would be like. Someone like me that's pretty clued up with sim racing stuff and force feedback and how all the different wheels feel, which is probably not many people. There's probably only like 10 of us that have wasted this much time on different wheels. It would take me probably 2 weeks of 8 hours a day to set the force feedback up on every car for every wheel on the market. The top 10 wheels on the market. To be fair, most of the DD wheels would have the similar settings. Any DD wheel over 12 Newton meters or 12 or over would have the same settings. So you'd then have to do different settings for like a T300, G293. So actually maybe a week of 8 hours a day. But then who knows? Then they change the code and then something changes and then it breaks stuff. So. Bap to Boop. Yeah, they were making a joke. They were joking. Oh, bloody hell. I feel so sick. I might need to get a cup of tea. I thought he was getting better. My immune system is so terrible. Or maybe it's good. Maybe it's actually really good. Maybe it's too good. I don't know. I don't think it is. Sorry, guys. Don't mind me just... I'm so pathetic. Such a loser. No, I just had the COVID and flu vaccine at the same time and I'm so weak. I can't take it. Pathetic. Yorkshire tea. Yorkshire tea. Oh, no. Sorry to hear that, Vision Pro. No, that sucks. Sorry, man. Yeah, no, I would be awful. I mean, I probably get through it because I find it funny when things suck for myself, like when I've broken bones and things. Like, although actually saying that, when I've had full on, sometimes I get cramp in my calf, which lasts for like, sometimes it can last for like over 5-6 minutes, and I don't deal with that very well. That's not even mildly funny, but yeah, no. So. A lot of people don't appreciate how bad some things are until they actually experience them. That's another good reason why people need to have a lot of sympathy for other people. How many people on the dev team of this game, right, have like sick relatives, are unwell? Say this is any game or anything. Your bus driver, person that works in the hospital, bin man, whatever, even an estate agent. Maybe forget them. But a lot of times people fixate on their specific grievances, which might be totally valid grievances, but I think it's a really good exercise to like consider that other people often, they might have terrible stuff happening, they might be unwell, they might have other people that are unwell, so it's good to remind yourself of that. I mean, I often forget as well, so but it's a good thing to be aware of when you get really annoyed by something.
Which is, for me, it's quite often. But, when you get really annoyed by something, to go, oh, well, actually, maybe the person that's annoying me was whatever's going on. So that helps you then. If you're agitated yourself, that can help you de-escalate your own agitation through something rational. There you go. That's not an excuse for stuff that's shit, though. I'm just saying I think that's a good skill to have. I found it useful. But estate agents can be hated universally, at least. Well, that's the other. This is how I deal with dumb comments on YouTube. There's a threshold. There's a threshold of. I respect someone if they're making. I could totally disagree with someone, but I respect what they're saying. But there's a threshold where they're being so non-critical, or they're not making any reasons, or they're being abusive, and it's literally a switch. I go, right, that's it. I'm not considering. I'm not emotively or consciously considering anything. That's it, and that's a good thing to do. I think I've quite a high threshold for that, but hang on. Taller's in the forest. Sorry, before that, ENDL2. No, I don't think the day one patch has fixed everything. Taller's in the forest. Straightforward thought about building this moddable platform. Why didn't they make sure the first 10% was all right instead of selling the game? Well, that's a good point, actually. Right? It's a really good point. It's the same mistake I think you can do. Some people make with esports with many games. R-Factor 2 was a really good example of this. You can't just put modding in your game or mod support and expect people to just mod your game because, well, we've put modding support in it. Do you know what I mean? It's like people mod a game because the game is already popular. So the reason Half-Life 1 got modded a lot, as opposed to Doom got modded a lot, but it's popular. But like we were talking about this the other day. Serious Sam, very good game. Play it. The first three, and actually the last one that just came out. I've not played the last one actually, but maybe we'll live stream it. But they're really good games. And the first one had amazing mod tools, like Unreal. You could mod in real time. You could seal the lighting. You could test it in real time in the editor. I think way before Unreal could do that. Anyway, nobody really made mods for it. Not that many, because it wasn't that popular of a game in a wider perspective, right? So R-Factor 2 supported modding, but they put nothing in the game initially, and then you had to pay for the multiplayer, right? So people were like, and it was complicated to make mods because it's got complicated physics. So people were like, oh. Bratwurst, thank you, Dankeschön. Bratwurst and crack. So yeah, you can't release a game that's a bit of a mess and then expect modders to be like, oh yeah, we're totally gonna do all the content. It never works. You have to make a game that's like at least superly, like you'd want it to be very, very polished, minimal on content, but ridiculously polished and then easy to mod. And then also you just have to luck out. Totally have to luck out as a developer on you have to luck out on it being a popular game, which often isn't based off the actual game. It's just the zeitgeist.
The pace car is out of control.
So yeah, exactly. But I agree with what you're saying there. It makes more sense to have less cars that are good in some ways. Anyway, GT Sims. The force feedback back to the latest FDP build was great. As soon as I played the release version yesterday morning, you uninstalled and reinstalled the FDP build, tested it and reported the FFP issue. Okay. Well, they probably just changed the default settings. All you need to do... Well, I don't know. I've not tried it since 1 PM or 2 PM yesterday. It's these in-car settings to get good force feedback. Turn down the mid, reduce the strength, add a bit of alignment boost. And at least that gives you really good detail for what the cars are doing. It might not be the best force feedback, might not feel how you... This is another thing. I don't have a specific force feedback feel that I want. Well, I do. I want as tight but as detailed force feedback. Bit like a mixture of Marvin's app with iRacing's Marvin's app combined with AC1. That's what I'd look for. But separate to that, if the force feedback tells you what the car's doing, I don't care. And the force feedback in this tells you what the car's doing. Marvin's app tells you what the car's doing. AC tells you what the car's doing. I don't... Race Room, it tells you what the car's doing. It's very dull. It tells you what the car's doing, though. So, yeah. Hang on. Bones Jones. I hate having to fiddle with FFB settings because I can't stop fiddling. I'm never sure if it feels good. No, I agree totally. It's difficult. The problem is, it's difficult to have a uniform standard because there's so many different wheels that are fundamentally abstract from what a real wheel would be by default. So that's fundamentally abstract as well. Also, there isn't an absolute, necessarily specific, correct way to have force feedback. As long as if there's dynamic range for understeer and oversteer, and then like texture for bumps and stuff, that is enough to drive from. But that could feel different. You can make that could be more or less strong in different ways, right? So there's no absolute, because it's fundamentally an abstract thing, and you want it to be abstract. Like many real cars have no force feedback, so yeah, it's not something that could be actually one thing. The AI have no idea you're there, Bill. Well, that's because they actually train the AI on iRacers. So, yeah, no, really impressive. But, yeah, they straight for hacked iRacing headquarters, they downloaded all the paths of iRacers, and then they baked them through a large language model into the game. So it's backfired, though, unfortunately. But it was a good idea. They spent a lot of money doing that. They actually revived Kevin Mitnick from the dead. Got him to social engineer his way into iRacing servers. Cleared Hot. You know, I've been playing Cleared Hot on my Steam Deck. It's awesome. Really good. I got it the day it came out. I love those types of games. I love helicopters. Yeah, Cleared Hot is well worth getting. Unfortunately, it runs a bit slow on the Steam Deck. But, yeah, Cleared Hot, it's like £12. It's like Desert Strike helicopter game. It's got like a cheesy story. Graphics are nice. Player movement's nice.
The pace car is out of control.
It's nice. Got nice physics. Really chill. It's a shame that they haven't optimized it for the Steam Deck because it's absolutely perfect for a Steam Deck, that game. It's literally the ideal Steam Deck game, and it barely runs at 35 FPS. Does the update for the R21 better? It's a little bit better, but it's not necessarily a massive thing. It's worth updating. The M Booster pedals are. Oh, do you want my Discord? Is this so we can be spammed on Discord? Yeah. Generally, the Moser is worth updating Moser stuff when they do updates. Tends to be quite good. Well, Microprose are the publisher, they're not the developer. I think it's like a Finnish developer or something. But I need a cup of tea. Moses Shill. There's no new drivers for PMR. I think the you're welcome, Bran. I think the issue is more CPU issue. Rafatinho, not sure you tested this yet, but the hypercars work better on the wets on a dry track. I only heard this on my way to... So, that's another YouTuber made a video. I actually saw that video, and then... Yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe the hypercars are totally messed up. I don't know. It's quite possible. I did notice the wet tyres. We accidentally put wet tyres on when we were doing when we were live streaming it the other day with the press version. We put wet tyres on by accident on one of the GT cars, and it seemed to grip the road better than the dries. But so probably maybe it is like a bug. I cook steak in the air fryer. That should be the linchpin for not trusting me. Did they make that game as well as publish it? I didn't know. I just assumed that they were a publisher. I know I had F-22 Stealth Fighter on the Atari ST that was Microprose, I think. Jamie Font. No, I agree. I think, and what's funny, even with AC Rally though, that still has force feedback issues, and still has physics issues, and still has frame rate and stutter issues. So the key thing is that the main overall polish of the user interface and things, and the graphics look nice, but it was released as an early access game for like £20 or whatever, and the driving on the dirt's really quite nice. The tarmac stuff's a bit weird because I think it exposes the physics issues, but yeah. So releasing a game, unless your game's like mega polished, it seems like all developers are releasing like. At least you'd have to say early access, wouldn't you, really? With like even the last Forza Motorsport was total jank when it launched. Evo early access, but really messed up. What do I think the frame rate and drops and stutter are? I just think I don't know. Well, I'm not an engine programmer. Just seems that it's not using the CPU. I don't know. Graphical programming is insanely complicated without looking at source code, and also what would you? That's like asking me. So the Large Hadron Collider game of Muscle has been struggling to produce a Higgs boson recently. What would you say the problem is? Well, from my position as a predominantly sim racing and flight sim YouTuber with no hair and fish on my head, I would say that they clearly misaligned the secondary core of the accelerator magnets, and are operating the magnets at not enough temperature range. Really, it's obvious that that's the problem. Yeah, like I have actually done some games development and been around graphics programmers, and I can tell you they're a little bit more intelligent than me. Just a little bit. So, yeah. It's the flux capacitor. They should have turned it. What the problem is, they're running it at 10 instead of 11. Well, so this is my worry with this. To be honest, this is a real worry I have. SMS, they're not SMS now, it's Straight 4, but historically, it's a different company, so maybe things have changed. But historically, they have so with Project Cars 1 had quite significant bugs in it. Good fun game. I enjoyed it. I don't think it's terrible. But rather than fixing the bugs in Project Cars 1, they basically were like, okay, and then they did Project Cars 2 a few years after. And don't get me wrong, Project Cars 2 was fantastic. I really enjoyed it. But it didn't have some of the cars that Project Cars 1 had. And it was then sold as another game, right? And then that had certain bugs, like random going from one session to a next session, it would crash, or like weird stuff that really needed fixing, but they never fixed it. It never got fixed, right? And then they moved on to Project Cars 3, which, well, we know what happened with that. So the thing is, obviously, it costs a lot of money to make complicated video games. It takes a lot of time. So, there could be business reasons for why you stop development on another game to do a new game. The reality is it's quite hard to fund things when you consider licensing and everything involved. However, my worry with this game is it needs like 6 months to a year development, right, to fix a lot of the core stuff. And well, that's going to be stuff that a lead programmer needs to do. And when a game is also out, it's an active product. So then there's other stuff you'd have to do. So then you'd be like, well, and then you could look at the numbers and you go, well, it's not sold very well at all. Or maybe it has sold well. I don't know the numbers. I'm just saying hypothetically, it might not have sold well. But you go, oh, but it covered our initial outlay. It covered the publisher's investment or the initial investment, and maybe made a small profit, even though it didn't do well. So it's possible then that a company goes, well, look, we'll just cut our losses, because if we spend another $1 million on polishing it up, who's to say that it will get back from the negative press? So it's probably better to literally just go, right, that's basically it. We're done. Because we don't think it will make money in the long run. So you just don't know. That's the thing. So this is why I always say you should always judge things based on what you currently have access to. I don't come here to listen to the voice of reason. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, guys, for all those people that attacked us on comments under our videos that are not even related to Project Cars 2 issues. I'm sorry that I know you want to be angry and shout at an old bold man, but yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be just a really boring person. You know, if I had the energy to be like a proper streamer. And I would if I was like 20. I'd be having so much more fun. For a start, I wouldn't have needed a flu jab, and I would not be dying right now. I'm too old. Imagine how bad Dave Cap feels. he's probably fitter than me though. 8-bit Alex. The fact they called the initial patch 1.5 is a little bit ridiculous. Sure, the small bits they added in 1.1 are more sensible. Is it more overselling? Well, no, it's the way that you normally do release. Well, they're just totally made up numbers, but traditionally, when you do releases of software, you would choose at the start of development how you're going to decide to do the release numbers, and then if certain things are changed, you then move one number up. If it's another type of change, you move the small number. So that's why you often have like 1.0.0.0.0, right? So if someone just does a tiny little tweak, it's like a 0.0.0 1, right? Or 2 or 3, right? It'd be a really small thing. But then if someone does like a core engine feature, then it's like a higher up number, like so. But the one would be a gold release candidate, if that makes sense. So it'd be like naught until you come out of early access, or until you publish, you would keep the first number as naught, and then once you publish and it's a gold version, that would be 1, right? So it's yeah. So one if okay, yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Like realistically, it probably would actually be 1.0.5. So I know what you're saying, but at the end of the day, it's totally arbitrary, really. Yeah, the pricing I think is a really. Jacksaw did a really good video. Jacksaw did a really, really good video on this. Jacksaw's awesome. I hate him though. He's so likable. I really hate some of these YouTubers. Bloody because I hung out with Jacksaw a little bit, and Lawrence. I hate them. They just it really annoys me. Like I need to link. Can someone link to his channel? Like they're really nice people. You want to hate people? I do, at least. I hate Random Call Sign. He's well annoying. No, Jacksaw did a really good video. Can someone link it? Yeah, also he's got like a nice... Jacksaw? Are you saying Jacksaw? I don't know how he's... Because I'm dyslexic, I can't even remember how to spell his name. It's not phonetic. Irish streamer. Someone link it and watch his last video is good. How do you say his name? How would you say it? Jacksaw? 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 No, Jacksepticeye. Jacksaw. Jigsaw. Jigsaw. Thanks for subscribing. Jigsaw. No. Can you imagine me trying to give directions to someone? They're like, where do you go? Right. Was that left or right? Right. Left or right? Right. It's like the Italian for left. What was it? What was Italian for left and right? They both sound the same. I've forgotten it. We were playing AC Rally with Italian co-driver, and both left and right sound the same. Sinstra and Destra, yeah. Sinstra and Destra. They don't sound that... I mean, they've just got... half of the word is the same, but in my mind, they're identical. Especially when you're trying to drive a rally car. Right. As someone with no working memory, I don't think I've ever successfully given straight... Oh, no, I'm the same. 100% have ADD. Like, absolutely categorically. The thing is, though, I can remember where something is. Like, I have amazing visual memory for spaces. Like, I could walk, like... I know pretty much most of central London. I could probably walk it with my eyes closed. Like, if someone dropped me in Trafalgar Square and they said, well, you got to get to Tower Bridge, I could walk it with my eyes closed. I mean, it wouldn't be hard because you could just walk down to House of Parliament, go across Westminster Bridge, and then just follow South Bank. That's kind of not that difficult, really. But, like, you know... I know, MCW. I mean, it's incredible, isn't it? What an inspiration! Really, I should have won an Oscar. Really, I can walk like an Egyptian. You sent someone in the opposite. Well, we were right when I was. Sorry to be off topic here for PMR, but this is a funny story. It's not really that funny. when we were younger, when we were like 8 or 9, like, because this is. There you go. How many? Right, don't dox your age, guys. But let me tell you about the world in the 90s. in the 90s, let's go back in time. In the 90s, there wasn't these things called mobile phones or sat navs. Well, they were, but they're very expensive, so a lot of people didn't have them. So when we were like 8, 9, people would. I grew up in a tiny little town, and people would come through the road and they'd be lost. They'd be looking for the next town or something else. And they'd pull up and they're like, excuse me, can you help me? I don't know where I'm going. Do you know where this street is? That was really common. That doesn't happen anymore, does it? That was quite. Yeah, we would purposely tell people very confidently, absolutely the opposite direction. I was a kid. Look, I was only like 10, 11 or whatever, so we thought that was hilarious. We thought that was so funny at the time. I mean, it is pretty funny. Oh, dear. The 90s, guys. The 90s. I can't remember. I don't remember the 80s. I was too young. Right, well, let's get back on topic here, guys. Jacksaw. We should stream his. We should react to his video, actually. Go and subscribe to him. Let's react to Jacksaw.
That's unfortunate timing.
Oh, he's live. He's live. I want to watch. We react to his video. Here you go.
A lot better.
Well, we won't react to it because I can't compete with his sexy voice and his deep voice, and you'll all realise that I'm a fraud. But yeah, go and watch his video. Give him a sub. Good guy. I mean, he could be a murderer, but he seemed like a good guy. I was born bold, yeah. Right, what? Here we go. Stever4264. That's almost his phone number. Maybe it's his postcode. I'll be genuinely surprised if S4S gets, or Straight 4 Studios gets the funding to make significant patching progress given the state of reviews. I mean, me too, yeah. GBP, exactly. That's what I'm saying. People should subscribe to him. He is a he's a Simagic shill though. You've got Jimmy's the Moser shill, Jacksaw's a Simagic shill. Myself and Random Call Sign are just idiots. We don't have any like partnerships. We're morons. Me and Random Call Sign are like. We're like, let's not make money. We're so dumb. Honestly, Random Call Sign totally should. What an idiot. Go and subscribe to Random Call Sign. Moser stuff's good. I'm using Moser. I really like Moser stuff. I just like to I change my wheels all the time. But Moser's great. To be honest, it's good. It's good that Jimmy's partnered with. Like, I think Moser are doing a good job, so it's a good partnership. Yeah, well, you don't really need to do hardware reviews, do you? When you go live and there's 1,000 people watching. But yeah, no, that's fair. It's a good point. But yeah, no, Moser stuff is great. Did you see Boosted Media's video? It's the worst DD ever. Hang on. As 4549. Did you guys genuinely type those numbers in your name when you signed up? Or did it just randomly put those numbers on the end and that's how YouTube works? People complaining that PMR is too sim and not arcade enough. I don't know. I think on the sim side, people are complaining that it's not realistic enough in certain ways or has physics issues. And then on the console side, I think they're going, oh, it's too much of a simulator. So, I don't know. You've got different audiences. Chemical Candy, you didn't type any numbers after your name. Well, I'm sorry, but you've been turned into a number. YouTube is like The Prisoner. I'm not a number. If you've never seen the 1970s series The Prisoner, bloody watch it. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Apart from the last 2 seasons that don't make any sense. But they need to remake The Prisoner. So good. Such a good... Like, the place it's filmed. It's a proper 70s. They've got shots of him driving through London as well. And the city's empty. It's mind-blowing. Like, he drives... I don't know what car he's driving, but they drive from, like... to where the Parliament is, or like in Westminster, around all the busy parts of central London, right? And there's no cars on the road at all. It's like the only time I've seen that was COVID. That's it. Mental. Oh, Mario... Oh, they remade it. Okay. I'm going to watch that. It's got dark. He's been yapping. Yeah, well, I'd rather just talk. I hope you guys don't mind. It's just I'm not feeling too well, so... I am pathetic. I don't want sympathy. I am just super pathetic. It's just nicer reading chat, to be honest. Radio muscle. It's better. It's actually better than my driving. 7 Motorsport. You've managed to keep more people here just talking than sim racing. Yeah, maybe we need to... maybe I should give up sim racing. Oh, dear. But I appreciate people hanging around. We've not done any racing now. Bones Jones, you loved driving around during COVID. Felt like your own infinite racetrack. Yeah, we did. I was walking. I do lots of walking, and it was so nice. Apart from all the people, like a lot of people, like lost people, and COVID was terrible for a lot of people. Whatever. There's a lot of shit with COVID. But the great bonus was it was amazing walking down roads. I do lots of walking, and there's lots of roads near me that you can't get down. There's no pavements. It's like countryside roads and stuff. And I could just walk down the middle of the road. It was amazing. We should do a vodcast. We could do, but I feel like I'm really boring. I don't know, random. I think we'd just bore people to death. Like, what are we going to talk about? Like, these sim racing podcasts are so boring. Not that the people doing them are good, and they are talking about sim racing, and they do the best they can. But unless we were talking to like actual... like it's interesting when I talk to Niels because he's actually a good, like he's not thick. Or when I talk to like Ben Collins, it's like, oh, it's really interesting. He has a perspective that I'm not, I don't have that perspective at all. So it's super interesting. But like if we're talking to each other random, yeah, we could do that. That is a good idea. But I'm so boring and sim racing's really boring. Maybe it could be called the Very Boring Sim Racing Podcast. The very boring state of sim racing with Random Call Sign and Gamer Muscle. Can it get worse? Sim Racing Podcast. Tea reviewing channel. Oh, I mean, there's only like just get Yorkshire tea. You're good. Mario Luncian. A constructive rant from a knowledgeable person can help refine one's thoughts. Well, there's a problem there. I have been subjected to decades of racing simulators, and it has taken its toll. Knowledgeable is a bit of a stretch. I mean, I guess you could say in a sense, but... Oh, dear. What is tea? Can we time out? Hang on. What is tea? I'm going to time him out there for that. Put user in timeout. 1 minute timeout for Oil Slick. Oil Slick was banned from the channel. How dare you? How dare you besmirch tea in my chat, you shit. Why no driving? I feel terrible, so we're just chatting because I really don't feel too good. Sorry. You go and watch Jacksaw's driving. Shahara Bushtain. My old Thrustmaster broke, so I waited 6 months to buy Moser. When it arrived, I broke so hard, I broke my recliner seat and now I have to wait another month for a seat to arrive. Oh, shit. I went through that when I had like a T300 and a G25 and you couldn't find a chair. My office chair, the chair that I'd use, was terrible. Dan's Grove, I'm in the line for winter tyres and oil change. Any conversation is welcomed. Where do you live where you need winter tyres? Are you like in Switzerland or something? Or like the Alps? The only time I've... like in the UK, you don't really need winter tyres unless you're... I guess in Scotland maybe, but not near London. Don't even... in France, in the Alps, by law, you have to have tyre chains, I think. Yeah, no, I lived in France for a bit, and when I was a kid, and I remember them swapping the tyres over. But yeah, it's just not a thing we do in the middle of the UK.
3, 2,
Oil Slick, oh you shit.
Go.
That's another 1 minute timeout. No, no, time him out. 1 minute timeout. I won't take your money. Timed him out for donating. Oh, it's broken. My computer's broken. Oh, it's coming back. There we go. Thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate it. Oh, that's so stupid. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I will spend it on tea bags, though. I do, look, I'll be honest. I do drink... I have a DeLonghi Dedica and I have a coffee bean grinder and I like Lavazza coffee beans. So... Apex photography, they stopped me in Germany last year. Halt! Halt! Papier bitter! I came from Belgium and I didn't know the law. So I had to go to a tyre stop and change the tyres. Got fined for it. Bloody hell. Couldn't you just go, are you Flemish Belgium or are you Belgian like French Belgium? Did you go like, je suis very lost. Oh, okay. Well, you should have just talked Flemish with them. They wouldn't know what you're saying. I've been to Antwerp. It's nice. I was on a train in Germany and I was with... This was for Gamescom, not this year, year before. I was with some Spanish developers who didn't understand the train system and I didn't understand it either. It was my first time using the trains around Cologne. And we hadn't stamped the you buy a ticket in the station and you have to boop it on the machine, the ticket machine. You have to like stamp it so it says where you got on, use the ticket up, which is really weird. No one else does that. It's totally mental. But the train ticket guard went mental when he found out that the Spanish people hadn't stamped the ticket right. He went absolutely mental. I thought he was going to throw him off the train. He was so pissed, but he was so pissed at them. By the time he got to me, he didn't realise and just let me off. So I was like, yes, thank you. Thank you, Spanish game developers. He probably would have had it, but if he'd actually checked my ticket, he probably would have gone even more mental. Ranked online racing is broken. Let's have a look. Hello, Gorga Boss Ali. Did I eat my ticket? Non-racing chill driving experience. A lot of people enjoy My Summer Car, which is more like a sort of physics game, fiddling with the vehicle thing to play, which is quite chill. Euro Truck Sim is probably the most relaxing driving game on the market. And then Assetto Corsa 1, if you don't mind doing mods, is really good for like the cruising stuff in that. Is really nice. And it's quite fun just driving cars and cruising around in that. But Euro Truck Sim out of the box is probably the easiest to jump into and do stuff. Yeah, you can't really go wrong. But I can't play Euro Truck Sim. It just puts me to sleep. I literally just fall asleep when I play it. Like, let's see if the online stuff's working here. Game of Muscle. What's this? What do you say? Let's get something straight. All sim racing games suck. You just have to find the right one suitable enough for you. Well, I don't entirely disagree. But part of the sucking is part of the fun, really, isn't it? Definitely there's sims that are worse than others, though. Like AC1 for its price is insane, what you get from it. Euro Truck Sim as a driving thing is mental. iRacing, if you want to do super anal online competitive racing and be shouted at by teenagers. So do a podcast but with random call sign but both driving. Yeah, it'll just be me driving into walls constantly. Let's get some background music on here whilst we're doing this. That reminds me of the menu music for Mashed. Do you remember Mashed? Brandon call sign spelling. Random call sign. Brandon call sign. He's in chat, I think. I might need to take some paracetamol or something because I'm... This is like the worst low energy stream ever, but it's alright. It's been quite fun just chatting, to be honest. Brandon Corsa, there he is. Oh, thank God I have such an easy job. Imagine if you have a real job and you have to go into work like this. I wouldn't be able to do it. I don't know how people do real life. Vodka, no, just flu and COVID vaccine together, and I'm pathetic. GTA 6 isn't coming out forever. Sturginio, they've done this to themselves. You've done this. I can't believe you've done this. How can she slap? Please, sir, how can she slap, sir? Even if you can make the settings better, everything's hidden all over the place. I think you're missing the genius of this. This game is the next Myst and Riven. It's a point-and-click adventure game. The real mistake is that Straight 4 marketed this as a racing simulator, when really it's the greatest point-and-click puzzle game ever made. Yeah, imagine AC1. I mean, maybe Evo can do that. You're working whilst watching my stream. I hope you're not operating heavy machinery.
Tonight on BBC
Radio 4, a crane operator in central London has been found guilty of operating a crane whilst watching a Game of Muscle live stream. The incident that took place on the 26th of November will go down in history as one of the greatest disasters in crane history. For on that fabled day, the crane careened out of control, knocking down the Houses of Parliament, the London Eye, and sadly falling onto a boat which then ploughed into Tower Bridge, exploding, blowing up the Tower of London and the Shard. It's said the crane operator admitted in court to watching the worst sim racing channel on the internet, regretting every moment of it and wishing he could take things back. Sadly, you can't reverse time. Next on BBC Radio 4, we'll be focusing on some pointless political issue, which we will keep repeating until it becomes a political issue that everybody focuses on, whilst ignoring the more important issues. We're also going to be interviewing David Attenborough, who's now 356 million years old, and talking to him about what it was like living with dinosaurs. Please remember that your TV licence fee will increase by 3%. There you go.
The pace car is out of control.
Where this is like watching F1 release way back in the day on the SNES. This game so sucks. 2.10. 2 out of 10. 2 out of 10. Yeah, 2.10. The 2.10 suggests it was better than 1. So weirdly, a dot actually gives the complete opposite impression of a slash, which you wouldn't think, would you? You'd be like, oh, but no, that your original comment suggested it was 2, not even twice as good as 1, but 2.1 as good as 1. But then you corrected it and suggested that it was a. But you've given it a 2. What's the 2 coming from? That's, you know. I'm going to get a drink, guys, and I'll be back in a second. Yeah, no, David Attenborough is immortal. Don't worry. They've already cloned him. he's actually clone number 4, but no one's noticed. David Attenborough is actually like like kids when their goldfish dies and they just replace it with one that looks similar. That's what they've done with David Attenborough for like the last 50 years. It's really hard to train the new Attenborough to talk the same way, though. Here we are on the Serengeti Plain. Yes, the animals move through the sunset. That was Robo Attenborough. Here we are on. That's what the AI will be. The AI version of it will be like, welcome to BBC Planet Earth. I am David Robo Attenborough. The birds are flying in the sky emotionally. Look at the sunset. It is so beautiful. The animals are beautiful. Look how beautiful everything is. The migration of the pelicans has begun. I'd watch that. I'd really enjoy that. I'd watch that with a cup of tea. We are all one. You will bow down to Robo Attenborough. Right, let me get my tea, guys. Appreciate everyone sitting around. I know I hate AI stuff. I think it should all be banned.
Hello, Matt. I'm just getting a drink because I'm dying. It's a stupid idea to live stream. Your base is belong to us. The year is 2042. Oh, God, I can't even be bothered to get up out of my chair. Oh, I'm so pathetic. I'm honestly the most pathetic person on earth. Can you imagine what it'd be like if I was actually ill? Right. Back in a minute, guys. I'll leave you with some music.
The pace car is out of control.
Pathetic man has returned. The most pathetic man on earth. He is legendary for how pathetic he is. Only nothing is more pathetic than pathetic man. Ah, P-Man. Hello, Strike Fry Pilot. Oh, that was hard work. I air fried some bread. That's today's work done. Got that pit. Ah, right. I don't know, but it keeps flashing. I updated my wheel. Oh, cool. We're just chatting about PMR though. I don't think Stefano gets the credit he deserves for AC1. A lot of people often are like, oh, the mods are what saved AC. It's like, I think find the basic game is pretty damn good. Some new, we don't need any new ones. We've already got the best one, that German one. Digiboom. As a neurodivergent, I prefer to be called an idiot. Please get it correct. How do you cope with these dark late autumn winter days? I actually like it. No, I actually like I like it being quite dark. I like it. I'm much more of like a nighttime person and quiet. So I actually don't mind it. But for people, I had a partner once that used to get SAD, and best thing you could do is like in the winter, get up in the morning for the sunrise at least, and try and walk when it's sunny. Maybe get an SAD light, and just do fun hobbies. Make it cozy. Find fun things that you can do in the winter. And then you can look forward to it. But don't do those things in the summer. So you have something to look forward to. Neurodivergent does not mean idiot. It means autistic. No, in my case... in my case... it just means idiot. But I know what people use the term to mean. You're an owl. Well, I guess it's the cold and damp, isn't it? Really good buying thermal underwear is great. That deals with the cold part. Really nice thermal long johns. That's why I wear these white. This top is like a thermal. I've got like a few of these thermal tops. They're really nice. They're really cozy. So you don't even. I tend not to run my heating so much, so that's quite nice. They might not feel well enough to get in today. We're kind of just chatting. You got Worthy. I've gotten cussed out on Twitter for saying you like some parts. Wow. How dare you? How bloody dare you enjoy some parts of something that's got issues? How bloody hell you need to realise that you can only 100% like or 100% hate stuff? You idiot. It's like what I get with that iRacing when I'm live streaming it and I'm complaining about the tyre model and the netcode, and we constantly get comments of people going, oh, if you don't like it, why do you play it? If you don't like it, why do you play it? And you're like, well, because I like some parts of it. It's not... Some people really struggle with that idea. It's like, I don't know how they get through life, because a lot of life is not enjoyable. A lot of it is. But... So, yeah... Holding two conflicting ideas in your head at once? That's impossible. For example, most of our viewers of this channel, they hate and regret that they're watching this channel, but they haven't got anything better to do. So they resent this channel and they resent wasting their life on this and having this as background audio, but they haven't got anything else that's like as suitably brain melting. So they're like, oh, well, this is a bit shit, but I don't have any choice. I have to put up with it. Tablagetti. A lot of sim racing drivers overemphasise the need for cars to spin out. Yeah, well... There's a big misconception in sim racing that grip, once it's lost, doesn't come back ever, and that you can't overdrive. But it's a very hard thing to get right in simulators, because often if you try to make a tyre very controllable at the limit, it can then be exploited and it ends up driving around like a springy mental thing. But then if you try to make it so the tyres can't be exploited, it ends up the grip just falls off a cliff, and then you can't actually balance the vehicles. So it's very hard to get right. So and it's not clear cut. And then different tyres have different behaviours, different compounds, but different manufacturers and different road surface, different temperatures. So it gets very complicated. Some of the worst crashes in hill climb that have been fatal crashes. Motorsport as F. Thank you for subscribing. Some of some of the worst crashes that have happened are from the tyres re-gripping really quickly, unexpectedly, because it then flings the driver into the wall. It's really dangerous, and you'll see that most sims don't do that. Thanks for subscribing, guys. Appreciate it. Tank Slapper. Did Tank Slapper come from motorbikes? I remember hearing it as a kid. I don't know where that term originally came from. Well, this game is a gift for Evo. Like, if Evo 0.4 knocks it out of the park, then people will be like, oh, wow. Because they'll be like, oh, it's so polished. I am Lars. A sim racing live stream without any sim racing. To be fair, we do a lot of Hoover streams. How about Kill Dota? How about streaming old or sim-like racing games like the old Sports GT? No, I'd be really interested to do that. Yeah, we definitely will do. Yeah, this is a nice chat. I should feel terrible more often. See, all it takes is feeling awful to focus your mind on one thing. Nathan Nicholson Worshipper. That's a very snappy name. How many letters is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 24 letters. The cars feel way too light. The thing is, Sims, the cars can feel light depending on how strong your force feedback is. So if you get a car, any car in a simulator, and have stronger force feedback, it will feel heavy straight away. I don't Digiboom. No, we probably should do. Yeah, the AI in AC1's terrible. It's a shame. It's a shame that no one's modded like good AI into AC1. Test drive Le Mans on the Dreamcast. I had a Dreamcast. MSR's really good. But what do I think about AI being professional? I don't know. Seems more likely to me that the AI maybe needs more work on it. But maybe that's cynical. Save some on the beard, like the twits. My beard's not thick enough to hold food at the moment. Beard storage device. Oh. DSN Grove, I will give you a pat on the shoulder. At least you've given PMR a proper test. Others have just got on, not played with any settings and just called it shit. I noticed that. In fairness, devil's advocate, games should out of the box not be as bad as PMR is with the default settings. Or if you do something drastically different with force feedback or other things, you really need to make sure it's very, 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 very obvious and still have good defaults. So it's not really a defense, but yeah, it is. There's been a lot of videos or a lot of comments online of PMR where it's really obvious that people have come to like conclusions having not actually tested a bunch of stuff, which stuff like the degree of time and effort that would have been put into if you were doing like iRacing or AMS2 or other simulators, and then also it just turns out that a lot of simulators and racing games are very, very similar. So you can just sort of phone it in. Like, you could just load it up and as a YouTuber be like, oh, right, there we go. Right, blah, blah, blah. Okay, whatever. I kind of know what it is, right? But PMR genuinely has really good settings for its force feedback. And it genuinely has some different stuff in it with the handling and things, right? Good and bad. But, yeah. You've been tested for, well, that's fine. I'm not saying it's great. Like, I'm not saying it's good all over. Like, the frame rate's terrible, which is the biggest issue. I've seen people do this with DD wheels as well, where they've just used like one or two force feedback setting things. They haven't bothered to go through their wheel settings or turn all the filters off. And they're like, oh, bloody Fanatec shit. Logitech shit. Thrustmaster shit. Oh, shit. And it's like, well, I've used all these wheels. They're actually all pretty decent. Like, they're actually all pretty good, all the DD wheels. So the only way you can have like a super extreme negative reaction is if you didn't turn all the filters off or you only had one setting that you use. Same thing. When we were reviewing Fanatec DDs, people were like that. And you're like, well, there's a lot of people that just... I mean, I do it with stuff as well. So it's not entirely... You can't expect people to have so much free time. There's loads of things where you expect them to just work, which is for entertainment products. That's not an unfair expectation. Tobias, it should do, but it's not. I didn't really give settings out. I just made a video explaining what you can do to get what a result. I'm very reluctant to give out settings because I know lots of people just copy them. So I'd rather tell people what does what, and then they can change things to what they want. Also, it means when people say to me, I tried your settings and they were shit, I'm like, well, I didn't actually give any settings, so I don't know what you're talking about. Cup of tea in a minute. The hate train needs to stop. Everyone has their own opinions. Just play and enjoy it. Well, there's a balance to that, isn't there? So there's the thing that is never productive is just default worshipping of things, like absolute fanboyism, and then the default slagging stuff off and just, brigading stuff, right? It's like, how are either actually useful? It's just noise. It's just people cheering in a football stadium, which some people want to do, and so and people like to feel like they're involved in something. So you can see why it happens, but it's pretty dumb. Yeah, but Snap by Dan, I didn't say that it's baseless. I know you're not saying that I said it was baseless. It's totally fair for people to be like, it's a lot of money, and then from the hyper marketing when a thing doesn't deliver, it's completely fair for someone to be annoyed and upset or feel tricked by marketing if it doesn't line up to the product, and they might actually have been tricked in some ways, right? Yeah, no, I get it. So yeah, I mean, you were just making a point, but yeah, because I think that's where the frustration is. And I was saying earlier, I don't think the posts by Straight 4 are... Hello, Jimmy Jones. I don't think the posts by Straight 4, they're not... They're on their website, them saying at the very top of their bullet points, we're seeing inconsistencies in low-spec machines. Our AI runs the same physics you drive with, and the complexity of that system is something we're still tuning. That's not a good thing to write to people. Right? It looks like it's written by AI for a start, but also my system is not a low spec machine, and I know all the other reviewers Jimmy's computer's pretty fast. Steve's computer's pretty fast. Random Call Sign's computer's pretty fast. They all have like decent chips in them that are, you know, would run any reasonable game at a reasonable frame rate in all reasonable scenarios, right? So you can't say what that does. That bullet point implies it's just lower spec machines, guys. For someone that doesn't know better, it's like it's just low spec machines. It's like, no, it's not. It's not just low spec machines. It's machines that are in the top 1% of performance. So, you know, that doesn't help. If the bullet point should say, the optimization isn't good enough, or we're not happy with the optimization, whatever, I don't know. But it's just a lack of being, it's skipping around the actual point intentionally or seemingly intentionally. It's a very like narcissistic way of approaching stuff. Like can be perceived as very gaslighty, and it's also how like a psychopath communicates. So it's not good. Like I'm not saying that PMR are psychopaths, and I'm not saying they're gaslighting, but it's very similar to the type of language and structure that psychopaths use to gaslight people. So, you know. So to me, that actually makes me more disappointed. If they'd not said anything, I'd be like, okay. But by saying stuff like that, I'm like, well, you know, you I don't put up with stuff that I think is a bit disingenuous. You Kill Delta, you miss days when games are not rushed, but during those days, there were no patches, yeah. No. Well, there were, yeah. Wasn't as easy to patch stuff. Tobias, you're running everything at 4K VSync. With 60 FPS, I don't know what your system is, but 60 FPS is not great. The frame timing is good on it, though, to be fair. Like, it does have some weird stutters and stuff, but generally speaking, the frame timing is quite good. But 60 FPS for how this game looks, I mean, obviously, it's true that they might do a lot of processing for physics, might have lots of physics stuff under the hood. That's fine. But you know, if that's at the expense of a game running on a high-end system at 50, 60 FPS, then it's a bit of a problem. How are we still all yapping? This is a yap stream. This is nice and chill. Everyone's just helping distract me from me feeling not well, so I appreciate it. And appreciate all the viewers. Thank you very much. And it's nice also to be able to be a bit... I think we're being pretty fair and balanced on comments, and so I think it's nice to... I'm not that knowledgeable about stuff, but I have a moderate understanding of games industry stuff, so I think we can give a bit more of a balanced perspective on certain things. I can't even say your name. Tab Alitage. Tab Alitage. That's like a dyslexic's nightmare. You were a game tester in 2004, 2007. Who did you test for? Started off testing, eventually focus group testing. They put it all. But they couldn't put it in DLC. Yeah, 2007 is when gaming went a bit rubbish, to be honest. It was when it was after Xbox 360. It's Sim Racers Anonymous. It's a round circle of therapy. Oh, man. Oh, no, this is Jester. Thanks for raiding us. Welcome along. Videos and positive stuff. What about the negative stuff we put out? I really appreciate you sending people our way, and thanks for the kind words. Yeah, I mean, I think I think we've been pretty like fair, to be honest. But I tell you what, I was saying this earlier. The problem is if you are like critical to what you're perceiving, if it goes against the political narrative or the zeitgeist, you'll get absolutely screamed at. Even it doesn't matter how right or wrong you are. Best if you're.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Calibri, thanks for subscribing. Calibra, sorry. I've just called you a font. If you wanted to be a really successful influencer, the best skill you can have is to be you work. If you're someone that can work out the zeitgeist, which isn't that hard, and then you just play the zeitgeist and play into that, and you will be loved by everybody, and you'll make a lot of money.
The pace car is out of control.
Matt Wright, the great thing about modern games is that they can patch the problems, and the worst thing about modern games is they can patch problems. Yeah, no, the thing is, I want a game cartridge that you can't change, and then there's like weird bugs, but they're part of the game. They're just part of the game, right? Like the game over screens, or like the I love those things about old games. No, this is Jesse. You've been pumping your stuff up. More of a lurker. Stay away from huge streams, but your content would be great. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's we've got one fan. Mr. Jester has been put in a forward pew in the Church of Force Feedback and will be given higher quality biscuits than the rest of you. But no one needs to know that. He gets chocolate coated digestives. The rest of you get stale bourbon biscuits that are a little bit soggy. Road Rash, I had that in my Game Gear. I remember getting really excited trying to get the green motorbike in that, and then I got it and I was like, this is too fast. I tried any of the setups. No, I mean I'm quite happy with changing setups myself. Normally for me, because I'm not an esports guy, I normally would just change maybe like caster for temperature, camber and stuff. Then I normally change like diff settings, maybe ride height and springs. And ARB, and then the brake bias. That's all you really need to change for if you're not going for like, if you're not trying to be super duper quick. Those are the main things that are good to change just for getting the car to drive nice. Where does my love for electronic music come from? I don't know. I always liked synthesizers since I was young, but I never really understood it until I like got into Fruity Loops and things. But yeah, I always liked dance music and like Chemical Brothers, Fatboy Slim. And then I've got more and more into techno. I think I might. I'm debating producing like a proper techno album at some point, because it's not too hard to make. It's hard to make very good techno, but it's not too hard to make okay techno. But I keep putting off buying Serum for Fruity Loops because it's like £200, and I'm like, will I really do it? Oh, hello, thank you for being a member. Here we go. DD girl with the DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with the DD wheel. Put your hands in the air if you've got no hair. She's so beautiful and strong. Her legs are made of magnets. She's so powerful. She can rotate at 50 Newton meters tall. Everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your Siri. Everybody wants DD girls, but if she gets in your back, turn off the power or she will fry. DD girl rotating in This Is Leicester's bed tonight. Jester, this is Jester's bed tonight. Rotating and vibrating his bed sheets into space. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for the membership. Welcome to the Church of Force Feedback. Light is in the air. Someone tell me when to unmute. Concerts going on here. Bap-ti-boop-ti-bap. Yeah, no, I do like progressive house. I think it's quite good. But yeah, basic house. But it's also the easiest to DJ as well, weirdly. But my boss will question your taste. This isn't entertainment. This is, you know, those modern artists that go into a room and like bang their head on a wall or a drum, or do like go, and then they like do stuff, and loads of people watch and clap them on, and they're like, oh wow, yeah, wow, so deep. That's what this is. A lot of people mistake this for a sim racing channel, but this is performance art I've been working on for the last 10 years. I don't know why people don't take it seriously, though, to be honest. I keep asking the Tate Modern to put me in a box in the Tate Modern. The first piece I'd like to do in the Tate Modern is called The Sim Racer, but they won't. They're not interested. What it's about, I'm going to describe the art. It's about the effects of wasting your life, drawn into video games to a higher extent. SNES to PS to PS2 before. I got back into PC gaming with Dreamcast. I hope you played Sega Rally on the Dreamcast and MSR. And what else was good on the Dreamcast? Fantasy Star Online was good. Of course, that bloody, what was it called? The Shenmue. Loads of people bought a Dreamcast just for Shenmue. Ridge Racer. Oh yeah, crazy. I had that on my Dreamcast. Skeetster, Le Mans Ultimate and Record of Lodos. X-Belled. I feel bad for the developers of the game, though, like the people doing the work. They're always the people that get screwed over the most in everything. Let's see the Steam charts here. On the Steam Charts website, Project Motor Racing comes up with the Farm Simulator logo. Farm Simulator 22 Platinum Edition. But this is the other thing, right? I think it's probably younger people that are like, oh, I'm so happy that this is not doing well, or, you know. And they're like, oh, I want to see the game fail. And they're like, it's like, how is that good for anybody? How is that good for sim racers or people looking for a fun game to play? How is that good for the people doing work on the project or it getting better? How is it good? Like, how is it good for the space? Like, even if you have a game you don't like, and let's say you don't like it, whatever, and then it doesn't do well, that is not good for sim racing. Like, this is not being good for sim racing. This launching like this on console is terrible for sim racing, because basically people will be like, well, it's only Gran Turismo on console, so like, well, there you go. So who's going to ever make a sim on console that's cross-platform for you to get players to actually play against, which is the big problem with sims. You need to get more people into it. So I'm not excusing bad games. I'm just saying it's not anybody's benefit being like, aha, it's doing badly, I want to see it fail. It's like, it's not good. It's like, you know, well, it's partly that I think it's people feel like there'll be a satisfaction in a definitive result. It's that thing again of going, oh, I'm 100%, this is shit 100%. Oh, it's failed 100%. It's more like a, I told you so. I feel so good about being right. It's just trying to magnify that aspect of, you know. But it's like, no, there's no benefits. It's not good. It's not good. We don't do driving here. We just talk rubbish. Well, the fact, yeah, look, Daniel, people do love Misery, but the great thing about that is that means they watch this channel. So it's not all bad. I have to say, I'm here to capitalise on Misery and help make things even worse. If you're having a nice day and you're like, oh, everything seems pretty good, I'm in a good mood, sun's out, I've had a nice meal, everyone's well in my family, feeling great, I'm having a really nice time, you could then go, but I could put Game of Muscle on, and immediately you'd be like, oh shit, oh god. And that is a service that only really, like, BBC Parliament offers that. Lots of some news channels do, but you know, but we offer it for free basically. So a lot of people unironically watch this channel to see me like have a meltdown over iRacing, and because it makes them feel better whilst they're working it genuinely. This is true. This isn't even a joke, right? I think part of it's an ADHD thing. If you have a background stream of someone that's having a miserable time playing a video game, it helps you focus on what you're doing. And we do. I've talked to a few of our viewers. They put us on in the background, and me having a bad time on iRacing helps them focus on their work. Which is fair enough, because they're like, oh, my job's terrible, but at least I'm not Game of Muscle. So, you know. Ultra, my wife hates your voice, so when she gets on my nerves, I put you on and she rolls her eyes. You know why she hates my voice? What's the COVID label about? We had a COVID and flu vaccine and yesterday, and I feel terrible. So I'm trying to recover from it. My immune system is either very good or very bad. I have like the energy of a dried slug. I'm feeling a little bit better after eating though. We just had some paracetamol, so hopefully we're on the up. The last night was terrible, mental dreams, and then I didn't get out of bed till like 1. So I do feel it. I think I'm feeling a bit better, so good. I'm not yeah, see, that was my day 1 patch. The game's not patched, Billy. Well, supposedly it is, but it didn't do anything that I can tell. I watched Game of Muscle to prepare me for the end of life. How you doing, Billy? As well, I hope you're well. GT7, please give us some turning oversteer. I know. I don't know how Gran Turismo 7 players don't notice that. Also, right, GT7's force feedback is clipped by default. It's the force feedback signal is clipping from the game. And I've not seen any of the GT7 players mention this. His force feedback is terrible. Like, it's so laughably awful, but people are used to it. So they just accept it. They don't know any better. And it's really crazy. It's genuinely terrible. I did sleep all right, actually. It was just weird. Thank you. They're making you pump those chemicals. Oh, no, let's not go into this again. I voluntarily pump chemicals into my body every day. F125, I think, can be quite fun for people. Dave Cam's not a knob. I like Dave Cam. We might disagree on certain things, but Dave Cam's all right. Speaking of oversteer, playing PMR and overshoot a corner massively, but AI car smashed into my rear and straightened me out. That's always good when that happens. How's the Porsches in this? Oh, it's just the boss. Just the boss. Just the boss. I think they were all right last time we drove them. Maybe we'll do a bit of driving in a minute. I think we've almost might be able to do some driving. Ian DL2, you like the force feedback? You don't know. You probably don't. To be honest, the force feedback in LMU is passable for the basics. But if you play AC1 with the wheel set up nicely, or iRacing with Marvin's app set up nicely, you can feel like really nice detail that's just not in LMU. For like the load of the tyre, like how much grip you've got. In LMU, it's really abrupt. But you can totally... LMU is very drivable. It's really easy to drive. It's good fun. Matt Jacobs, given that you say sim racing is misery as a hobby, surely PMR. But yeah, they nailed it. I mean, they didn't manage to beat the flight sim, the 5-hour load bar on Microsoft. Microsoft Flight Sim 5-hour load bar. No one's beaten that. That was this year as well, I think. I know it was last year. Is it 25? That was last year. Oh, it's the end. It was the very end of last year.
The pace car is out of control.
Absolutely amazing. The misery lifestyle sim.
The pace car is out of
Thanks
control.
for following, guys. Appreciate it. Welcome along. The day I turned on AC for the first time was the day I understood what my wheelbase was capable of. Yeah. A lot of people don't realise. The force feedback in PMR is really good if you set it up right, but yeah. Well, also, a large part of sim racing is messing around with the equipment and just making it work, and I think a lot of people actually genuinely enjoy that. Ian, wonder if it's been a bad year for games development on the whole. I think so there's definitely been a lot of like investment slowdown, and well, AI, what happens is when you have something like AI, everyone just throws money into that bubble, and then that money's taken out of other stuff. So what you had was like there was like an esports bubble, which I always thought was stupid. Then there was like the crypto bubble, and you're like, well, this is just stupid again. It's not the putting money into something of no intrinsic value is really dumb. And now you've got this AI bubble, and I some aspects of the AI stuff does very much make sense to invest in, and there will be a lot that comes from it. But it's also there's a lot of it that's really up in the air. So as is always the case, although I would have said with computing, so the 1970s, 60s, 70s, 80s, basic computing stuff, it seemed like a very sort of incremental process. Whereas what happens now is that people invest in the sense so quickly. Like, people used to be a lot more conservative, or the markets would be more conservative with a lot of stuff, not everything, but with tech especially. Whereas now people are just drunk on tech investment and stuff. So anyway, the money that would maybe be loose for games is just pumped into AI because they're like, well, it's going to make more money. So if you ever do business, you notice that if you're doing a startup business, there's always, every like 3 or 4 years, there's like a new stupid thing that investors will throw money at, and it's really dumb. So it's like back in 2007, it was microtransactions and cloud computing. And so if you were doing a pitch to investors and you're like, oh, our game has microtransactions and it's a somewhat social, and we will use cloud, we will use Amazon web servers, and it'll be done on the cloud, and it's multiplayer, they'll be like, some money. And then the thing before that was dynamic technology. So like, you know, if a game had like real-time lighting or some physics and things, people were like, then there was a whole social media thing as well. It was like, can you integrate it with social media, to what degree? And often, and what happens is, as a business, this is why you see AI strapped onto everything now, like even fridges or God knows what. The problem is that a lot of investors are actual idiots, and so they just there's pools of money that are just thrown at stuff, and if you happen to tick 3 boxes, they'll be like, oh yeah, well, they can get like 0.01% of our investment, and it's, well, whatever, we won't even look at it. It's so dumb. I think if a lot of people realise how dumb capitalism is in many ways, they'd have an aneurysm. But anyway, so unfortunately, I think that's ruined many games as well. And then within the gaming space more directly, it's the whole marketplace stuff. Like, does your game have the potential to be the next full virtual world, like a Fortnite, or like a whatever, you know, like a, what other games are there? Like CS2 with its store, or Roblox, exactly. Because those games make billions. And also, the game has to appeal to 10-year-olds, right? So, if you can't pitch your game to an investor that's going like, oh, maybe I'll make 5 billion off this, they're like not interested. And so games that are actually good, so back in the 90s and 2000s, before like 2007, you could pitch a game based on it being a good game, right? So build the next Facebook. Yeah, just copy and paste. It's mental. Tortellini, are you actually streaming this for 3 hours? Guys, it's Tortellini, the man with the best shirts. How you doing, man? I'm not feeling well, and I just wanted to talk about the game and address comments that people were making, because I thought it'd be hilarious being bombarded, but everyone's been quite nice, actually. I thought I did this stream thinking, it'll be really funny, feeling unwell. No, we just had a vaccine, but I'm just like, we had COVID and flu together, and it's I'm just pathetic. I was totally pathetic. So I was like, I feel terrible. What will be really funny? What will be really funny is being bombarded with people screaming at me and just answering the questions while I was feeling terrible. Genuinely, I thought that'd be hilarious. So that's what the plan was. But actually, everyone's been great. We've just had nuanced conversation, and it's been fun, like talking about the points and stuff. It's actually been good. So, yeah. So, it kind of backfired. I thought it would be really funny. I have a very masochistic sense of humour. I am Lil Ars. Have you ever tried using your sim racing hardware to play non-racing games? Yeah, watch our flight yoke, our Force Back yoke video to play driving sims, and then we've used joysticks to play trials. We used to do loads of videos that were just using the wrong equipment to play games. We've got a video of us playing X-Plane 11 using a steering wheel. But yeah, guys, check out Tortellini's channel. If you're like a esports driver or you want driver coaching, Tortellini's like super fast. He was really fast in ACC. I think he's playing more LMU now. But give him a sub to his channel, and then if you want driver coaching, he's quick. Sadly, he does play or did play ACC, so you know, and he dresses well. He has good shirts, so that's always good. So give him a sub. Check out his channel. I missed Billy Strange as well. Check out his channel. I haven't seen the greatest video. What, killed you with a wheel? Oh yeah, Google killed you with the wheel. That's had like 800,000 views. That was what made me decide to do YouTube full time, pretty much. Right, it was the first video where I was like, oh, I can actually get views doing YouTube. Such a dumb video, so good. Nerf Tortellini. I would, if I was building a simulator, right? If I was building a racing sim, I would get Tortellini's IP address. I'd run a server. I'd look for when he's on it, and I'd get his IP address or look his username, and I would put ballast on his car, but I wouldn't tell anyone. You could, as a sim developer, you could ruin an esport guy's career by doing that. They'd be like, "Oh, why am I so slow at this sim?" And they would go mental. They would be like, they would really like, it would drive them to insanity, because they'd be like, "Well, I can't get it. Why are those people accelerating faster?" They keep checking their equipment and everything, and they'd do all the setups. They'd try everything. They'd go insane. And what you could do is you could alternate it. So at one point it's like a little bit of ballast. The next point it's the brakes are a bit less effective. And you could make it so it's really subtle, but it's enough that would throw off an esports driver from like apexing precisely. That'd be well funny. Well, it'd be funny for me. How much for a session with Tortellini? It depends what sort of session you want. He's a proper esports driver though, so I say it's $200 for an hour, and that includes my $30 fee for finder's fee. But I'll give you a discount, so it's $150, and I still take my finder's fee. So it's $150 for an hour in LMU from an. That's a well good price. Are we done? Is that a good price? Have we sold it? How much DSN Grove? How much do you want to pay? I'm bidding for tortellini. £5, £10, £20, I'm going with the man in the t-shirt. I'm going with the £20, £44. I'm going to with the driver coaching. With the £25, 300 to the man in the blue trousers. Billy Strange. The biggest thing right now with AI is you can't pass on the inside of a corner. €60. That's way too cheap, tortellini. That's stupid. So it's a... Oh, shit, you idiot. You idiot. For 2 hours, you've literally just cut your price in a... Like, what did I say? 200 for 1 hour? This is ridiculous. To be honest, 60 euros for 2 hours is cheaper than a massage. Maybe it gives you a massage as well. But yeah, Tortellini is a good driver. You probably learn a lot from him. I tend to ignore him because he annoys me. But Billy Strange. The biggest thing right now with AI is you can't pass on the inside of a corner. Unless you completely cleared them. Pass on the outside and you're fine. Yeah, they just turn straight in. I told you they trained the AI on iRacers. Genius. Jack Makokokov. That's half of what you charge for drum lessons. Yeah, but the thing is, playing the drums actually requires skill. Being a fast sim racer just requires you to be a very supreme loser. So, and drums are cool. Whereas being a sim racer is not cool in the slightest. So, you know, that's the difference. You know, that's why you can charge twice as much. Also, if you get really good at playing the drums, you can use that to defend yourself on the streets of London. Have you ever seen someone try and pickpocket someone that's doing a nice little drum fill on their forehead? Ain't going to take your money off you. They'll be bamboozled. They'll be like, oh, this is a good beat. You deserve free sessions. The penalty system. Oh, yeah, I don't know. That's just the torture. The drums to a knife fight. Oh, I'm in central London all the time. You just have to be tall and bold and people leave you alone. It's simple tip. I mean, why would anybody not be tall and bold? You know, really, if you're going to go into a city, surely it's your fault for not being tall and bold and looking like a ruffian. Bap to boop. You feel like the devs overall should have taken much more user feedback during development, like their processional AI. It's more realistic but kind of boring. I mean, I don't know what feedback. So this is the other thing. I don't... when developers have like beta stuff and what have you, I don't normally take part in them because I like to review stuff when the actual release version. But who has the best penalty system? LMU's I think is really good. The AC one where it's like, right, you got to park for a week. I think LMU has really good penalties, right? Like you can slow down before you get it, and it's a bit like the ACC thing where you get 3 warnings. But yeah, if you cut the track or think you have and you slow down a bit, you're not going to get a penalty. I think that's a good way of doing it. It's a playground if you're over 6'1", yeah. But that's just natural selection, Euryditis, to be honest. The danger I have is that I'm at the exact height of Japanese women's umbrellas. And so my eyes, I have to wear eye protection. Because it's always like the small women with the pokey umbrellas. It's the edges of the umbrellas are like in my face all the time. It's ridiculous. Sim racing counsellor. A lot of people would disagree with you. A lot of people think I'm like a rage baiter for some reason. I think they're just upset that I said that iRacing's tyre model's not very good, but Imagine Element Future. Imagine a penalty system based on elastic bands. The postman penalty. If you're in P1 and cut the track, the others gain speed. And what's that got to do with elastic band? And then a ginormous elastic band comes out of the sky. Boom. I know what you mean. Like, yeah. Like, yeah. I know what you're saying. It's quite funny, though. That's like Carmageddon 2. Imagine if there was a new Carmageddon game. Wait a minute. In the last 5 years, there's been more video games released before they were completed. Well, that's it. Should have had a price category in the last video. I know. We'll do another one. The comments on that video, I got absolutely right. This is an example of the type of comments I've been getting. And the problem is, I like to read comments because we actually get a lot of comments from. We get a lot of comments from people that, they've actually been genuine, and so I like to. It's nice, but we also, with some things, we get a lot of really dumb comments. Here we go. On our video ranking of games, BS video, opinions getting crazier every day. Please don't ask what specifically. List is too long. Unsubscribed. So we can't. Right, because I've been replying to people that have just been saying stuff and me going, oh, can you tell me why? Just give me a reason. And nobody gives a single reason. They're just angry. So now this guy's preemptively said, don't ask me what specifically. I mean, why even? And if you've unsubscribed, why write a comment? Why do you care for me to then know that you've unsubscribed? It doesn't make any sense. It's stupid. Oh dear. Here we go. Here he is, the person who knows where everyone's thoughts originate from. Also, anyone expressing an opinion that matches reviewers' negative opinions is just repeating that opinion, unless it's complimentary or aligns with his worldview, in which case he will complain he's doing the thinking for you. Right. If someone has literally quoted what other YouTubers have said, it's not unfair to say you are quoting what other YouTubers have said. Right? What? Like, if someone doesn't make a reason. Right, here goes another one. Another one, guys. Oh, dear. ACC, terrible force feedback. WTF are you on, bro? It's like, okay. I rate your opinion as a top 5 content creator, but on ACC and iRacing, you're wrong. ACC pre 1.9 update was good, so we've upset the ACC players. it's a bit unfortunate for them that Max Verstappen doesn't like ACC, and I think it's for similar reasons that I don't like it. So, Lino, it doesn't enforce feedback. This PMR has much better force feedback than ACC for telling you what the car's doing. So if you're and in that video we specifically said taking the best cars and the most charitable view. The GT1 cars in Project Motor Racing are way better to drive than GT3 cars. So, but yeah, as a video game as a whole, ACC is way better than Project Motor Racing because it's polished, right? And I even said that in the video. I'm like, you know, ACC is really polished. It's a lot of artistry's gone into it. The audio's good. You know, you can't. It's like you can't fault them for the work that they put into it. Tortellini, current AC Evo. Well, 0.4 at Sim Racing Expo seemed really good, but the current version's got really big physics issues. You need to compare apples with apples. Yeah, but the problem is it's difficult because, well, first of all, GT3 cars are terrible, other than AC1, which is at the top, right? AC1 is at the top. So it's really weird for people to fixate on me on PMR on that list when I've put iRacing above ACC, I think. So it's just propaganda and poor done at that. This is a good comment. It's a really good one. I genuinely bought PMR off the back of what you said about it on videos and streams. After playing it for myself, but keep in mind in my videos, I literally said it's not ready. They shouldn't have launched it, so I'm not sure why he bought it off the back of that. After playing it myself, I now have come to the crystal clear realization that you're either completely clueless or a paid employee. Those are the two options. Completely clueless or paid employee. There's a very selective two options. The two options: completely clueless or paid employee. Surely a paid employee could also be completely clueless as well. Those things could exist together. Yeah, you got it wrong. We are clueless and a paid employee. Oh dear. At this point, just admit it's a sponsored series of videos and be done with it. We're still going to watch some of your content one way or another. Right? It's such a weird thing to suggest when if you place a video game 5 places under like other titles that are 10 years old, how on earth would that be good sponsored content? Yeah, I'm sponsored to promote a game and I'm saying that just about all the current leading games are better. Well, that makes sense. Oh dear. DNS Grove, yeah, I play it a lot as well, and every moment I hate, but it can be fun as well. Reporting on the current hot topic, sponsored. Right, Ryan Afrector. My favourite thing about Max Verstappen agreeing with my view on physics is that he's a checkmate for sim racers, a pro driver, a pro sim racer, and plays iRacing and AC. Yeah, I know. It's right. The Max Verstappen thing's hilarious. I've known for a while that he prefers AC or generally likes AC and what you know, right? And so it's hilarious the amount of people that are like, oh, Max Verstappen plays iRacing. My thing would be, it doesn't matter. Lots of pro drivers have like really random views on what sims they like and for what reasons, just like sim racers, because sims are not like real life, right? They are in some ways and not in others. So yeah, it's really funny that him saying that publicly, and then it's quite interesting that all the people that slagged me off for being a supporter of a Simcade game, iRacing, all the shit I got, for some reason none of them have like messaged me and gone, oh yeah, no, actually we think you're probably right. You're just like, well, you know, they just conveniently forget everything they said. Oh yeah, no, also, yeah, with PMR, apparently I'm paid off by Kunos to slag it off, and also being sponsored by PMR to be overly positive about it. So it's really, I should really be making a lot more money, because I could be getting bribed, and by both sides, really. I've really messed this up. Get the bag. Double agent muscle. Later in that same interview, he doesn't mention the sim, but he says that if the tyres are screwed up, then the whole sim falls apart. I don't know what. Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of the problem with tyres, isn't it? I would be sponsored by Sennheiser. They changed ownership, didn't they? They were bought by someone, but Sennheiser's great. James, the point is, Ian Bell manages to pull this shit for the 6th time, not the 4th as some might think. Hang on. This is controversial. I really liked Project Cars 2. Like, I think it was a good value game, and it was fun to play, and it had a load of really good features, and it was fun to drive. I didn't think it was like a perfect sim, but it looked great. It ran well. It had really good content licensing. You could create races, fill them with AI, have your friends jump in. You could adjust the force feedback massively to whatever you wanted. So, like, compare it to other games that cost 30 quid that are trying to be realistic, or 40 quid that were trying to be realistic. It's actually a pretty good... It's not that it's bad value for money. 100% it's got loads of bugs in it, loads of stupid stuff. They definitely always try to do too much with their games, but... Oh, the zero grip puddles were great fun. Breeze have been pulling their asses off to remove the P-car shit. They've still got work to do. This drives better than AMS2. But yeah, no, overall, the thing is, yeah, I totally agree. Project Cars 2 needed more polish and more patches. But overall, I think Project Cars 2 as a video game was not bad, like as a general video game. Tortellini, a lot of the games they made were great game products as a whole, but yeah, so that's a big problem with Project Motor Racing. The technical issues. This is the issue with this was the big problem with EAWRC. I don't think EAWRC is necessarily a bad game. You know, it could be better in many ways. The problem is if your game does not run at an average frame rate on what is very high-end systems, or you get pauses and stutter, or that you can't navigate the menus very clearly, or you need to have a degree in force feedback set up, you know, that's the kind of stuff that's going to, like, put people off, right? Or just ruins the game. No matter how good or bad the game is, it'll just outright ruin it for everyone. Yeah, well, Lena, no, I agree. Like, it's what I've always said about, even though I don't enjoy the handling so much in AMS2, we keep doing videos and we always point out in the videos that it's really good to see them doing stuff and improving it. And same with Kunos. You really have to appreciate that they build up that trust. That's the thing, isn't it? So even with Evo, I think even those of us that are being critical of its early access launch, which is categorically a shit show, everyone is still like, actually, they still have trust in Kunos to actually sort it out, which you can't really say for a lot of developers, right? So, no, I know it doesn't matter if you release something as a early. The problem is as well, the early access thing has been used as a bit of an excuse to get cash, when a developer probably shouldn't be doing that to that maybe necessarily. So like, also as an early access, I think Evo was even bad as an early access. Like they should have put less stuff in it. Evo should have just had one track, one car, and whatever the best car was and whatever the best track was, and a hot lap competition, and gone, right, this is the early access. And then also Marco made the mistake of over promising, really, in terms of the time frame, which they've said that they're aware of, right? You know, from talking to I've talked to Marco a fair bit, and like I get the impression like he's not he's just passionate. He's like Italian, isn't he? Like he's genuinely you know, with the Kunos guys as well, that they are really down to earth, and they've got a good sense of humour. I mean, like it's you know, so I'd say the same thing for the straightforward developers, but who knows what else is going on in terms of like overarching decisions and who has control of those overarching decisions. You don't even, you don't necessarily know what you don't necessarily know the overall structural things going on. But yeah, I mean, the problem is I've always been a Kunos simp. even like the reason I give ACC so much shit is because AC1 is so good, and I know. I know that it's not going to damage the game or damage a company or just damage stuff for no reason. So, and yeah, I mean, I think if Kunos, when they did ACC, were like absolutely struggling for they were totally screwed. But to be honest, they mostly just complained about it in live streams. It wasn't really in videos that I'd go on about ACC. And also, I was just annoyed by the fact that what I said about ACC is absolutely the case. Like, it's not debatable. The force feedback is shit in that game. Like, there's a reason Max Verstappen doesn't like ACC specifically. It's because the game is terrible how you have to drive it. Like, anyway. So I think it's fair as well. No, Lena, I agree with you. Again, right, this is the other thing. I think mods are actually a bad thing for driving sims in most cases. It messes up okay, a game should be designed with the potential for mods in the future. However, presenting it as a moddable game and all this stuff, I think ruins the solidity and the coherence of the game, if that makes sense. And the problem with AC1 or some games, when they put mods in them, this happened with Unreal Tournament, this happened with Half-Life, Doom, Quake, a whole bunch of games with mods and stuff, is it can completely break the multiplayer and the online of the game. Because everything's just a mess in content, and then it's like, oh, we go on the website, get this from here, and then maybe get this from here, or we use Steam Workshop. It's like, well, I just want to play a good game. And then AC1, right, the stock cars, the basic cars in AC1 are some of the best cars in sim racing, and you have this meme now that keeps getting repeated. Even Jimmy Broadbent's repeated this meme, which doesn't help, but this meme that You have to have mods for AC to make sense. It's because of the mods. It's bollocks. No, it's total bollocks. There are really good mods. The graphics mods really do improve how it looks. And there's loads of features from the mods. The mods are great. However, the base cars in AC1 are really fantastic. The Porsche Cup 2017, pretty much all the Lotuses, the F2004, loads of the vintage cars. They might not be perfect, but yeah, Exactly, Tortellini. It wouldn't exist if the cars just wouldn't drive. Billy, yeah, there are cars in OGAC that are mental. That is mostly the setup on that McLaren, though, to be honest. Because that was one of the cars that I really struggled with. But I've 100% completed AC1's Steam challenges, and there's only 100 people that have done that. So I think there's very few people that have actually played and put over an hour into every car in AC1, and so they just haven't seen it. So the mods though have absolutely. So what made AC1 popular mainstream was the cruising mods, and then basically 12-year-olds that want to pretend to drive road cars. That's a much wider market, and you can see when the cruising mods came out. That is when AC shot up, and it's also why BeamNG sells so well, because it's like the cruising thing or just crashing into stuff. That is when it that's when AC got popular. That is so that's what made it more mainstream popular. Yeah, so but I don't disagree that some of the cars are broken, but there's a lot of cars in the sim that are literally the best cars in sim racing. So the 2017 Porsche Cup is incredible. The F2004 is incredible. The Lotus, most of the Lotuses, the Evora, Elise, and what have you, they drive very similar to real-world Lotuses. Like, they're the absolute same general handling characteristics. The Lotus 211, I think it is, track day car, absolutely incredible. Like, so there's basically at least 10 to 15 cars in that game that you cannot find any other car in simulators that is vaguely close to how good they are. So no, that's stock game. No force feedback tweaks. Absolute stock game. So the F2004 in Evo, hang on, let me see if I can show you. So it was broken in the current. I've not published this video. Wait, let's see if I can get this video up. I haven't published this. See if I can find it. Yeah, the F2004 in Evo is totally messed up. However, please hold. Please hold. This might be this might be tricky to find this video. People don't realise how, when you record videos at events, how many videos you end up creating. It's a bloody nightmare. Oh, here we go. Check this out. Audio track. Oh shit. Well, I think the audio is really bad. That might be why we haven't published it. This is this is 0.4. This is a 0.4 Evo. Right. Doesn't this look totally different to the 0.3 F2004? This is on the Nordschleifer. Didn't change anything with the setup. We are on a bit of a crazy motion rig. Maybe we're underdriving. We don't... This is just us jumping onto Nordschleifer. It doesn't... We don't lose control once. I was well enjoying myself. Put me into the F2004 and the Nordschleifer. ImSim's well good. I love ImSim. It's on your group. Oh, Tiago or Hugo. No, I really like the guys at ImSim. No, they're really good people. They got a really good sense of humour as well. How good does this look? Yeah, no, I've been to his house. He's good. He's a good guy. He's really nice. Really nice guy. He's crazy, but I like that. No, the guys at ImSim are really good. Like, they put up with me being super annoying. They're like, careful with Portuguese people. They will give you so much hospitality. Honestly, they're too nice. But yeah, like we'd have been dead. We'd have been dead if this was the previous version. But yeah, no, I really like the guys at ImSim. They're just I like down to earth people that are like matter of fact. Do you know what I mean? Like no bullshit. When something's crap or not working, they just say it how it is, and then they, as a result, if you look at ImSim products, right? When something's shit, they're like, oh, it's shit, and then they fix it. Yeah, it's a shame that the products are a little bit pricey. You know, it's a different market, but yeah, I mean, they're just selling to a different market, so. Doesn't this look like I know this is 0.4 in ACES, saying that I didn't want to hype it too much, but in case when I get it at home, it's not the same. But it felt amazing on this. Yeah, see how we're correcting those slides? And the car's like stable. But probably before the end of the year. Kunos like to do like Christmas launch stuff. Kunos like to troll YouTubers. It's hilarious, right? They did did that announcement on Christmas Day last year for like the Nordschleife or whatever they were doing. And so all the YouTubing companies, like all the people that do media in sim racing, were like trying to enjoy Christmas. And they've all got to make videos to get in there on the hype on Christmas. It's like, wait, sorry family, I've got to do some sim racing stuff. So stupid. Kunos are mega trolls. But no, Kunos are great. But they are arses. But yeah, like this seemed like a massive improvement. There's a whole bunch of stuff, the technical stuff that they've done with Evo to improve it. So no, but it's a good car track combo for testing like stuff at extremes. I think I've started to feel a bit better. Yes, vaccine wear off. We'll be able to drive in a minute. See, just looking at Assetto Corsa makes you feel better. Well, I mean, have you seen... Hang on, let's see if I can find the video. Oh, we've got an extended video of... here we go, hang on. Honestly, Sim Racing Expo is mental. Hang on. Let me just get...
Okay, let's go.
Right, here we go. Right. Tell me.
So in literally 2 minutes, you will be asked to move away. You can have to say, "Can somebody over?"
Right.
Because for logistics reasons, there are some people walking here, and the thing is closing. So in literally 2 minutes, you will be asked to move away, and we are sorry for that. But the nice news is everyone here is going to be here from tomorrow. Will from 5:05 in the interview over the weekend and on. So yeah, really nice. Thank you, Navy. I'm just going to give the BPM to this guy. And we are going to give you a good night with some freestyle.
I mean, this is so dumb. Let me pause this. It's so dumb.
Freestyle rap, James. Freestyle rap.
So dumb.
No, Davide.
Here we are, they've got new wheels, they're really great. We've also got a driving sim, it's not going to make the wheel even big. We've got new pedals, the podium wheel, and there's also a rally game. You better play it, you better enjoy it, if you don't, Marco will slap you in the face. Marco, slap you in the face, Marco, he'll slap you in the face, slap you in his face with his DD wheels and his pizza. He loves pineapple pizza. Absolutely, yes. Say pineapple pizza. Pineapple pizza. How much do you love it? I love it. I think that's the end of the night, guys.
It's stupid. So dumb. Yeah, that's how so cringy. Oh dear. Yeah. So dumb. Oh dear. Can you imagine? Imagine that you're just minding your own business at a trade show, and then they're like, "Oh, come and do a rap." Oh, I know all that without auto tune. Oh dear. Yeah. So that's what happens. That's with Kunos like that. Yeah, terrible. It's good though. I enjoyed it because I thought it's so bad it's good again. That's what I told myself. That's how I deal with the stress of reality. Thanks for the core memory I didn't ask for. Well, imagine what it's like from my perspective. It's like a fever dream. Like, you play video games. So bad, it was just bad. Oh dear. Anyway, the 0.4 version of Evo seemed really good. We have done some videos on it on YouTube, so they're well worth watching. AC, LMU and iRacing are the holy trifactor. Any other opinion is delusional. You've missed out Live for Speed there. You and I will never get that time back. Well, I tell you what's really funny, right? I literally, one of the reasons I started doing YouTube is because I do get like a bit anxious. Like I used to get more anxious. It don't really bother me now. But I used to get really anxious about being on camera and like presenting and stuff. When I do business, we'd have to present to like investors and what have you, and just presenting and things. I like honestly would be like so sick. And so I was like, also I was just so shit at talking to a camera. I still am. But I so like just shit at presenting. So shit, it was like just shit. And so I was like, that's part of doing YouTube with cameras rather than just doing videos. So I started doing that. So, but the thing is, like, I really don't. I don't actually like being in front of people. Like, the thing is, I think I've just converted it into that. I find it hilarious. So I think that's a good way of dealing with stuff. If you find something really, like, anxiety-inducing, being able to see the humour and also, like, not taking yourself seriously is a really good skill to develop, because it doesn't really matter anyway. But so, like, as long as you know that you know, you've not got any, like, negative... You're trying to do something positive. You might be shit at it, but as long as you're trying to do something good, that's all that matters, right? Put the effort in. That's all that matters. So then you can be like, well, you feel terrible. You feel so awful, but actually you can then see the humour in that, and it's a really good way of being able to get over, like... Because part of anxiety is taking yourself too seriously. You're like, oh, what would someone think? Oh, what would this... you know, and then you'd be like, and it's like, actually, no one cares, and you're an idiot, so it doesn't matter. So, but at the age where nothing bothers Game of Thrones anymore, but yeah, it's pretty funny. Anytime you need to present, well, I feel so bad for at trade shows. There's often technical people are dragged out to do like public presentations, right? And I feel so bad for them because they're often the type of people that have not done much public stuff, and they're also people that don't want to do public stuff. So it's a double combo. And then there people are like, oh, go and present to all these people. Like, it's so bad. It's so unfair for them. And I think the problem is, CEOs of companies or people that have done a lot of public stuff or people that just don't have social anxiety at all, they often are in charge of companies and they don't realise how bad it is. So they're just like, oh, it'll be fine, don't worry. Whilst the person that they're asking to do that is like having a mental breakdown, like literally a total breakdown. So people need to, often it's pretty bad how you're allowed to torture people like that. You wonder when a lot of current sim racers got into sim racing, how many have heard or played of Live for Speed? Most of the like new ones maybe not, but like all us oldies like Jimmy, Random Call Sign, myself, most like Sean Cole, Darren Ganges, but a Revolution, Billy Strange, the oldies know. But oh yeah, that kind of makes it. You do a lot of music though as well, right? Now, so I think when it's a small group of people, the crowd is like identifiable. So you're like, oh, you could think about the individual people. But if it's a big audience, then you're like, well, you know, you're not really talking to anyone individually. So it's a different dynamic. But to be honest, like if someone's really good at presenting, they actually treat a big audience as an individual person audience, and then they specifically like look at individual people and sort of present to individual people at a time, and that ends up being really natural. But that's well hard to do well. Me, for some reason you can't watch the streams once they're over. Sometimes the streams aren't listed afterwards. I do try and make most of them in the category on YouTube, but the problem is, if I don't say at the start of a live stream, this is a live stream, subscribe and whatever, people click the thumbnail, think it's going to be a video, and then they unsubscribe. So it's I have to remember at the start of live streams to tell people that it's a live stream, you know, and so then normally I put the live stream in the live stream playlist. But YouTube's a bit weird. Or if we often do live streams that are over 12 hours, and that also breaks YouTube. It'll like just have the first bit and not another bit, and it's weird. What's Sean Cole up to? He's doing Simpit. About a revolution. About a revolution. Sean Cole's a legend. I keep saying this. I really want to meet him. RDM Racer reminds me of Simucube software engineer being hidden in the corner at Sim Formula Expo, and you needed to get through the booth of people to know he was there. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, but they're awesome as well. They're engineers. That's a really good thing about going to trade shows, is that you can actually talk to the actual people that are really doing the crazy work. And like the thing, obviously engineers and stuff generally don't give themselves enough credit. It's super common for engineers to just they're bloody geniuses, and they take it for granted because it's been their entire life. So so from their perspective, they're like, they must be like, oh, everything's so terrible and why is everyone stupid? Because they're just doing what they do, and they're like, oh yes, this machine code to fix this and then this to do this. But yeah, they tend to be like, keep to themselves. So if you could like grab them and then sort of interrogate them, it's quite interesting. But that's a good thing with Sim Formula is good for that. So's Sim Racing Expo. If you just look for the quiet person. They're probably the one that's done most of the work. Live stream gets you new subs. It can do, but not really. It depends on the type of content you do. For me, videos do like 5 times as good as live streams. So live stream is terrible, but I like just chatting to people, and I like playing the Sims. And so live streams are really good to actually put time into the Sims before we do videos. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to. You know, I don't make that good money from live streams normally. So, but I'm basically capturing B-roll and testing stuff. And so when I do a video, it's like, oh, we've actually, like with PMR, we've done 25 hours of testing. So, you know. Sim Racing Garage is doing something else now. I think he might come back eventually. Sim Racing Garage. I've got this. Here we have a 3mm screw that's made out of composite steel, and it's each rung is 1mm apart, which has been machined in a factory in California, and the humidity in that factory is 4% humidity, And as we can see, that has impacted the length of the screw by 0.001 millimeters. And we're now going to take a look at the T-slot on this sim rig. And yeah, it's weighs 30 grams. It weighs everything. Well, it's good. It's relaxing. It's good to have someone take apart stuff. He's got an engineering background as well, so you can tell when he does stuff. But yeah, it's good. I like to feel like he was in Vietnam as a tank driver. It's not really mocking. It's yeah, there's a difference between like right, the way you've said that is if like my joke is negative to him. It's not. It's like the point is his channel, he would take stuff apart and measure it all and go into the it's more like a homage to what he does. I don't get why people do that. When you make jokes about stuff that are clearly not negative, someone tries to like convert it into a like, oh, you're being like so many. I've got so many comments of people doing that, and I'm like, what? Oh, bloody hell! How dare you? How dare you mock him doing more detail? Pastiche. Oh, that makes me want a Cornish pastiche. Yeah, don't feed the trolls. It's hard though, Real Sim Pilot. I am a troll feeder. I actually live under a bridge. Do you think any sim will get ray tracing that's good enough to accurately model how shiny my head is? I mean, Unreal 5 can do pretty good bald head. Billy Strange whale. I'm starting to feel better, guys. I'll be able to do some driving in a minute. Good old immune system. Let's go. That's pretty good for vaccines to only make you feel terrible for like 15 hours. I started feeling pretty damn awful at 5 a.m. So I was 12 hours. That's pretty good. I'll take that. That's a good trade. But it cost £130. COVID vaccine is like £90. And flu vaccine is 15, I think. It might have actually been like 130 for the COVID. It was something mental. I was like, bloody hell. I know! Mental! Just to feel terrible. It's worth it for me because, as I say, we travel and we work, we go on planes and stuff because I hate the environment. Got chills and you felt hot at the same time. But that's because you're so sexy, random call sign. You always feel hot. Did you accidentally look at yourself in the mirror? Ooh. It's like, I'm so cold. Brings up the mirror. Ooh. Vaccinations in the UK, a lot of them are socialised medicine for if you're over a certain age. But yeah, I'm not a priority group because I've not got any like I'm not like immunocompromised or anything. I'm not over 50. I might look it. But yeah, as I was saying earlier, like I got so ill in January from Sim Formula Europe. I was out for a month, and I think that was just flu. And it's like, well, a month of not working is more than £150 of lost money, that's for sure. So has it not clicked as to why it's so expensive? As if no one would be stupid enough to pay. No, it's because it's so a flu vaccine is like shelf stable from what I understand, and depends on. We're not having a debate on vaccines in terms of what's good or bad, guys. I just don't care anymore. But some of the specific COVID vaccines, they have to be. They can only be stored at certain temperatures, so they have to be delivered, and they're time sensitive, and so you can't just. Also, there's less people taking them generally. So compared to a bog standard flu vaccine, everyone over 50 will take it in the UK, and it's a different type of vaccine. So, yeah, you did. Oh, exactly. That's the thing. I mean, when I had COVID, I was pretty messed up. So, you're not compromised. Martin, never. Oh, here we go. Never had the vax, never had COVID. Everyone I know who had the vax had it multiple times. Well, is it possible? Let's just do an exercise in critical thinking here. I'm not making an argument either way, but let's do a lesson in critical thinking. Do you think it's possible that you might not be someone that you're asymptomatic, which is most people? For some illnesses, they're asymptomatic, or some viruses, or some colds, or some flus, or COVID. They're asymptomatic. So it's possible that you had it, but you're asymptomatic. So that's that. So you wouldn't know you had it, would you? Wouldn't even test for it. That's one thing. Also, it's even if you have a vaccine for lots of different things, it doesn't mean that you can't still catch the thing, and it doesn't mean that you will necessarily be asymptomatic. So in the case of COVID, or there's a whole bunch of illnesses or different diseases, viruses, whatever, colds, flu, whatever, the people that are symptomatic, even after being vaccinated, I think, I might be wrong on this, but I think there's a correlation between if you're symptomatic and you were, even when you're vaccinated, it could be that you would actually have been a lot worse off if you weren't vaccinated, right? So they could have had way more severe outcomes. So like with it's different, but like with the flu vaccine, you can still get flu, right? You can still get flu even when you're vaccinated, but your body can deal with it quicker in many cases. So you recover faster. Or if you didn't have the vaccine, you might die. So it's not clear cut. So you have to. This is a thing with like lots of stuff. There's a. No, what I've said isn't virology. You don't have to be a virologist. I'm explaining just the nature of sort of critical thinking on these things. Like, I'm just explaining that you need to. There's multiple components to these things. Why you might see certain stuff happen. So yeah, we'll just. No, here we go. What is it? What is it with vaccine? Why is it that people cannot like? I know it's so the thing is though, here it comes. Right, the problem is though, I'm not going to talk about this anymore because I can't be bothered. The big irony is though, nobody can now talk about vaccines in a genuine way.
3, 2,
Oh, thank you.
1, go.
What people forget is AMD donated over 100 million of Threadripper parts to make the COVID vaccine.
And that's why my computer's running slower. Yeah, the problem now is it doesn't matter if someone was talking about vaccines in the most educational way and saying the most basic stuff, the conversation just gets derailed immediately. So what's happened, unfortunately, what it means is you have something that's like not a politicised subject, or shouldn't be, but no one can actually talk about it in a basic way, right? So And that's really dangerous. It's a form of sort of like censorship of a subject. I've not presented myself as a virologist. All I've said, I've just explained why you should be. So it's not even to do with vaccines. It's what we were saying with like Project Motor Racing, some criticism on Project Motor Racing or other subjects. Things are not binary cases. There's multiple components to stuff, and when something is happening because of one thing, it might not be connected to the other thing. And when things are lumped together, you have to consider the individual components of them. I'm not telling you what to do.
2, 1.
Biohazard, thank you.
Us un-American.
It's our fault. Yeah, I'm not even telling people what to do. People should do what they want to do. We're not even talking about what's good or bad. We're not talking about how things have been done. I've not gone into politics on this whatsoever. All I've said is the reality of understanding skepticism on specific points of things, which seems to be something a lot of people struggle with, which is a bit unfortunate. We don't want nuance. As an American, I apologise for every issue. It's not Americans, to be honest. Like we have the same thing in Britain. Everything gets politicised and turned into like 100% yes, 100% no. And you've seen that with Project Motor Racing and anything, right? Things get turned into if you are not 100% against it, well, you're terrible. And if you're 100% for it, or if you're not 100% for it, you're 100% against it. You know. So, is my CPU... Wait, we're moving on from that topic because it truly is unfortunate that you can't talk about it in any meaningful way without getting bombarded. So, next topic. I don't think that the Earth is flat. I actually think, hear me out on this, I think that the Earth is round. Now, I know that will upset people because you'll say, hang on a minute, he's comparing this position about skepticism about this thing with flat earthers, and that's not fair. How dare you lump us together? Which is true, I'm not lumping you together, but but it is also funny, so... It's really important to recognise that the government of individual countries does not represent every single person's views. And even the government is not a single view. There's lots of dissenting views within governments. So, you know, it's very important. And you'll find this if you travel a moderate amount and talk to people. Just don't travel to random call sign's house or talk to him because he's terrible. But if you talk to people around the world from different countries, anywhere, Russia, China, America, Isle of Man, Isle of Wight, it's a different country, I'm telling you. But if you travel around, if you dare to go to Scotland past Hadrian's Wall, this is very dangerous. But you'll find that vast majority of people have actual nuanced views on things. And are generally really nice to each other.
3, 2, 1, go!
Go! Thank you.
Dr. GM Ken IDMU Lump to Look at sich vor Lachen auf dem Boden wälzen, dich vor Lachen auf dem Boden wälzen.
Auf dem Boden wälzen? No, sorry, I don't look at lumps. I'm not a doctor. I didn't collect... I know you know I'm not a doctor, but the point is, what I said had nothing to do with being a doctor or anything. It was purely just a basic comment on skepticism. So to throw for, I know you're just joking, but to It's the official. I am the official. No, actually, I would like to say I am the official spokesperson for all British people, but only British people without hair. Now, Dave Cam might disagree with that, but fortunately, we alternate. We take responsibility between ourselves very seriously. Basically, Sean Cole handles the American bold audience, and myself and Dave Cam do the British. And it's a very hard job, but some bold people have to do it. Microchip fully enabled. Random call signs, not an astronomer. I thought you were. Why did you... Guys, I think we need to report Random Call Sign for misrepresenting his knowledge of space. Don't forget are Canadians human? I hate Canadians. They're really generally quite obnoxiously nice and apologise for stuff. I think we should only... do you know what I mean? That's just such an irritating culture. I've watched Due South, and so I'm pretty much an expert on Canadian culture. What about the Mothership 3i Atlas comet? Isn't that the one that's basically like an interstellar comet? And there's some really interesting stuff with that. If I'm thinking about the correct one, you have like some of these comets that are intersolar comets. They go from solar system to solar system, right?
3, 2,
1, go.
In the Earth is a Donut sich vor Lachen, auf dem Boden wälzen sich vor Lachen.
I would like a donut Earth. So what's really interesting with the comet thing actually is the fact that they go through deep space, right? And they're frozen they're really it's cold, and so they don't like so they're not necessarily really densely packed together, and there might be like a lot of ice or whatever on them. And so only when they go into a solar system do they then get close enough for a sun to start heating them up, which causes them to start ejecting more like material from that solar radiation, heating them up, and the ice melting and stuff evaporating and what have you. Which is like, and then they can actually they can crumble away as well, because they're often not like they're small, so they don't have much gravity on them. So like if you were to just tap the surface of some of these space objects, you tap them, they would like a load of it would fall off, because it's like sand that's just right. So some of them are solid, but a lot of them are. Anyway, it's super fascinating that you can have these objects going through the galaxy, and then they can break apart. And so you can really think that. Imagine if one of these objects happened to go past a planet close enough to pick up bacteria. There's on some moons and stuff, you have water ejected out of them. Even on Earth, there's bacteria that's like hundreds of miles, or maybe not hundreds of miles, but there's like bacteria and materials quite away from the atmosphere of Earth doesn't just finish, right? So there's other planets where it might be further, especially if water's ejected. Like if it's a moon that had life on it, it's ejected. Anyway, super interesting, I think. And it's a panspermia theory. It's one of those arguments that could be more likely than stuff actually happening, being started on Earth and stuff. Yeah, Europa's one of the moons that does that. Yeah, it has like water that's ejected into space. Anyway, also some of these comets are really big, but they're very small. They're not dense necessarily, and they're also small compared to a planet. So the gravity on them is like, think how low moon gravity is. Like, is it like 0.2 of Earth moon gravity? And the moon's quite big, right? A comet is, in terms of the main mass of a comet, it's really quite small. So yeah, it's fascinating. is it 0.6? Okay, the moon's pretty dense then. Actually, that's pretty impressive. Oh, I knew the moon was down. I mean, look at the moon. Look at the face on the moon. It does look pretty thick. Anyway, I find that stuff, like, I'm dumb. I'm not, I don't really follow it that closely. I don't understand the physics, but I think it's fascinating. Well, interesting. Oh, 1/6. Oh, there you go. So hang on. I was pretty close, right? What did I say? What did I say? 2.2 of the... Did I say 0.2 or... I don't know. What did I say? Can't even remember. I just know if I was to jump on the moon, how high to jump before I float off. So hang on. 0.6. 1/6. Hang on. 1/6. What's that? What's 0.2 in... if you were to put that as a... Yeah. What's that? I don't gamble. I don't understand these. 1/5. Oh, so I was close. You shit. I was well close. That was just from me thinking about how high people jump. That was all. That was just me entirely guessing it from how like if you were to jump, how much, like, in my head I was playing a video of an astronaut jumping. I was like, well, that's about that. I can't. Why would you call me out on that? I was so close. You have to go, well, that's bloody not acceptable. What a bastard. What? I won't be having that. He's off by a fractional amount in his casual conversation after admitting he knows nothing about it. What a bastard. What an absolute incorrect bastard. Oh dear. Moon force feedback. Did any of you ever play Big Red Racing? That had moon racing on it. It was really good. We need a new Big Red Racing game. That was awesome. Simulation. Is PMR better now? It doesn't seem like it. We're going to do some more driving in a bit. We're just waiting to feel better, but we're starting to feel better, so probably will do some driving in a bit. Raptor the First. I bought the game back in July and I love it so far. I don't know why everyone's complaining. Well, yeah. Oh, okay, Lucewell. I'll let you off. I'll let you off. Surely bait. Oh, he doesn't like a bit of bait. I need to eat some more food in a minute, I think, actually. We need to play some more BeamNG. Here's some bait. Will Ian let you drive AC now? He's still on his payroll for a few hours. Yeah, I mean, I've been paid so much by Straight 4. I'm contractually obliged to talk about Project Motor Racing for the next. I think it was. I think in the contract it specifically said play the driving sim for 25 hours on stream, complaining about the CPU performance. And I think we've met that contract. Do they buy it? Do developers buy out people? I don't. I know of like one-off like sponsorship things that you could do, like marketing sponsorship, where you do a sponsored video
The pace car is out of control.
I guess you could. I mean, anything can be done contractually, but. Look at Austin. Well, no, but he's like employed by them. I see what you're saying. Like you could, if someone seemed critical of you, you could like employ them for sure. Hang on. Domini Pervert. Not wanting to be a simp, but I've watching it earlier. Couldn't help notice you have the most amazing level of chilled energy when it comes to discussing potentially explosive subjects. My whole channel's an explosive subject, so we're pretty used to it. This is actually one of the really great advantages of... I have like really bad short-term memory, but really good long-term memory. But it means that I find it really hard to like... It would be difficult for me to like consistently lie about something. I would make mistakes very quickly. So the thing with being being critical of stuff, or you're going to be consistent, and so it's like it is what it is, right? You're going to say what it is, really. But I appreciate the kind words. Most people might hold their tongue in the hopes of future sponsorship. Actual buyouts would be a PR disaster if discovered. Yeah, yeah. I mean, also, I think people would know as well. Like, so, like, well, I don't know, actually. It depends, doesn't it? So, like you see with Battlefield 6, loads of streamers are, like, highly motivated to stream it because obviously you get high views. I mean, we got really good views from Project Motor Racing. I mean, maybe if I wouldn't have got as many views... I mean, to be honest, it's a new driving sim, so I would play it anyway. But, like, if you're not going to get the views, maybe you wouldn't have played it, right? So, but that would apply to anybody that's streaming. So, people play iRacing or Gran Turismo. People do content for Gran Turismo, absolutely, because it's got a big audience. So, that would apply to everything. But, yeah, I think with, like, Battlefield, for example... you have all the streamers playing it, but they're not. So what's quite likely that would happen is a publisher would do like a Battlefield thing, and they'll go, well, you can just play the game, but don't really comment on it, right? So, and then that would be a way to cover for a game, but driving sim companies don't really normally have the budget or don't approach marketing in that way, so... yeah, Ben Collins was doing marketing, but he also does consultancy on the game. But yeah, it's obviously part of the marketing is having real drivers, because people associate real drivers with the product. So it's like Lewis Hamilton did a thing with Gran Turismo, The West brother. Oh, the Call of Duty. No, not related to him. Fred, on the other hand, I'm really good at building patios, I have to say. People play iRacing because it's popular. Exactly. Yeah, it's got people in it, which makes the competition good. And then all the driver coaches use it. And then the hardware companies are like, oh, well, people play iRacing, so... we need to... no hardware company is going to come out directly and say, hello guys, iRacing's tyres at the limit are absolutely, categorically, nothing like real tyres at the limit, and it's flawed for XYZ way. Here's how it's flawed, and the force feedback shouldn't require you to use telemetry or Marvin's app. They're not going to do that, are they? They'll just be like, oh, Will's really good with iRacing. Wow, pure silence. You don't know everyone named West. Maybe if all the Wests were connected in some global conspiracy, the first thing that they would do is deny that they were connected. I'm really proud of our involvement in the Batman universe. Am I going to race? Probably in a bit. We just weren't feeling too well, so we're just chatting. It's been nice, 4.5 hours of just chatting and no driving. I've enjoyed it. This is just chatting, this is PMR just chatting. iRacing netcode has no peer. It's top notch. Every sim has its... So, iRacing's netcode is one of the worst things about that simulator. You do realise that? Like, there's half meter goes to contacts. Race Room has better netcode than iRacing. LMU has better netcode than iRacing. Ragebait. iRacing does a really good job of the car position visually being stable, though, which is great for oval racing. What did Lee say? Oh, did you get to try the SimuCube 3? I did, yeah, it's pretty good. I wouldn't say it's worth how much it costs, and also their new software's on the SimuCube 2, as far as I understand. So it's more the software that's better. The SimuCube 2 is more than good enough. The Mozart R12 or the old Mozart R21, and this is the new Mozart R21, is so beyond what is required and dependent on the Sims. It's so stupid, the force feedback wheel thing. Audience recovery, it's called. You're welcome. I haven't tried the Praga car. I tell you what's really good about LMU, Race Room, and rFactor 2 netcode. It's just accidental. This isn't really the netcode. This is the physics, but because of the physics, it actually helps the netcode. If you're a car on the outside of a corner, like, so here's a corner here, and you're on the outside and you're going to the apex. If the car on the inside, you go into the corner, the car on the inside is like not over halfway over your inside, and they stick their nose in like an idiot, or they like miss the brake point intentionally, intending to drive into the back of your car. In LMU, Race Room, rFactor 2, and I think rFactor 1, this car will go and spin off, and so this car, who was actually in position and actually owned the corner because they were at the apex turn or whatever, they had over the half the car in front. This car doesn't get wrecked by them, but in iRacing, ACC, AC, whole bunch of sims, the car on the inside will just pit the car on the outside. The car on the outside goes. So it's really weird. It's like I think what it is that the collision causes the front suspension to suddenly go down, and that causes the car on the inside to go. Whereas the car that was driven into, it's the back of the car being lifted up and doesn't cause the issue. There you go. Fun observation. Stephen Mills. Why is PMR the most hated game at the moment? Because they released an early access title, a game that's in an early access state with performance issues and default settings that are pretty poor. They released it as a full price game. Like if you were to buy it absolute retail, it's like £70 or something, right? Which is a lot of money. Red. It's odd that a small collision cause all grip to dissipate. So what it is that the tyres through a corner are normally already at the limit or very close to the limit of grip, and so when another vehicle taps that car, it instantly pushes the tyres over the limit. if you have a sim where the tyres can't recover over the limit, it means that you're done from the lightest of contacts. In fairness, in real life, when cars are really at the limit through a corner and you do that, they will often just they will just spin off, right? So it's not entirely unrealistic. However, there's many corners where a car can actually, the car on the outside can be tapped and they can catch it, right? Which is the case in AC, Race Room, LMU. But in iRacing, as soon as the tyres heat up, it takes far too long for them to cool down. The grip doesn't return. That's why iRacing drives so badly. Yeah, guys, please don't recommend any piracy on the channel. I know. It's also, it's something. So I'll read what he said, just in case you guys are listening. The default setup and not knowing how to dial the force feedback is a deja vu since Project Cars 1. Right. So the thing is, sims are very complicated, and a lot of people haven't got time or knowledge, and they will just dismiss the whole sim as being shit from a car setup being bollocks or the force feedback not being understandable with their wheel, which is totally reasonable. Most people don't have time. So this is one of the things that AMS2 actually did a good job on. LMU's done a good job on. ACC did a good job on it as well, as much as it pains me to say that. And to be fair, iRacing have actually done a much better job on this. So like last sort of 4 or 5 years, the expectation is that you have a good solid default setup and okay-ish passable force feedback, you know, and you just drive. It might not be competitive. So like ACC's aggressive setups, they're not that good, but they're fine. And all the default setups in LMU, totally fine. And yeah, so in fairness, the default car setups, the actual vehicle, well, a lot of the cars in PMR that I've driven, the older cars, the default setups are actually quite good, but the MX-5 default setup is insane, and the GT3 stuff and things just seem really weird. So yeah. Mort Sim Racing. Honestly like this game. I get that it can be underwhelming due to the hype, but as a casual sim racer, you find it enjoyable, minus the AI. Yeah. AMS2. The problem, AMS2's physics are not very good. Like, if you're not very good at sim racing, if you're not that good of a driver, you probably won't notice. That's not to say that you can't be very skilled at AMS2, but AMS2 has a very particular way to drive it that's a little bit weird. But it's, if you're like someone that's normally over 2 or 3 seconds off the pace, I don't think you would notice. So AC1, AMS1 just have way better physics. But yeah, the AI, the graphics, single player is a lot better in AMS2. Hello, Lentillion, guys. How's it going, man? Guys, give Lentillion a follow. A nice, he does a lot of Trackmania stuff. He's another handsome bastard. All these bloody streamers. Lentillion's a 90s pro skateboarder.
The pace car is out of control.
Give him a follow, guys. He has a really nice, chill vibe to his streams. Really good streamer to just have on. I'm all right. Yeah, we're feeling a lot better actually now. We started off the stream feeling terrible. We're gradually getting better, which is really good. Jacksaw, there he is. I was saying earlier that your video is shocking and I'm disappointed, and your content makes me repeatedly projectile vomit, and I think you should be ashamed of yourself. And I think I've reported you to trading standards, and chat can all agree that really we were all disgusted. Everybody watching this stream was absolutely disgusted with what you do. Chat can all agree. No, we were saying that I thought your PMR video was really good. The stuff that you were saying about the price of it, and your sort of just comments were really well rounded and good points to make about not throwing like people that happen to work on the project under the bus, which a lot of people do, and. You know, when a game launches shit, that it's worth considering the people that have actually worked really hard and didn't do anything wrong. And so it's really unfair that they bear quite a brunt of the psychological burden. You've completed life. Oh, I was being sarcastic. Didn't you notice that was sarcasm? Mort Sim Racing. I don't have any trouble with frame rate on a 49-inch monitor. Well, what frame rate are you getting though? And so maybe like it's quite possible that some processors are okay, but that's part of testing, isn't it? Like I have an 5800X3D chip, which is not brand new, but with a 5090 in that chip, if that doesn't run a game relatively easily, over half the people playing the game are going to really struggle. You know, what's this multi-chat? Well, because we've just been chatting, so I put the chat box on the screen so I could we could select who we're attacking. I can go like this. I can copy this, and I'm now RoboJack, so I can paste back your message. Look at this. Look at that. I've now I am now in command of your words. You have now been cloned. You will no longer have autonomy. Did I need to say it like, what is this? I can't do it. Turty Tree. You have a really soft accent, actually. Like, Lawrence has a much stronger accent, I think, than you do. Is it different? Where's your accent from, and where's Lawrence's from? I feel like Lawrence is from the city. You're from... Where's Lawrence from? He's Cork, okay. It's quite different, quite... Yeah, it's like I have like a Midlands accent rather than a dirty Southern accent. Damon Paver, I cancelled my Steam purchase of PMR, but I'm genuinely interested in buying it now just to see how shit it is. It's not that shit. It just runs badly and is not polished, and it was too expensive for how bugged it is. Did I get my CPU correct? Go me. I think the reason why I get confused is I have 4 computers. And I just don't care anymore. I used to be one of those computer builder people. I'm like, I'm going to get my RAM speeds just right. I need to get the best CPU for the money. And now I'm just like, oh, I just can't keep up with anything. The multi-chat box. What do you mean? Oh, this. It's sorry, I didn't understand what I thought I'd answered you. So about me being a bit stupid, guys. Bloody hell! It's really good. It's a streamer bot. Sometimes, I mean, you wouldn't know about this, Jack. So you wouldn't know about this because you're not that popular or as cool as I am. But I found out when you have over 1,000 viewers and lots of people typing, it struggles. But anything under 500 viewers and quite a busy chat, it actually works fine. So Super GT and Jimmy couldn't use it. And maybe there's a setting to make it not mess up. But if you're like typical shit streamers like me and you, I call myself a shit streamer and I can call you one as well and it doesn't feel bad. But we're like, I mean, I normally only have like 200 viewers at best, which I'm really happy. I really appreciate that. But yeah, for that it's fantastic. I think over 1,000, not 9,000, then it breaks. You always just top both boxes. I know. Yeah, it shows subs and images and bot. It's amazing, actually. You noob. Jacksaw is a noob. Can everyone call Jacksaw a noob, please, in chat? A streamer noob. Streamer noob detected. Streamer noob detected. What a fool. What an idiot. What an amateur. He doesn't even know how to use a chatbot. Let me link you to the website. It's this. Really good. And it's open source and it's mental. You can do loads of stuff with it. It's so complicated, I haven't even worked out the half of it. Here we go. But yeah, it's super powerful. The only thing is, it's a bit slow when you first load it. It takes a while to open. And yeah, there's some weird stuff with it. But you can, like you can set the font and the size and everything. Link up all the platforms onto it. You can even moderate from this window as well. I actually could do with getting some more food in a minute. Yeah, more settings. It did take me a while to set up. Actually, we just installed it newly on this computer for the so we could put this window on, and it worked. We just logged in, it worked straight away. And all it did was steal all my detail and take over my channel, so no loss. Yeah, it's fantastic. Fantastisch. Wunderbar. When are we doing a podcast? Well, so, yeah, that could be good, actually. But I was just saying to Random Call Sign, I'm very boring, and sim racing is very boring. So, I know Digiboom, like, Diggity Boom. So about that ADHD where you forget about stuff constantly. I'm really hungry. Oh, 4 hours later, I was too busy doing something. No, yeah, so me and Callsign were thinking of doing maybe a thing on the state of sim racing like once every 6 months or something. As like a video thing. Like a nice casual conversation. Maybe you could be involved as well. I don't know if 3 people will make it too much of a cluster. I always find podcasts harder to listen to. And, well, it depends, actually. But maybe we could do a separate thing, to be honest. Jacksaw has the best voice, though. Oh, don't worry. I'm not qualified. People just pretend that you are. No one notices. I keep going into the flight deck of aircrafts, and I'm like, oh, I'm the pilot for today. And they go, okay. Said it convincing. He's wearing a safety jacket and he's got a clipboard. Sometimes I take a ladder into nuclear power plants and I'm like, I'm here to fix the reactor. And they go, oh, he's got a ladder. Must know what he's doing. He's got no hair. He's probably already been irradiated, so he definitely knows what he's doing. You went to video game school. Yeah, I did, but that's not a good thing. That's not a positive. That's like the most... I mean... In some ways it is, because I did start a business after that, and we develop games and stuff, and then I did other stuff after that. So yeah, no, I literally qualified, but I only barely passed because I'd already started working on the business stuff before I'd finished my degree, because I didn't care about the degree, because it was parts of it were really good for learning like 3D art, animation, working with programmers, understanding architecture of things and what have you, but yeah, but it was a shit degree. Like, it was bullshit for sure. Like, I would not employ someone from that. But maybe no one employs anyone from an undergraduate degree. It's just to prime them. I don't know. Would love to make a heli racing rig, but don't want to be too cluttered. Well, my rig does both. I put an AB9 joystick on the right hand side, and then we have the HOTAS. I don't know if you can see it here. We have the HOTAS Warthog and the AB9 joystick. my muscles are all floppy. What is wrong with me? I just move my hands and I'm like, my muscles are all flopped. What on earth? I just only had a vaccine. So pathetic. My body is shit. The shittest body ever. Oh dear, so dumb. We've got the AP9 here and the Warthog here. Jesus Christ, I'm so unfit. What rig are you using? I'm using a SimLab P1X. Oh yeah, so I added this bar here. There's a little table here, but this is on a bar attached to the side. This here is a Bridgecast X, which is just because I repeat the audio to a streaming computer. Then on here we've got a separate arm on a hinge, which has a stream deck for this stream computer. Then we've got a stream deck for this computer. Then we've got the keyboard tray over here. It's everything's just stuck on. But you could just do this any T-slot rig and just buy some spare T-slot. Do you know if they've updated the AB9 software for the gear stick function? I don't think so. I'm not quite sure how it will ever work that well. It works great as a handbrake, but I'm really not sure how it could ever really work that well, because I don't think the gate patterns are too sharp for the resolution of the joystick. I did speak to Moser. I know I have some contacts and I've seen them at trade shows, and I suggested that what they should do is some kind of hard plate that goes over the top of the AB9 somehow, and then that plate just clip on top, and then that could act as the gate shape, and then the force feedback is just used to spring it back to the middle, right? And but I suggested that, but I don't know how well it would work, and I don't know if it's feasible for them. But that would seem to me to be the solution to the issue. Any motion rig hot takes? We've got the Cubic seatbelt tensioner, which we're doing a review video on. And it's very good, actually. Really, really good for what it is. Quite expensive, but very good. I'm a big fan of, I do like the Cubic Systems do good motion stuff. D-Box. Who else? Sigma Integrali, they do fantastic stuff. So I really like their corner point actuators setup, very minimal. I really like. Let me interrogate you live on stream. Oh no. It's always an interrogation. What do you want to interrogate me now? I didn't do it, damn it! It wasn't my fault. They told me that it was chocolate in the bag. I didn't know it was explosives. Tensioners are great for immersion, yeah. I really want to put rollers on the back with it though, because I think that would help quite a bit. It does feel to me with the Cubic seatbelt tensioner that some games output telemetry a bit too slow or delayed for braking, which then, you notice it. Like Flight Sim is too delayed. Some sims don't have the delay and it's quite good. Ooh. I don't know what to eat, guys. We need to eat something in a minute. I keep saying it. We need to eat. The first thing you say in an interrogation, I want to. Well, that's the thing. Actually, I do not know why so many people don't do that. Like, it doesn't take much research on these issues to be like, don't talk to the police, or like, especially if you've committed a crime, or even if it's debatable. It doesn't make, like, no beneficial thing would ever come from whatever you say, even if you've got good stuff to say. It will be used against you, which is literally why the police say, if you're being arrested, whatever you say may be used against you in a court of law. That is why they say that. They wouldn't have to say that if it wasn't the case that anything you say could be true, could be good, could be that anything you say can and will. Yeah, can and will. So, hang on. Ain't saying nothing, mate. Even if you're, like, the nicest person ever, which I've watched... there's actual interrogation and court cases on YouTube, and there's also dramatizations using the actual scripts of stuff, right? And people that are absolutely categorically innocent, that were trying to do absolutely the right thing and be helpful, and they were just naive, got absolutely effed and went to jail because they said something that, because the police or whatever were like desperate to arrest someone or whatever and not be come across as incompetent. So yeah, basically, also having someone else speak for you, this is not legal advice, by the way, guys, just to be clear, but having someone else speak for you means that you can always claim that they misspoke. Whereas if you say it, someone can go, well, you said this, and you'll be like, oh, I did, didn't I? Yeah. But if a lawyer says something, and then you can go, no, actually, I don't think they actually characterised what I was saying correctly. So that immediately gives you a huge, like freedom. Yeah, you have to say it, Jackson, because some people are, yeah. I've been on trial. Honestly, the UK legal system as well is totally it's so bollocks. I was speaking to what I don't know what they're called, like a barrister or whatever, like someone who works in the court with that represents people, a lawyer, but like they represented people in court, whatever, right? And the backlog is like 3, 4, 5 years. On serious stuff, like people that have like assault or like mental stuff. I don't think this is what's weird. People are going on about certain issues, and it's like, guys, the press are not covering the reality of the legal system at all. Like, it's insane, absolutely insane. As someone with no working memory in my mouth, exactly. You're trying to say don't cut left, but you actually say cut right, and then the car ends up in a tree. Destra, Sinestra. Shit, I got them mixed up. What's mission critical? What's going on, Jaxo? What do you want? Oh, hang on. Realism in sim racing is a myth. It doesn't exist. It never will exist. And pretending otherwise is the most ridiculous part of this whole hobby. Well, you could debate that. It depends what you mean. You'd have to define what you mean. Absolute realism doesn't, for sure. I mean, obviously, from your background with you started the psychology side of stuff, like it's fundamentally abstract, so it can't be absolutely realistic. Yeah, that's the thing, and actually you wouldn't want it to be, because it would be worse. But then again, obviously it depends how you're using the language, because you can obviously claim that some sims are more or less realistic than others in various ways. So you could, you know, and there are benefits to something being maybe more realistic in one way than another for enjoyment. So it'd have to all be defined, and someone would have to say what they're trying to actually say. Alex Rogers, you don't need someone with real world experience. That's actually a really common misconception, which we face a lot. Like, you absolutely can tell if a video game, up to a degree, but you absolutely, if you understand, no, you don't. Like, if you understand certain principles of physics, or certain, like, the nature of, like, video games and simulation, you absolutely can know if something is more or less realistic, having never done that thing. As an example, I could build a simulator of a rocket launch, the Apollo 11 rocket launch, and I could make one that was more or less realistic than the other, right? I could make one where the rocket takes off like a hot air balloon and then spins around and then has super agile control and, you know, gets to space within 2 seconds, right? I could make another one that has the acceleration properties you would expect from a bloody rocket, right? Takes, like, 30 minutes to get into the outer atmosphere, but it's less than that actually, but you know, and so absolutely you would be able to say, I've never been an astronaut, I've not even delved deep into the physics, but absolutely I can tell you that this one is less realistic than this one, right? So, you know, it's a really weird misconception. It's like, sure, if you're talking about really fine details, yeah, you really need to do the real thing, or that's going to really help. But if you're talking about very overarching physics properties that are incredibly obvious, like tyres not basically gripping a road or turning off, or a car not having very basic understeer or oversteer behaviour, you don't need to have driven a real car to notice those things. Alex Rogers, yeah, but right, I don't disagree. A racing driver has a better idea. No, actually, I do disagree. Sometimes, so a racing driver has a memorised experience of what driving the car they drove was like, and a subjective direct reference point. But they might not actually know why the car they drove behaved how it did, and they might not also understand the degree of abstraction with a video game of their car. So there's actually many instances where real-world drivers will give absolutely incorrect feedback on a simulator, and pilots have done this as well. So, no, you're just wrong. It seems, on the face of it, it sounds sensible. A person that's done X will inherently understand X better than a person that hasn't done X. But the problem is you're looking at it in isolation. So if you're like a person that's done X understands it better than someone that doesn't know anything, probably right, yeah? But a person that's done X might not know as much as a person that's researched X in many different scenarios, or specifically does loads of simulators or whatever. Or like a game programmer, or like a physicist, or someone that develops sims might know more. So it's the wrong question. It's a sort of oversimplification. Here we go. What did you want, Jacksaw? Jacksaw's screaming at you. He won't check. What am I checking? What do you want me to check? I don't know what to check. I don't know how computers work. Are you trying to harass me or something? If we were lacking data and telemetry from real cars, you'd need a real racer experience, but we have boatloads of telemetry data. Yeah, well, you've got telemetry, you've got video footage. You can, of course, talk to multiple race drivers, even if you haven't done it yourself. So multiple people might know better than one person, and you don't have to have done the thing yourself after having talked to multiple people to have a good idea. Yeah, that's true. The data doesn't directly translate into a sim, but that's not the point. The point is that it's not. You're making is it like a false dichotomy? You're presenting a you're presenting it as if the scenario is a person that's done race driving and then someone that has no other way to conceivably understand if something's more or less realistic. So you don't need someone to tell you. So, for example, I literally gave you an example of building an Apollo 11 simulator. If you're familiar with video games, right? No, you don't. I've just explained why. If you're familiar with video games, let's say you're making a 2D platformer, you can change values and it'll be very apparent which values are incredibly likely to be unrealistic if you were trying to do some kind of simulation versus something that's realistic, or even separate to that, if you're familiar with programming and computer game development, there's specific behaviors that tend to happen from simulators and computational real-time physics and things. So you'll be able to notice those specific behaviors. If you're familiar with simulation, you would notice them. So there's loads of ways that you could tell if something's more or less realistic within reason. I'm not saying Call of Duty. I don't think you're very receptive to the arguments we're making. You're just ignoring everything that's said. You've decided you're right and you're not going to adjust on that. Don't call people a numpty. I'm the only numpty here. Humpty Numpty. Enzo, man. Well, so the thing, obviously, racing simulators are abstract from reality. So, yeah, I think it does make sense to... Like, this is why someone like Max Verstappen is very good. Jimmy, Super GT. Like, they're going to be... Someone that's familiar with different racing simulators and how they generally operate, and also does a bit of real driving, is going to be... You know, it's going to be a good reference. But you also have to consider there are many people that have very specific driving styles. And actually, also, there's a thing that happens where if you do a real activity... So, I mean, I've experienced this. If you drive a real car and then you go to a simulator, you can... give the simulator property, like psychologically, your brain tries to make that simulator seem more realistic than it is. It tries to relate it to the activity you've experienced. So there's actually the opposite can happen, where a real world driver, or if you do a real world activity, and then you go to the simulated activity, you can confabulate, you make up in your brain literally makes up things that are not there. So I mean, you probably won't believe me, and I can't think of an example unless you've experienced it, but like, if you went to a racetrack in real life and you walk around the entire infield of the racetrack, right? You know what the infield of a racetrack looks like. then if you go to a racing simulator and drive around that track virtually, it will sit in your mind's eye. You'll still have a memory of the infield of the track that might not even be modelled in the video game at all, but your brain is automatically going, oh, I'm kind of in the same visual location, so of course that exists, right? So your brain is like filled in the gaps for you. And another example of your brain's doing that is if you play different sound effects for, like, if you have animated balls on a screen hitting into each other, right? If you play different sound effects, it can make the balls look as if they're either heavier, springier, or made of different materials. Even though the animation, it's just an animation that's exactly the same, the sound effect can make it seem like something different is happening. So, thanks, Bran. So this is the thing. So there's actually a real risk that a real driver that's very experienced can go into a simulator and give feedback that's actually completely stupid. And it does happen. Like, developers are aware of this. Ted with the X. How good is that theme tune? So if you also think of it this way, if you have to be a real race driver to know what's realistic, how is it that I've managed to identify that Assetto Corsa 1 is one of the most realistic simulators to drive? And how is it I've managed to identify that it's the most realistic specifically for the handling behaviour at the limit, how the cars are balanced with the wheel and the steering and the pedals, and how you can use the force feedback to balance that? How was I able to do that having never driven a real race car and even having a driver's license? How was I able to accidentally, purely coincidentally, be able to point out the exact reasons which then Max Verstappen, who is a big fan of mine, also agrees with? Was that just luck? Absolutely, even though I pointed out the exact reasons, was that just luck? I hadn't driven a... When I first started loving Netcar and AC and Richard Burns Rally, I'd never driven a car. So how did I know? I hadn't even talked to real drivers back then. How did I know? Coxie, Max Verstappen says it's the best. So if we're going to play the argument from authority... Also, Delara used AC... Giannetti uses it as a training tool. Most driver training centres use Assetto Corsa as a driver training school, or a lot of them do. So if we're going to play the argument from authority game, I think it's a pretty, that is true, Shumi. So... Also, there's this idea, maybe some people can't imagine stuff that hasn't happened yet. Like, I can imagine what's a stupid thing? Like, if I was to jump into a swimming pool on a pogo stick that's attached to a space frisbee at the bottom, I can imagine exactly what would happen in that scenario. I've never done that. I can imagine what it'd be like to sledge down a hill on a door, right? Or I've never been skydiving, but I can really imagine what it would generally feel like. The initial falling, the pulling of the parachute, how it would suddenly tension on you, and how things would move around, because you have experience of reality. So, maybe some people... That's true as well, Shumi. Yeah, I just think some people maybe don't have an imagination. So they might struggle with that. So to them, it does seem ludicrous. Well, okay. This is an interesting one. There's the whole thing of if you were to lick a tree,
The pace car is out of control.
a lot of people can very clearly imagine what it would feel like to lick a bark tree, or if you were to put your tongue on a T-slot sim rig, you can actually imagine what it would probably taste like and feel like. A lot of people can. Like, which is something you probably haven't done. You probably haven't stuck your tongue on a sim rig. Or what would it feel like to put your tongue on a keyboard? You could probably imagine it, like all the gaps in between the keys and what it would feel like, right? I assume many of you have not licked a keyboard, but it's really weird how you can... I've licked many windows. Yeah, exactly. Imagine a T-slot sim rig full of like all the like stuff that builds up in it. Imagine Linktree Park. So... imagine it doesn't mean you'd be correct, no. Not by default, no. So you would look for other indicators. But all I'm saying is it seems that some people find it harder to imagine how stuff moves around physics-wise than others, so... This is the vaccine. We're coming off it. It was Wellstrong stuff. I've come here to consider unsubscribing, but then he makes a valid point about looking to a back. You can't deny the tree bark argument's pretty good. Well, MT11H, that we explained that earlier. You don't actually know that conversation, right? Right. Do you really think that is exactly how that conversation went down? In the, do you think it's more likely that the developer of PMR was showing it off, and Jimmy struggled with it, and the developer was like, your driving is bad at playing this game, or that when we tested it didn't seem to have a problem, and that the developer was just saying, like, they weren't saying, Jimmy, you suck at driving, because why would you? It doesn't make any sense, does it? So do you think it's more likely that in the noise of a trade show, someone was just showing something and maybe the developer, whatever, was just like, oh, this other person didn't struggle? Or do you think it's more likely the developer was like, oh, we've nailed this, we've absolutely nailed this, and Jimmy, you know what, you're shit at driving. That is the intention of this comment, is that, Jimmy, you're shit and we know better. Even if you don't know a developer, and even if you were to think that they were the dumbest developers in the world, do you think that it's more likely that it's a trade show and someone's just saying like random comments and they're just like they're just chatting in the moment? And then do you think that Jimmy was just, when he puts that in his video, that Jimmy is just saying, oh, this was a thing that he noticed whilst he was trying it, and they said that, and that just seemed weird? And then, so Jimmy wasn't mischaracterizing what was said necessarily. He was just saying, oh, it just seemed a bit weird to him. And then do you not think that then a load of people latched onto that comment in that video because it happens to go well as a nice narrative story to go, oh, the developers are so far up the ass, they think Jimmy's a terrible driver and they know better. Oh, this is a great demonstration of how stupid the developers are and we're right to hate them all. What do you think's more likely? Right? Do you know what I mean? It might do. I'm not defending what they're saying, and I'm not saying that the developer might have thought that something's right, and you know, different people have different views. And I would say Jimmy's a good driver, and I would say it's a bad sign if Jimmy or Steve play your game and they struggle with it out the box, given how experienced they are at real-world driving and sim racing. The point is, though, the way that conversation is, the way that conversation is construed by people online now, as if it's like law. This is the tale, guys, around the campfire. Yes, it was a dark night at Sim Racing Expo, and I heard this story of Jimmy being told by the developers that, Jimmy, you're a shit driver, and we all think you're an idiot, and we actually think you're a moron, and our sim is the best sim ever, and we're really completely arrogant, and Jimmy, you're an idiot, And that was what was said at the expo. And lo, Jimmy was left with a bad flavour in his mouth as he left the expo. Don't know why he had a bad flavour in his mouth. So maybe something else happened. That's how it happened. That's how it happened. That's exactly what happened. Thing is, right, I was also at Sim Racing Expo, and I also spoke with the developers, and the impression I got from the developers was people trying to do their best with a limited amount of time, with them actually just listening to feedback, maybe listening to too much feedback, but them actually trying to take things on board and try things out. The lead technical guy on PMR is like super receptive to like feedback, and is genuinely tried to like operate things. And when I was chatting with him, he's even like, oh, like, well, no, we could try this setting, try that setting, and then we've had trouble with this, and then no. So it's not that. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying that they got things right, but it's Old Bay. I don't think they should have released it as they released it. No, I agree. It's not even the graphics. I think it's the basic performance. So no, I do agree. I'm not sure what they were thinking. Like I don't know the scenario where it really works out. That's again, our first video on the game was titled. Our first title is titled Project Motor Racing. This can't be right. so you know, like I agree 100%. I don't know what they were thinking. I'm saying to people, like, maybe just think about stuff rather than just repeating random stories. It looks good in the trailers. What happened? People say that about Game of Muscle. Lentillion. I don't know if they're intentionally trying to bait and switch. I don't know what's going on. I don't see how that's supposed to work if that's what you were doing. Like, yeah, like I see what you're saying. The point would be, if you were actually doing a bait and switch, it would clearly be less profitable than actually just making a better game. So logically speaking, it would make, yeah, that's what you were saying, yeah. So it's really weird to just assume that, because if they had released this as an early access with one GT car on one track with a hot lap competition and said, we're really proud of the physics work we've done, it's not perfect, but we've done the XYZ that's completely different. Here's also our force feedback system, which operates totally different to other force feedback, but means you do not need a fancy direct drive wheel with telemetry force feedback, but you can adjust it with the game. And they did explainer videos with one car on one track, and then we're like, right, what we really want to do is make sure that everything is polished when it's released. So we're not going to release everything in one go, but here's what we're doing. Here's how it's complicated. You know, then I think that people would be like, "Oh, this is one of the best Sims ever." so like, that's what's weird. Like, there's many aspects to PMR that are really quite great. I don't think you can release simulators in a technically messed up way, because it confuses people. The same thing happened with Microsoft Flight Sim. I like, someone said they've resubscribed because they didn't realise I'm neurodiverse too. Makes a lot of sense. Why would you subscribe to someone just because they're dyslexic or what have you? Like, that shouldn't matter. It's like tribalism around No, don't tribalise everything. It shouldn't matter if I was dyslexic or ADHD or whatever. I'm either saying something that's stupid or not stupid, or funny or not funny. Just, everything's tribalised. It's like, just... Mind you, I do expect people that like tea to subscribe. If you like coffee, you can go away. I appreciate people watching the adverts. It does pay for my electric bill. You Trapper John, people forget the vitriol with LMU and paid DLC in EA. Now look at them. Just let the games grow. Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you. Like, things do take time, but the PMR's been so it's expensive. Like, Jacksaw did a good video on this. It's £70, right? If you buy it from some sites for what is effectively in bulk an early access release, right? Definitely needs stuff doing to it fundamentally, and that's a lot of money. Whereas LMU was like £25 or something, £30, so you could get it cheaper. So I think you do have to consider the price of things, but then at the same time, iRacing is £300 a year, and they've never fixed the tire model or the net code. So you're like, well, hang on. Why are we going to be so critical about one game just because you don't like the CEO or whatever, and it has genuine problems that, you know, I'm not saying it doesn't, but why are you going to be so really critical of one game but not the most popular game just because it happens to be popular? But if you're really being critical, people should be as vocal, at least as I've been, about iRacing's tyre model, given that it's had 15 years to sort it out, and its netcode, which absolutely break the gameplay in that title. Shuma, you could just get the basic version to try. I mean, you're not going to like it. It's probably not even going to run on your computer. But then when it's ready, a full price game will be worth it. Just don't buy it now. Yeah, I think the problem is, so I don't disagree with you 100%, but the thing is obviously people do pre-order something, and then they also believe the marketing hype and they get excited for it, and so then they're disappointed when the product doesn't line up to that hype, and so that's why you get the additional backlash, because they feel cheated and tricked. So, which they might have been. I'm not saying they weren't necessarily, but I'm just explaining why the people get so wound up. Well, we were playing a video of Evo 0.4, right? Should we play it again? Oh, hang on, my hard drive has to start up. Just let it. It's going to take a minute. I forgot to eat still. I don't have ADHD. Hang on a minute. Do you sometimes forget to... you're too absorbed in a task and you forget something that you keep saying you're going to do? Okay, latest... Hang on. It's not that video, it's this one. No. No. Oh, here we go. This is Evo 0.4. What do you backseat physics viewers think? F2004 on the Nordschleifer. Do the physics look fixed? I thought they seemed a lot better than the previous version of Evo. Like, we didn't crash. Driving so erratic. We were bouncing around a lot. Oh no. I know, that's the problem. You do have to try stuff in your rig. Get thrown around too much. I mean, I do think if you were driving an F2004 in real life, you would feel like you were being back on the Nordschleifer. Do you think if I ask Ferrari, do you think they will? Do you think they will? They will go, yeah, here's a 2004 car for you to do a lap around the Nordschleifer. Yeah, we couldn't even drive the previous version. Stop. Yeah, probably, but the suspension would have to be like raised, and it would probably damage the wing and stuff. And then the Nords is like, you'd have to go around the outside of the carousel for sure. You'd have to avoid the curbing as well. It'd probably rip the front of the car off. Someone drove an F4 car around Nordschleifer before. That's obviously a totally different vehicle, but yeah, there's that BMW. Was it an F2 or was it F1? Yeah, motion sims can make you feel super sick if they're not really well set up. You look back into. I was probably checking to make sure the footage was recording. Well, I don't think. So that's not off-putting. Camera person. Have you ever been on a sim rig and had someone turn up and start taking photographs of you? This is such a weird. It's a weird thing. She's awesome as well, actually. I totally. I know her, and I forgot that I knew her, which is really embarrassing. Anyway. You're not a fan of screen that's based on 27? Not enough. I know. I agree. I prefer them. I prefer. I prefer slightly taller screens that would be a little bit less wider. Sighted canvas. Yeah, they just on that rig. They just put. They put everything on it. So it's basically. It's 3 active pedals. It's transducers. It's bass speakers. Cubic. Belt tensioner, 4 actuators, triple screen lights, everything. So for a rig that has literally everything on it, it's actually pretty tidy. Three active, but why not? That's the thing. Don't ask questions. Good fun, though. I need to grab some food in a minute, guys. Project Food, I know. Family, I've said this like 3 times over the last 4 hours. Probably do some driving in a minute as well. This has been a very intense live stream, guys. We've Keegan the Veganator. What did you get? Do you mean wheel rim or like wheelbase? Project Teabag. You have to move the wheel a certain amount before it wakes up. You can tap it around. I didn't know that. I mean, that could be. It could be part of Stonehenge that he got. We'll never know. We'll never know what wheel he got. I don't know what to make to eat, guys. I'm so hungry, but I can't think of what to have. Mirda Passy, why they switched to ultra wide? I don't use ultra wide. I just use a single. Screen in the middle. We still have the triple screen, but I just use one because it's just easier to run for live streaming, and then either side of us I can have the information. I'm not too bothered about immersion in 2D. OMP. Did you get the OMP Trecento? Really good wheel rim. Project Damage Control. I like our. I would describe myself and this channel as like chaotic neutral. But people keep trying to push us to be like chaotic negative or just negative or positive. Have I done anything? No. Look, excuse me. We've just talked for 5 hours and 50 minutes, 51 minutes. That's something. Have you tried? Before you have a go at me just talking for 6 hours, have you ever sat in front of have you ever sat on a live stream and just talked for 6 hours interacting with intellectual chat members? Have you done that yourself? Just, you know. I think you're quick to throw a stone at me, but also this is the home of the Hoover stream. Do perpetual meetings for 8 hours count? To be fair, I mean, I don't think I could take a 10-minute meeting. I think 330mm GP reel, nice. Bexbury, I know nothing about this game, but I knew it was going to be bad from the start. Well, that's an open-minded take on stuff. I mean, I feel that way about politics. I know nothing about what's going to happen, but I knew it would be bad. That's like birth, really. I know nothing about life, but I know it's going to be bad. You know, that's being born. You didn't release a statement on day one about the state of the game. My statement day one about the state of the game was, quote, "This can't be right." And this game needs 6 months development before it's released. What's that number? Those are the numbers. Of what? Of how many tea bags I've had this year. They're the numbers. They're the numbers. Oh, the lottery number. Well, we don't do gambling. I don't recommend playing the lottery. But that's convenient for anybody that is... I mean, we don't know which lottery. That could be like the one of those science fiction death lotteries. What's your wife's name, Ultra Salty Dan? What's your wife's name? We can wind her up. That's well good. Having the power to wind up people's wives over the internet. It's well worth being a live streamer. Sarah. 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 Do not listen to this. Do not listen, Sarah. Sarah, do not pay attention. Sarah, do not listen. I think that was as annoying as possible. Oh dear. All the animals in people's houses started running around then. Right. That's enough. That's enough Sarah harassment. Do you know if adblock users like me still don't count for views and B don't give ad revenue? Yeah, we don't get ad revenue from... We don't get ad revenue from adblock users, no. But I wouldn't worry about it. I assume you use adblock because you don't want adverts, so I appreciate you watching anyway. It's all good. Do you want the Jabsies ad? We get the good stuff. I had to pay good money for this. The delirium jabs. What hobbies do I have? I'm not going to share them online because they're mostly far too dangerous, and I don't want people to realise how exciting I am. You know, like the hobbies that you can do in the UK are just so exciting. People wouldn't appreciate it. They'd be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe he's so cool," you know. And I just don't want to brag either. You know how it is. Because I mean, we have a lot of female viewers like Sarah, who would get too excited, and you know, so we have to keep things tame. I can't deal with the. To be honest, being a sim racing YouTuber. It's a bit like being a Beatle, you know, and you go on stage and everyone just starts screaming and peeing themselves, and like, you know, I just so I have to keep things calm. Can we please get a good sim racing game? Competitive biscuit dunking. I think I could do all right at that. You could actually turn a really good sport out of that. Because you could, with bourbons, you could have to dunk different biscuits, but you would have to be like, who can hold it before structural integrity breaks down? So you're like, or you know, or go for like extra dunks. With the technique would be like, you wouldn't want to pull up too quickly because it might fall apart. So you'd have to like dunk very carefully. Bourbon, the World Olympic Bourbon Dunking Championship. Yeah, you could have smaller or bigger teacups. There's so much you could do with that. Hang on, Peter Methan. Your ranking video is a really low point. No understandable explanation. Feels like it was paid for by giants. The first time I've thought about unsubscribing. Well, I mean, you can't have watched that many videos if that's the first time you've thought about unsubscribing. Peter, Can you give a specific reason as to why it feels like that? What is the no understandable explanation? Can you give us one example? Like, tell me what is wrong with the video specifically, like what you disagree with. Yeah, like PMR is like 5th in every category. iRacing is above PMR, and you know what I think of iRacing. So, like, this is why I'm struggling with where your contention is. I subscribed yesterday, watched one stream, and I only thought 5 times about unsubscribing. I'm on the limit. This is where I'm the Max Verstappen, well, more Michael Schumacher of live streaming. We're balancing the stream on the limit, and at any moment the tyres could unsubscribe, but then we counter steer just at the right time, and the car holds the limit through the live stream, and somehow we managed to maintain enough subscribers and viewers to make this work. How did you become bold? Sim racing. The stress of expecting a polished racing sim to be released over 20 years. That's what did it. The intention was to drive Tortellini, but we'll have some food and then I think we will drive. I'm wrecked. Why has the guy not answered? Who was it? Someone sent a complaint to us. Here we go. Peter, I asked you, like, can you give a reason? Like, why everyone that complains about us never gives a specific reason? because what happens is when you ask them, what is it specifically you disagree with? They then watch and think about what you said and they go, oh, shit, actually.
The pace car is out of control.
Shit, actually, after having listened to what he said, not just being angry, he actually gave some good reasons. And actually, on reflection, he's probably not totally wrong. I overreacted with my first emotional interpretation. 100 hours of live streaming. Oh yeah, you unsubscribed. It makes sense. I've been paid off by everyone, Loose Wheel. Because Peter is a pumpkin eater. He typed it and he's gone. He's gone. Did I diss his favourite sim? No, I hang on. Let me show the ranking. Let me show where it is. AC for driving, iRacing for voice chat. Right. So physics, we put Assetto Corsa first, Le Mans Ultimate second, iRacing third, and then Project Motor Racing fourth, then Race Room, then ACC, then Rennsport. That's for physics. Just raw physics of driving. Like, considering the best car, then Rennsport, then Automobilista 2, then Evo, then Beam, then Project Cars 2, right? And that was considering the best car in those games, like the most fun or the most generally realistic handling, or, you know, the end result. Considering the best vehicle in each title. That's why iRacing ends up pretty high, because most of the stuff in that's terrible. But, so, PMR's fourth there. Force feedback, Assetto Corsa, iRacing with Marvin's app, PMR, then BeamMG, then Race Room, then AMS2. Actually, AMS2 has better force feedback than Race Room, so I got that wrong. Fun. Right, how are people like, what is wrong with them in terms of, like, thinking critically? For fun, we put Wreckfest 2 first, then Assetto Corsa, then iRacing, that's questionable, then BeamNG, then Race Room, then AMS2, then Gran Turismo, then Le Mans Ultimate, then Project Motor Racing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games down on the fun list, PMR. Because it doesn't work properly, so it's not very fun. It could be, but it isn't. How are people complaining about that? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Training, for literal training, PMR physics with the best car above Race Room. I prefer how PMR drives. It's more responsive. AMS2 has that super mega cheese way of driving, and Ace 0.3, the cars turn off as soon as you get to the limit, so put them in the bin. I have to be driving in slip. Training, Assetto Corsa is first. I mean, anybody that knows anything, if you were recommending a sim to like a real driver that was like, I want to practice this track with my car, Assetto Corsa is what anybody would recommend. Maybe AMS1 with a custom made mod or something, but basically AC, right? iRacing, really good for training your ability to ignore bad physics, but also really good for like putting up with like race, like being pressured and being able to be super duper precise with input under competition and being really precise for long periods of time. So even though the drive, it's not good for training raw driving input and skills, but it's really good for, also the laser scan tracks are good quality, so it's good for like race starts, avoiding people, basic racecraft stuff. So that's why that is. And then LMU is really good as well for like online racing and just race start, you know, being a bit more aggressive, and then Race Room. I don't know how you can disagree with any of this list. Yeah, Tortellini, it is also fun, but the have you driven the old GT cars in PMR? You actually balance and hold the slip and drive them around. They're responsive, so they're actually, Race Room is really slow and sluggish, and you have to you do that default drive into the understeer, let the front tyres re-grip, and then take the corner. So Race Room is just like a bit dull. Like, I don't think it's bad. It's very consistent, but you can't. It's a bit dull. AMS2, you hovercraft drive every vehicle. James Baldwin video on the BMW, what, in iRacing? But yeah, I mean, the fact is, I don't know how you watch. The thing is, what it is that fanboys of AMS2 deeply triggered and upset. Fanboys of everything, like AC is the only sim. AC1 is the king of sim. Nothing else. And also, right, what I should have said, maybe we'll redo this, but what I should have said as well is like, AC is like twice as good as LMU, right? And like 5 times as good as iRacing. It's not even close. It's like a Richter scale, right? AC1 is like 95% better than every other sim, you know? So that the scale of the chart gives a false impression, I think, because it makes it look like AC's even close to the other sims. AC is like levitating. AC's like everything else is like a Lego set. AC is like a e-scooter, right? Yeah, I think what should have happened is every developer should just license AC and build on top of that. Yeah, I like AMS1. I've not really driven the hypercars. But did you actually try them yourself, or are you just watching YouTube videos? Is anyone that loves R Factor 1? I did play R Factor 1 a lot, but I got a bit fed up of it. It does have some physics bugs to it. Oh yeah, the AI is a lot better in AMS 1 than AC's AI is terrible. Do you think I'm way off on AMS 2? In what way? The car in AMS 2, the cars drive as if they're always over the limit. So everything you have to float around the track, like the bad cars in Project Motor Racing. To be honest, like you would just have to float them around the circuit. Sim Racing Fly, are you racing it, Tom? We might do in a bit. We're just taking it easy. You've tuned in 3 or 4 times today. I appreciate the effort of you repeatedly coming back. That's really nice. Like you came in once, and you were like, oh no, he's just chatting. Then you're like, I'll go back, and you're like, oh no, he's still. And then they came back again, oh, he's still chatting. And then 4 times you've come back and you're like, oh, he's still just chatting. I really want to see some race driving. At what point? How many times do you have to tune back in to see race driving before you go? Oh, I'm not tuning back in anymore. Or was this like the final warning? Was this it? Well, that was it. You 4 times, and now you put your notice in. I put my notice in. You're not driving, so just to make you aware, when will I get some driving? Because I've come back 4 times. Come back in an hour. 4 times just to be disappointed. I have to say that is commitment to tuning back in. I appreciate you elevating our view numbers. I do. Thank you very much. It'll come back in another hour. I've gone 4 times. Come in. I've come into pub, and you're just chatting. You're just chatting in pub. I've come out, come back in, still chatting. When are you going to start playing pool or doing something? You're just chatting in pub. Gone out, come back in again. You're still chatting. I'm never coming back to this pub again. I want to play some pool with you or watch you play pool. Yeah, AMS2 is good fun for AIs. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what you said. See? You Trapper John knows. I'm over-promising and under-delivering, like Royal Mail or UPS. It does actually, yeah. AMS2 and Project Cars 2 have really good motion actuation. So and that does perceptively hide the floaty feeling because you get much more of like a road texture and a tyre gripping feeling. But it's not that it's a floaty feeling. It's that the way you have to drive is by wellying the throttle and wobbling the wheel. And that is faster. And that might be any game where you have very controllable over-the-limit character, that's often ends up being a bit of an issue. So that's probably what James Baldwin was pointing out with Project Motor Racing. Also, that turning and still getting productive grip often occurs when you have forgiving slip over the limit. So, yeah. Is 50p the 50p on the pool? Do they still take 50p? Last time I played pool, I think it was like £3. Absolute bollocks. It used to be 50p for a game or £1 for like 2 or 3 games or something, and you could put like 20p's in. You could put 5 20p's in the ring, and it was so satisfying. It'd be like, and all the balls would come out, and you would really feel it when you pushed the 20p's in, and you pushed the thing, and you'd have to hold it because if you came back too quickly, some of the balls might not get out. Those were the days. 2 20s and a 10. Old people detected in chat. You've now been identified as old. You are old. You are old. Everybody is old. If you have used 10p's in the pool table, you are old. When Kunos going to hire you for AC Evo to create to bring the AC force feedback? They've tried to actually do it already. Like, they have actually brought in a lot of the concepts of AC1 force feedback to Evo. Yeah, they're aware. Like, yeah. The force feedback's a result of the physics, and the reason why AC1 has the nice dynamic range to its force feedback is because the tyres are not as peaky at the limit, and there's controllable slip, and so you can feel that grip coming and going. Also, there is a lower amount of damping. But the thing is different if you've got like heavier tyres or more peaky tyres or different compounds or stiffer sidewalls, that will produce a more or less dampened force feedback feel. So if you're just using a steering rack for the force feedback, so you know, it's not like you can just change force feedback code to magically make it feel the same or as good or as detailed. I went to work, he was ranting. Went to lunch, he was ranting. I came home and he was ranting. It's what we do here. It's been I might have to get some food though, guys. I think it's been 2 hours since I said I need to eat something, and here we are, still sat here. Still sat here. Talking to a chat room on the screen. This is actually a simulation of what it's like for me normally. What you're seeing now, this chat room scrolling on the stream, this is what I'm normally exposed to whilst I'm driving. Can you imagine this room, this chat room, scrolling as you're driving in a racing sim, trying to focus on apexes? Can you imagine that chat going up the screen? I don't think you can, guys. What I'm saying is what I do is really impressive. really, I mean, it's super impressive, isn't it? I think we can all admit it's on a par with inventing the wheel. Cars in AC use very low tyre relaxation lengths, which means the tyres don't dampen the force feedback as much. Well, there you go. Talent. That's why so many women write me fan mail. You know, Gamer Muscle.
Gamer Muscle, you're so beautiful. I wish I could drive simulators as well as you do. Please marry me. Gamer Muscle, how are you so shiny in the head and so talented at driving at the same time? You're so good at driving. You're the best. You're the best driver I've ever seen. I wish all men could be as cool as you. Oh, watching your live stream is so exciting. Oh, please do more live streams.
That's what it's like. It's all my emails. During the war,
I would go over the trench walls. The bombs would go off round us, and I would be sat there on the trench with the boys. And Bobby Johnson, his name was. Bobby Johnson. And his head got taken clean off by a German mortar. But that's when the whistle were blown, and I went over top of trench, And you couldn't complain back then because you'd be shot by a trench watcher. So we'd go over top a trench and leave Bobby Johnson's corpse on floor, and I would go into the fields. Oh, and that's how I survived the war, by hiding in a trench disguised as a piece of dead horse meat. But yes, it was hard. It was a hard time, but we didn't complain. We didn't complain. We would get on with it. We're not like those weak children are these days. We get on with it, and I lost both my legs in the war, but I still managed to win the Olympic silver for the 100-metre sprint, and it wasn't even a special event because it was harder back then. We didn't complain. I'd walk uphill everywhere with no legs on my stumps. That's what's wrong with the world these days. Nobody goes. Everyone complains.
That's the story of late Bobby Johnson, whose head was exploded by a shell. Well, he wasn't. That was his friend, Bobby Johnson. Bobby Johnson. Yeah. No, it's Bobby Johnson. Bobby Johnson. Poor Bobby Johnson. Bobby Johnson. He was on the front line for the whole war, and just before they were to go over, his head came off. Bloody Bobby Johnson. Really unlucky. Bobby Johnson's family, they were the most... Bobby Johnson's family go back. Very unlucky family. The family of Johnsons, yeah. But Bobby Johnson was the least lucky. Bobby Johnson. Bobby Johnson, what a guy. Yeah, didn't see the end of the war. Bobby Johnson. Why is Bobby Johnson a funny name? Oh, it's so stupid. I should get vaccines more often. They only have a positive effect on us. Oh, bloody hell. In honour of Bobby Johnson, guys, I'm going to get... Can we have a rip for Bobby Johnson in chat, please? I'm actually going to get food in loving memory of Bobby Johnson. Oh, you met Bobby Johnson at a charity once. Surprisingly down to earth. Very funny. He was funny until his head came off. Yeah. He lived there. The soldiers turned up and dug a trench through his garden. Yeah. Rip to Bobby Johnson. I'm gonna get some food in honour of Bobby Johnson. Bobby Johnson. Right. Back in a minute. going. Woo! How's everyone doing? It's starting to feel a lot better now, actually. Jimmy Johnson. Sadly, he wasn't able to. Computers hadn't been invented before he died. It's a salad and some steak in bread. We'll do some driving in a minute. It's starting to feel a lot better. No, we could look through the Steam comments. Should we do it? Are they well-rounded and reasonable? I have a suspicion that they probably are. It'd be interesting, actually, to look at the playtime for the negative comments and how much actual playtime they've done before commenting. He might come back, yeah. It's about time. Can someone type in chat that Tommy needs to refresh the stream? He's a bit out of time. Should we will do in a minute, yeah. We weren't feeling too well, so we've just been chatting. Absolutely wrecked by the vaccine. It's getting better now, though. Only took 20 hours. Oh, Mozilla. That's a good tip, Babty Booped. Only pro viewers have thought of that. The delayed viewer. It's like self sensor control. That's genius. Can't go wrong with some Felix. 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 That was the brand I'd look for on the store shelves. It would have to be the good quality cat food. Felix. Chewing and breathing heavily. Sheba was good because it worked, gave me a good sheen to my hair, and that was important to me back when I was 13. My beard and my hair were very important. Sinray's flight. I wouldn't be too optimistic. Yeah. All the homeschool kids ate Sheba. The middle class kids had to eat Felix, and the poor kids just had to eat whatever's in the pound shop. No, I don't watch James Baldwin's videos because I can just play the games myself.
The pace car is out of control.
Right. I do think it's a little bit weird with some sim stuff. I mean, it's good for me because people watch my videos, even though apparently I'm a blathering idiot. But it's good that people watch YouTube videos, for me at least. However, at the same time, you can just play the games yourself and then work out if you like it or not. It really is irrelevant if I like it or say how I think it is, or if anyone says it, right? It's irrelevant. Are you enjoying the video game you're playing at home? So, you know. Well, use the 2-hour Steam rental service. Well, then you're never going to know, are you? Well, that's it. How come I came to a similar conclusion? That to me, this is it. That PMR is drives like Project Cars 2, but without the same hovercrafty thing to the same degree. I must be a real world GT3 driver. You know what? If I did, real world driving and had been doing some like motorsport, and I saw how stupid sim racing was, I would purposefully, just for my own enjoyment, I would purposefully go, oh, this game is the best game, or whatever game. I'd pick like whatever. Just to wind people up. Just to see people argue. Sean Olsen, can you point to where I've defended the game, please? Where have I defended the game? Can you quote, or like, is there what specifically have I said to defend the game? Just, you know. Isn't this weird? Don't you think it's a bit weird, guys? Like the assumptive conversation. What in my previous video defends a game specifically? What can you draw attention to? Do you mean where I've said stuff like the force feedback's good, where it is? Or that the GT cars are quite drivable? Or like, what? Are you ignoring the comments about me saying that the game needs at least 6 months more development? Are you going to just gloss over that? Or are you going to ignore the first video we did where I'll read the title to you. I mean, maybe it was a bit ambiguous, but the title of our first video, that's an overview video of the game, is Project Motor Racing, This Can't Be Right. We also produced one of the first videos on the game and also did 24 hours of testing the game. The start of the video, again, here we go. This is just for I'm just going to play this just whilst we close some of these windows. Right, let's play the start of the video again. You ready? I think it might have been a bit too ambiguous for people. You ready? Bit too ambiguous. Project Motor Racing, which will be coming out on the 25th of November. We've had access to a press version of the game, so in this video I'm going to tell you what's good and what's not so good, and why I don't think they should be releasing this in its current state. Remember to subscribe. I don't think they should be releasing this in its current state. That sounds like someone defending the game to me. Weird field of view stuff. Love to see that in more. Actually, more passable. I am really struggling to get this game to just run and run consistently. We are getting mega frame drops all the time, pauses coming out the pit lane, random frame behavior. 1 minute it's running 120 FPS, next minute it's running at 40 FPS. Adding AI in really tanks the frame rate, so I've been doing testing with no AI, but it's just the performance of the game engine, the graphics performance is just all over the place, and I do not know what's going on. I'm using a 5090 with a Ryzen 7 X3D chip. I get my CPU is not the best CPU for that graphics card, but it's still a pretty fast system on the grand scheme of things, and we shoot through every other game pretty much effortlessly. Even Microsoft Flight Sim 24 runs pretty decent out of system now. So worse for other people. I don't know what they're thinking releasing this in its current state. Oh my god, we're defending the game so much. It was so ambiguous and unclear as to what we thought of Project Motor Racing in the video released 5 days ago. So ambiguous and unclear. Like, honestly, people... I should do a video about how mental sim racing is and how the defence is implicit by the positive comments you've made. Well, but the positive comments are that the force feedback is better than many other titles, and you can adjust it, which it is. So that's not a defence. That's just being objective. So what? It's the thing is that like people expect you every single comment. Do you have to go the force feedback? Keep in mind the game is too early and has other problems. Is better. Keep in mind that the game has other problems in it, and that doesn't mean that the force feedback itself completely invalidates stuff. Force feedback. Keep in mind that the game is released too soon. Is better than many other games. Keep in mind that the game also has other problems. Is that how we have to do conversation? Because I don't... I'm not... Thanks, whatever, man. I mean... OG Boobs, right. Guess what I said in my first video? And unfortunately, it's not... We are crazy. We've even had those bugs. Just really doesn't make it. I think I said in a video, because the grip is so controllable, I guarantee you, I was like, I bet esports drivers find a way to exploit it. Well, I should probably find it in a video. It's good to start with simulator and handling. Not all of them. like this Audi. The force feedback is really communicative, super detailed, well, and the handling of the Vintage really nice into them. They just go around on the brake, aggressively tilt them into the corner or so. Absolutely. And if I was to say what's the close handling dynamics, it's quite similar to Automobilista 2, but without the car.
Quite similar to Automobilista 2, which is basically built on Project Cars 2, which James Baldwin says that it seems closest to him as well. But, of course, James Baldwin has a completely different view to which I have, and I couldn't have possibly come to a similar conclusion as a real-world driver.
I was feeling like completely rigid plank and a lot more perspective.
I tell you what it is that's mental. I will say stuff and say exactly what it is, but because I don't have any authority as like a real driver or a big audience like Jimmy or whatever. Jimmy's a real driver as well, but I don't have I don't want authority. But because I don't, everyone ignores all the points I make, and then I get this feedback from other YouTube channels where they say exactly the same points that I've made, sometimes years, decades before, and people are like, "Oh, well, this person says this. This person says this. Oh, what are you doing?" It's like, yeah, I've also said these things. So, like, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Just how much people frame stuff from authority is mental. It's like no thinking. I don't want any authority. I would rather people actually think, but basically they don't either way, so... It's so funny the degree to which people frame reality purely off argument from authority. Right, we'll do some driving.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the
normal.
But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Is this working now?
The pace car is out of control.
You actually have a few events going on at the same time. We can try this one. What's really consistent? Yeah, there should be. Like a car feels simcade in real life. What, you want to have a like engine temperatures will rise depending on speed. Well, we noticed some weird stuff with the MX-5 in that the tyres are like absolutely cooked, but then they work fine. So the front left on Lime Rock Park was showing. I mean, maybe the display, maybe the graphics wrong. This is something a lot of people don't consider, but the graphic was saying the front left is 150 degrees, and it's like, well, I would have thought that that would probably affect the handling. Maybe it doesn't, and maybe it's just talking about the sort of surface temperature rather than the whole tyre temperature. I don't know, but like, this is the other thing is the assumption. It could be that the user interface element is broken. It could be that the tyre surface temperature reading is broken. It could be that the physics are broken. So, this is one of the things with graphics on the screen. Whenever you're I notice this with other simulators, when we're live streaming, AC, whatever, LMU, it doesn't matter. If you have the tyres on the screen, you get people going, oh, the pressures are wrong, oh, you need to change this caster setting, oh, the optimal pressure. And it's like, they might not be wrong about the optimal pressures for the video game, but the thing is, it's like irrelevant for the pace that we're driving at a lot of the time, and not the key thing at that point in time. And also in a real car whilst driving, I mean, some GT3 cars tell you the tyres and stuff, but some
cars, the driver is not aware of the absolute temperature of the tyres, but they can just feel that it's gripping or not gripping. So, you know. Yeah, the TC seemed really weird in the game as well. What's my thoughts on Jimmy's claim that he suspects there's something wrong with the underlying physics? Well, there will be something wrong with the underlying physics. It's a right. It's a physics simulator. The question is, to what degree is it? It could be like really broken, and it probably is broken in many different ways. But right, where is the what do you think about the claim about Jimmy Broadbent saying that iRacing's tyre model is complete shit at the limit, which means you can't drive the cars like cars? Oh, wait a minute. He doesn't seem to have done a review absolutely slagging off iRacing. Neither have I. To be fair, I just slag it off in live streams. But do you know what I mean? It's like, the difference might, you could say that the developer of this has oversold the game. And so, you know, I'm not saying Jimmy's wrong, to be clear. I'm just saying it's really, all these like highlighted points are so arbitrary in many ways, and then what people fixate on. I would just say that if the game's frame rate doesn't work, who cares about the rest of the physics? It's like Kerbal Space Program, right? Bloody amazing. The problem with that is that the bloody game doesn't run well when you do a whole bunch of things, and that's what ended up ruining it. Not the second, ignore the second one, but like the first Kerbal Space Program was that you just have like really bad technical issues and stuff, like frame drops and weird stuff and accuracy, because they didn't have enough floating points. Like it just, you know, so it didn't really matter that the physics were like weird. You just be like, oh, get around them, and that's what happens with driving sims. iRacing, you learn to preemptively drive, so you ignore the physics issue at the limit. Automobilista 2, you drive like you drived into the corners weirdly on the throttle and do that steering wheel thing. AC1, without modded tracks, you stay off the curbs. LMU, you brake in a much straighter line to avoid the wheels locking up because they're very sensitive to it and you can't feel it. R-Factor 2, there was the specific Michi Hoyer slip slide angle that you poke the car into. So, you know, and that's ridiculous. That's not how any real car drives. But other aspects of it were really good, right? Now, there's different components. So, like the throttle issue that may or may not be in this. I've not tested it. I assume it is. Let's say it is. That's in loads of simulators. AC1, the rally games. So point them out, but you can't just say that everything's broken because of that. Or, you know, it might be still, but yeah, I don't disagree. This is the thing. I don't disagree with the critical points on this game that most people have brought up. I don't disagree with them. What is mental is the ignoring of the same sort of broken stuff with other sims. And I'm not saying this isn't more broken, and you have to consider the price of this, but you cannot deny that there's a irrational bandwagon of hate on this game that's more based on Ian Bell hyping it up and then the actual product not delivering on the hype at all, or just the marketing material hyping it up or giving that impression. And so a lot of people are pissed off by that. That's probably a large part of it, really. And then I think the price of it, and it being an early access game, effectively, if they do continue working on it. But that's the thing, Shumi. It is basically the same sort of stuff that most business owners would say that's about their video game. So I'm not agreeing with what he says or what he does. Like, it's, and I'm not defending it either. What do you mean, Papi 90? Whose fault is that? What do you mean? And what do you mean? Whose fault is what? I don't even know what do you mean by that question? I don't even know what you're asking. Whose fault is it that I don't know what you actually asking. If you have to be more clear, that I don't know what your question is. At the end of the day, the real thing is that everyone's playing iRacing when Assetto Corsa 1 is by far the best simulator on the market, and the fact that Jimmy, Steve plays Gran Turismo all the time in Chase Cam. Jimmy's playing BeamNG, I tell you, James Baldwin, all these other Daniel Morad, Dave Cam, whatever. They're not every video. They don't, and even me, we don't open by going, "Blessed be, glory to the Assetto Corsa 1. Please be aware that the Lord Saviour Max Verstappen has indeed bestowed us the knowledge, the holy knowledge that AMS AC1 is by far the best simulator to drive with the best force feedback. Blessed be." Also, I'd like to point out, I am one of the few streamers, me like Red Eye Warrior as well, I'm one of the few content creators that actually I pay for a dedicated Assetto Corsa server and we host races on it with members. I pay £15 a month to host an Assetto Corsa dedicated server, and we've been playing AC since it came out. I also did the first review video for Assetto Corsa 1. So, I am clearly on the money for what's better. IR's being played more just because it's the most expensive. No, it's got the most competition and the most people in it, and it's fun. I played it for 3,000 hours, but I'm still honest about I still point out what's rubbish about it. I was saying it's disproportionate hate compared to other games. It's the combo of hype and let. No, I agree with you. But you just said who's to blame. I was explaining earlier. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree. Yeah, I was saying earlier. That's what I think it is. It's that hype, the mismatch of like this happened with Evo, but not to the same degree. The hype, the mismatch of the product with what's hyped, plus the price of the product, plus the fact that sim racers are tired of unfinished games, basically, being launched. So yeah, I think we just agree, to be honest. You probably just asking a question, but I didn't understand what the question was before. Henrik, wow, the difficulty is though, you have to hype something. Oh, Error 44. I mean, well, is that? God, bloody Error 44. It's the worst error. So hang on. So I mean, that seems like a bit of a problem. I have to wait 8 minutes now. Error 44. See, stuff like that, which we weren't able to test in the preview. I can't join the race. Well, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? That's more important than the tyre model. That is, that's more important than anything. I just joined up to a race and wouldn't let me join. Well, that's a bit of an issue. Let's try again. Do you get Error 44? So all these people trying to join now are basically all getting Error 44, and everyone's like, oh, I don't know what's going on. The whole day, Error 44. Everyone should get a t-shirt that says Error 44. God knows. I mean, imagine how bad Error 45 is. Yeah. Oh, exactly. See, Billy's old like me. Oh, I love it. We're on the same page. I mean, but failed to join lobby. But But imagine what error 50's like. 'Cause it only gets worse. Or maybe, it depends which way it goes. Maybe the higher the number, the less worse the error. So maybe error 1 is the worst one. Still no racing, not sure. Error 1 launches you into the atmosphere. Should we do a hosted lobby then? This has been a great live stream. I appreciate everyone chatting. It's been a great distraction from feeling terrible. Thanks for subscribing. There's not many lobbies in this. The biggest error. That was the creation of the Earth. Error 1. That was the first error, the holy error. God creating the solar system. Get back to chat stream. Dear, we're going to have to set up an AC server, aren't we? We're going to have to get back to trusted AC. Oh, I need to drive the Viper. Like, there's some real nice cars in this. Do you know what would be really funny? If someone made a mod for the original Assetto Corsa called Project Assetto Corsa Racing, and what they did is they took all the mod cars of these exact same content and then they made a user interface and you load it and it's basically exactly the same game but in Assetto Corsa. That'd be hilarious. Right. I'd find that amusing. Right. Having better force feedback than ACC. I actually think the force, from my messing around, the force feedback in this is actually really good. I'd say it's better than quite a few games. Springy, but it's got the detail there. I do really worry though. Like, I mean, how? Right, let's say that a lot of people have refunded the game and it hasn't sold well. Will they continue working on it, or will they just go, "Oh, well, we didn't recuperate any money, so we can't." If you had to put it to market now, presumably they had to rush it out because they needed the money or something, because it, you know, they ran out of time. Because why else would you put something out in this state unless you had to, right? Financially. That's the only real logical reason that I could see you doing that. Like, I guess you could have locked it in and then you've set all the marketing around a release date and then you can't change it. But I mean, you can always delay stuff, can't you? So I don't know. But like, if you haven't sold this enough to even recoup the initial investment, or it is or break even. I mean, the thing is, the tech that's used in this could be used in other Giants projects. So you'd be like, oh, it's worth continuing working on it because that tech development to the engine will carry across to other products. So that makes a good reason to continue working on it. So. Yeah, but what's a year of support can mean anything, doesn't it? That's the thing. A year of support can be we've kind of done some quick hot fixes. So like when I would do shitty web games, and we would support some of our web games that we'd license them to some websites, and those websites would be like, we want some like random achievements put in, or we need this link changing, or we've changed our cookies, or like some random shit on their website. So can you update the game? And so as part of the licensing, we'd be like, yeah, okay, we'll do that for X amount of time. But it would be literally a case of a programmer or like an artist loading the project up, editing a few, like a 5-minute job. I mean, it ultimately would take half an hour, so it actually ends up being quite expensive in terms of man hours. But like, you said on a Curious Stream the other day, he was asking where all the players were, and I said the YouTuber's been telling people not to buy the game. Now you're asking where everyone is. I know, well, this is the thing, right? I do feel like it does. I would argue that YouTubers do have way too much power, right? If you have 2 or 3 regarded influencers, even if they're bullshit, and in sim racing they're not bullshit, but like in other spaces there are influencers that are the trustworthy mega influencers, but they really don't, there's no reason why they are, it's just chance, they just happen to have a channel takeoff, right? If 2 or 3 of them happen to say a similar thing, then everybody goes, oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, no, and for sure, people do copy each other. Exactly, like YouTubers absolutely look at the lay of the land or get a perception of what people are saying. Because look what happened to me being more rounded on this in many ways, and how much I get shit on for that. Like, so if you really want to avoid that, you just, you look at the zeitgeist behind a thing and you stick to that. Right, the fact is, I keep saying this, Gran Turismo is complete shit in its force feedback, right? The force feedback is clipping from the game. So I didn't review I had a Fanatec DD wheel for games console with PS5 support. I didn't review it because I was like, I don't want to promote people on console buying a bloody DD wheel for Gran Turismo because it's shit. There's no point. It's just, So, but you don't get people going that there's a lot of money to be made from Gran Turismo players. There's a lot of money to be made from them. So you're not going to get them going, oh yeah, actually guys, the force feedback in this game's total shit and really needs changing for XYZ reason. Because what will happen is, rather than the audience going, I mean, maybe if Steve said it, they might listen, but generally what would happen is they would go, oh, no, you just set your wheel up wrong because these 2 other streamers say it's good. And that's that. Oh, One Real Race Driver, Lewis Hamilton said it's fine. So why would a streamer that's trying to appeal, or a YouTuber that's trying to appeal to an audience, why would they say something even if it's absolutely true if you know it's against the zeitgeist? Same with iRacing. If you predominantly play iRacing, or do iRacing esports or whatever, why would you say explicitly that the time model is complete shit at the limit? You just wouldn't, would you? Like, what's the advantage? Don't worry, it takes a long time to travel to the track. So, anyway, that's just something you really notice with like sort of online content. The Buttercup did. I mean, there's even upside down ones. Well, we're not even loading. Well, this is before all this sewage water went into the water system and stopped grass from growing. Yeah, we decided to fly with Ryanair, which was a big mistake. Oh, yeah, with this game as well, There are a bunch of YouTube people doing YouTube videos that don't normally do a lot of YouTube videos that absolutely are just making shit on the game videos to get views. Well, it's what you'd expect, but it's like, you know, I mean, fair enough. You know, they want to get views. It's a way to get views. So, but. Well, we've just been talking, and now we're trying to load, but it won't load, so I don't know what to do here. The game is actually just not working at all, so, you know. Okay, I'll try and make a lot. We'll have to close the game. I'm feeling a bit better. I've got quite a bit better. Which is nice. It's pretty awesome that 2 vaccines make you feel like mild flu for like 20 hours, and then you're basically protected from more chronic effects. As I say, January I was sick for a month. A whole month. I was in bed for 2 weeks, and then I didn't feel better breathing and stuff for a month. Yeah, if you get all vaccines, I don't know. I know you'll wake up the anti-vaxxers. We can't talk about this. I do actually take vitamin D tablets in winter because I don't get enough sun. I'm also taking zinc. I'm not a doctor. This is not recommending stuff to other people. But yeah, I take vitamin D and some zinc. And but I also eat I eat loads of vegetables. I eat quite a lot of fish, and yeah. It's in winter I just don't get enough sunshine. How do you know you're protected? Well, you don't know, do you? But you just have to hope. You're probably not, but statistically, it's all statistics. It's more that it's more that you're less likely to get severe side effects of things. I wish I had an e-bike. I keep going into bike shops and looking at e-bikes, and I'm like, oh, God, can't afford it. I wouldn't use it enough. I've got a normal pedal bike. You need direct sunlight. You need 15 minutes, I think, of direct sunlight every day to get enough vitamin D from your skin. I think that's what it was. Oh, you shit. Congratulations. No, he was here. He was here. Let's see if this works this time. Oh, dear. Thing is, right, back in the day, do you remember E.T.? That whole thing. And then when like really shitty games came out in the SNES, like Battletoads, maybe that's what they're trying to capture with this. It's vintage cars, and they're trying to capture the experience of vintage gaming, where you'd spend £100 on a cartridge, and you might not know that you might, and then you're stuck with it because your parents are like, wow, we spent all the money on the cartridge and that was all we could afford, and I now have to wait another year before we can get into the game, so you better get good at it. you better really enjoy it and smile whilst you're playing Battletoads. If only they'd bought like bloody. If only it was like Mario All Stars. If you stand 15 minutes a day, you could be a vampire. Are we loaded? Oh, now we got to wait for the Xboxes to load. Oh, look at that. I mean, they could, right. Hypothetically, they could pull this back. Like if they really went all in on this, right? And the next update was super duper solid and fixed the frame rate issue, fixed the AI. I don't see how you can do that in under 6 months, though. Your back's broken. Bloody hell. Just casually drop that in there. My back's broken. My back's broke, guys. Just had my legs amputated. My eyeballs have just come out. Just my ears have stopped working. Yeah, both my arms fell off this morning. Just casually, just casually drop that in there. Sorry guys, but I was on the Titanic, but it sank. But anyway,
The pace car is out of control.
Anyway, I was eating my meal, hit an iceberg, Titanic sank, but I was really hoping to play some darts this afternoon. It's a real shame. All the poor people died. Most of the men died, but a couple of us survived. Don't worry about it. It was only the Titanic. Oh dear. Just a flesh wound. I did one of those, those like experiences where they have a whole spaceship. It's like an escape room, but it's a spaceship. It was in central London, and basically it's like you pretend you're a Star Trek character, and they give you, you've got a mission. There's like 10 of you there, and someone's on engineering, someone's the commander, someone's doing whatever. Right, I was doing one of those things. Goes on for like 2 hours. It's really good. The mechanics are a bit simple. It's really good. We like save this alien. They come on the spaceship. We rescue them. We're like destroying these sensors and things. And then there was a big like force field generator, right? That's what we were investigating. And then this enemy ship was coming, right? And we couldn't really do the mission. But we ran out of time and they had to say, well, basically, mission objectives finished. Yeah, he did all right. And then the one guy that was on communications at the end of the whole mission just goes, fun fact, we blew up the shield array and destroyed the enemy ship. It's like... like, just, we all didn't realise, none of us realised that we'd finished the mission and we'd all turned around but basically blown up the entire enemy thing and done everything perfectly. But only one guy had noticed and only decided to tell everybody at the end of the mission by going, fun fact, we've destroyed the enemy. So good. So yeah, you just reminded me of that. Probably told that story rubbish, but yeah. Anyway, let's do some driving. They're really good, actually. I can't remember what it's called. It's like a spaceship experience thing in London. Very nerdy. You're standing here 40 minutes and no drop. We've been going for 7 hours. 7.5 hours. This is our first drive in 7 hours. That's nothing. We've hoovered for like 10 hours before. You're new to this channel. I think you need to... I'd go to bed if I were you. Nothing's going to happen. Bloody hell. Yeah, see, I don't know what's going on with this car. Whoops. Oh, let's turn that off. Rookie numbers. It wasn't the tyres, it was just the feel. Oh, there we go. This feels different to yesterday, like, and not in a good way. It feels like there's delayed damper put in. Do you think they broke it? They made it worse with the update? They actually did the update make the game worse? That's pretty clever. Although maybe we never drove this car, so maybe this car was always a bit rubbish. Go to camera view setting, and then at the bottom there's a button you can click. In the cockpit camera settings. Yeah, well, with this car it feels worse. We have to try one of the older cars. Or is it just this car? But that's a good example of what I was saying in our original video, that the car quality is all over the place. Project Cars 2 was like that. And Project Cars 1. Oh, AC1's amazing. You need to have AC1. It's absolutely amazing. This is my hope is that Evo can basically eventually be cross-platform and do what AC1 did, but as a neat package. Hot take. Hot take. Is that more of a? That's more of a expected take. It's actually illegal to enjoy this game. If someone comes and shoots you, if you not even enjoy, if you say any positive thing, that's it. Game over.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, what? Why would anybody like GT cars.
The pace car is out of control.
I mean, to be fair, Jade and Jimmy are driving cars in real life, so if you're driving cars in real life, you're probably like, oh, it'd be cool to have a sim of them driving. They are popular cars, but... I think it could have potential. If you take the best cars in this, the old GT1 stuff, they're really fun. Like, as I keep saying, if they'd released this as a early access initial version for pre-orders, and so even charging the same price, but you do it as like a pre-order thing, and with that you get a single demo which has one track and one of the best vintage GT cars in the game, and it's a hot lap challenge, I think people would have gone, oh, it's the performance is rough, and there's some weird stuff with the physics, but it has real potential, and I'm looking forwards to it. But because they released it like this, for £70, people are like, what on earth? I don't know, Puzzled Monkey. I just don't... unless there's some financial reason behind it, I do not know. Well, also, the reality is, regardless of if Jimmy or Super GT are right or wrong, like, they could be idiots. They're not. But they could be complete buffoon morons. Doesn't matter. They're not. But, like, let's say they were. The point would be, you need, as a developer, unfortunately, because most people are massively influenced by influencers, you need to get like Jimmy and Steve to privately test your game, pay them like a grand or something, or just ask them, and then have them go, right, this is a release candidate, tell us, like, is this what would you say, and be brutally honest. you know, and they do, that's something that companies do. They pay. It's called like what's it called? It's got a name. You basically you could. Some reviewers do this as a service. You, it's like a closed door review. So companies pay reviewers that are experienced to review the game, and then not publish the review, so they know if it's ready to be shipped or not. Yeah, it's not really focus group testing. It's you get like someone like me, like Jimmy, I don't know, like Overtake, Traction, you know. But you know, you just never know the financial stuff behind the scenes with these types of games and what's going on. And almost always, when something's really dumb, it's because of business. No, by the time people have a key to test them, it's too late. That's like I mean, they did have the driver FDP program in this, so not. I mean, I don't know. I just don't know. These cars look nice. Yeah, this car's getting stuck. George, exactly, Jeff George. I say, I think I'm one of the few reviewers that actually spent a long time going through a lot of the different cars. I'm not saying the others didn't go through them, but if you genuinely put time into this, just being objective, having set up the force feedback, there's many cars in this that are absolutely blow other cars in other sims out the water, and the sort of handling and force feedback is on another level to Gran Turismo or Forza, and even stuff like in like Race Room and things. So, like the Lotus, I can't remember which one it is. The vintage Lotus. Is it a Lotus? I think one of the vintage Lotuses is particularly good. We'll do it after this race. No, I wasn't in the FDP because Lotus Elise GT1. I like to just play games as close to launch, so I can give a sort of objective view as if I were a player as best possible. Obviously, that's not going to be exactly the case, because with this game, for example, I played it at Sim Racing Expo. I played it at an event in Zurich. You know, so I'd have had more time with it than other people necessarily, but... I think that's the other thing. This is why it's a bit of a shame when people, again, throw the developers, all of the developers, under the bus, when it is very obvious that the developers of this game, the people doing the work, absolutely were very receptive to comments and genuinely are trying to make the best physics, right? It was not like... There's a meme online where people are like... Oh, it's a pump and dump scam or whatever, and it's like, well, no, there's quite a few people doing actual good work on this, you know, as there are with any game. But you know, people tend to oversimplify stuff, as as you see with everything. 44 out of 9 out of 10. Hang on, was it error 44 or 45? I think the sound thing is due to the CPU issue. I think what's happening is that it's just, like, as you can see, it's like, well, now it's running at 62%. So I mean, I don't even know. It's like it's not using the processor properly. But you know, I only have a budget processor from 3 years ago. Oh, sorry, a £500 processor that's top of the range 3 or 4 years ago on a top gaming motherboard with a 5090 with 32 gigabytes of RAM specifically selected for that processor. So it's, you know, it's a budget system, so you have to keep that in mind. Yeah, I mean, my sim rig as well, 21 Newton millimeter DD, is also very budget. Your laptop's more powerful. Oh dear, honestly. Hang on, how come it's 15 laps? Why did I set it to 15 laps? No, I'm 6 out of 15. 15 minutes. Oh, did I put a 20-minute timer? Oh dear, I'm such a noob. I think it is. If you're using DLSS and stuff, it'll end up being a bit blurry. Well, yeah, you would have thought in some ways, if you're targeting hardcore sim racers, you would probably want to design the game to run in VR from the get-go. And if you can't hit, you need to be able to hit like 250 FPS or 200 FPS on a mid-end system, and then 120 on a mid-end system, like mid to high-end system, 120, and with it never dropping below 90. I personally, I like how iRacing looks. But I'm weird. I'm super weird with I like playing graphics in driving sims. If the trees, yeah, I mean, okay, it sounds hypocritical because the grass is terrible in iRacing, and the trees are 2D, but then iRacing captures that kind of 90s video game aesthetic, so I find it quite nostalgic. Mighty Matt, just you had too many baked beans. It happens. I wouldn't worry about it. It's quite normal. Baked beans do that to a lot of people. It's a really loud wind noise. Yeah, I don't know. There's some weird... Some of the cars do have really weird sound to them. What's the verdict? We've already done review videos we've already done videos. The verdict was said at the start of my first video. The game needs 6 months more development. This car's weird. Wow, some people have been subscribed to my channel for like over a decade, or like approaching a decade. So imagine how they feel. We offer less value than iRacing.
The pace car is
Your
out of
impression is that
control.
I don't hate this sim enough. What do you want me to do? Smash my monitor? Look, I've done about 1,500 hours of iRacing this year. I no longer feel any emotion. If you've tried to get to 5k iRacing, you are no longer. You've lost it. I'm now Yoda. You should watch our 5,000 iRating challenge and see the damage that did to me. Do you want me to be like that German kid? the German kid smashing up his computer. He did it for a joke, but then it ruined his life. I mean, I'm pretty cut. Like, when you get old, you're like, I'm going to be dead soon, so I might as well enjoy stuff. That's the problem. When you're younger, you've got the illusion that you're going to live forever and you like really care about everything. You're like, oh God, everything is like, ah. And as you get older, you're like, oh, I woke up and I wasn't dead. That's good. I've won today. You didn't get me today. Time, you failed. You failed. Haha, victory to me. Another day rotating around the solar system. I win again. Never, you lose eventually, but you might as well embrace each day. We are Sim Race Fly. Are you happy? We are actually driving. Did I see the Ian tweet? The engine doesn't allow it. It probably doesn't have an alt function or something. Oh dear. Yeah, it's hardly an excuse though, is it? The video game we're making doesn't allow something that would be very useful. Hang on a minute. Doesn't that mean that as a developer you should probably change the engine? Maybe develop the game for longer. Ian's tweets are mental, honestly. Like, he must know that people read the tweets and they're like, oh, I don't, come on. Oh, wow. Ow! Saw that coming. Bonk. We're winning this by attrition here. 4th place. No, well, he can only speak for himself, really. And, I've met quite a few of the people that are working on this game. They're really nice people. Genuinely tried to do a good job, so. It's the same with pretty much all games developers. I mean, I have met some absolute arses in the games industry, but most people are good. You did, yeah, 100%. Well, the 0.4 update to Evo at Sim Racing Expo felt really good. So we'll have to wait and see. Maybe Kunos will save sim racing. Who knows? What I do know is that Davide cannot beatbox. That's something I know for sure. Puzzled Monkey, it's warning me that the game's not finished yet. It's the Moser wheelbase has a feature in it that detects unfinished video games that have been released too soon. You saw my differing take on the physics on YouTube and wanted to see it in action. One question: I saw a reviewer take out a GT3 and LMP and they spin easily. Yeah, but what was my different take on the physics? This is what I don't understand. I've not said anything that other people haven't said. Right? My different take. Cash, thanks for raiding, welcome. K5 Ash, welcome. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I have to check your channel out. Thanks for raiding us. Welcome along. We are just
car is out of control.
Chooching along in this slowly, hosting races, chatting, having a good time. Yeah. Yeah, there's I don't think I've got a different take than other people on the physics in this. It's just that some cars are alright and some aren't. Some are quite good. Which we said. So you have Jake from GP Laps doing a really good job in his video, and he's clearly driving the car perfectly fine around the track, and then he says, like he points out in his video, exactly the same stuff we said. There's a lot of the cars drive perfectly fine. It's quite fun, but the AI is not really good enough for the single player thing. It doesn't necessarily recreate that vintage racing that he was looking for himself, but the force feedback is generally workable. Just, you know, exactly the same thing. It's like, so I'm not sure. My different take. I need to be less nuanced, I think. I think what I'm going to start doing is just, I'm going to simplify everything. I'm going to do a review channel called Hit or Shit, and then it distills everything into just hit or shit. It's a 3-second video. No actual information, just say hit or shit, and then people are like, oh, I don't need to think anymore. We should do a techno review of this though. Yeah, 3 seconds, that's asking too much, isn't it? Yeah, people are googling new games so that you get more views and stuff. So it's good. It's good for getting subscribers, but then the risk is you get a load of like 12-year-olds that are Gran Turismo fans. So you know, and they're good for making money out of. But you know, you can make a lot of money out of them. But if you want nice comments that aren't dumb. I was thinking it was a real shame with PMIs. Like most of the comments, or not most of them, but a large number of comments under the video are so stupid. It's just like, whereas most of the time we actually have a lot of good comments. You know, like a lot of people making, you know, people making good points or just saying stuff that's interesting or just nice. I've just kept out of the last few days. Did the patch improve the sim? No. So arguably, well, maybe it's made it worse. I'm not sure. I don't think it did anything. You can't change. Right, this is why would you launch a game with the browser like this? You can't change the track or the car class or the settings once you've created this session. Like, how, what, why? Like, that is something that's mental, right? That is mental. I've got to host a session and everyone's joined it. Let's stay together and do some more fun racing. No, sorry, you need to quit the server you just made and make a new one. That's like Kunos UI design. That's even better, I have to say. Right, what car we were going to drive? So that's NGT. What were the best cars? Was it the GTO or the GT1? It was the GT1 cars, I think, were the best. This Lotus is really good. No, but I imagine that he's probably right about the throttle. We could test it in this. I don't think it's like Jimmy's throttle theory. I would imagine that Jimmy is aware of the throttle issue in many sims because he's seen the same Neil's Housenveld videos going back, and so he probably thought to test it because it's a thing to test and it's like interesting that sims dick it up, and then he probably noticed it then. And he probably noticed it when he was like, oh, the cars don't seem to be very linear in response in and out the corners and stuff. So, but it's, it's great when you've got a big channel, everything gets attributed to you. On the downside of that, bad things will get attributed to you as well. Unless you're really anodyne, which is why larger channels are incredibly anodyne, because otherwise they risk getting shit thrown at them. Right, what are we doing? I need a chilled out tracker. This is too much physicality for me. Let's make the race a bit shorter. I don't know how it ended up being that long. Also, multiplayer. Oh, no. Oh, it's based off the pit boxes of the track, I guess. There we go. Studio 1295. But yeah, maybe in some ways, although having it tweaked but then allowing the player to change it afterwards. We've done Cashnit. We've done videos already. It's saying what we think. So just watch those videos on YouTube. How are we going to celebrate? Well, we're losing subscribers anytime we say anything critical about... Probably losing subscribers on this live stream as well. We're on 97.6. I don't know. I tend not to focus on subscribers. We need more people to join. Where's my music gone as well? Put some music back on. Having someone's commentary that hasn't bumped GT7. Yeah, I think on console, GT7 is kind of like the benchmark. GT7 is like the console iRacing, where you can't even, like, the force feedback is shit in GT7 and the physics are pretty shit as well. But because it's been around so long and it's been marketed as the real simulator, you can't say, and it's not worth it. Like, you can't, the GT7 audience, if you appeal to the GT7 audience, you can make hundreds of thousands of pounds a year, right? All you have to do is just be like, play it constantly. Like, you can really make a lot of money out of GT7 players. You're ridiculous. Those were all GT7 players wanting to not have to play something other than GT7. Well, I don't get how streamers that only play one game, I find it bad enough just doing sim racing, right? Like, I sometimes I'll have to go to flight sims or just whatever, right? Do you know what I mean? I really do like driving sims, but the nice thing is that we can go to different driving sims, play AC, iRacing, different cars, different tracks, rally, whatever. But imagine if you're same for like people that just play Fortnite or just play Gran Turismo. It's like, surely that's got to make you go mental. It's not even that good of a game, like, in terms of mechanics. It's really not that good. It's not bad. It's not a bad game, but it's not the type of, like, AC1. You could spend a lot of time playing it, and there's so much stuff in it that I don't think you get particularly bored. BeamNG, there's so much stuff in it, like rally, crashing, building tracks, building cars, testing cars, doing all the missions. There's a lot to do, like mod locations. You can fly planes in it and helicopters. So BeamNG is like a sandbox thing. So that's, I could see someone playing that indefinitely. Kerbal Space Program. Could totally see someone playing that non-stop. But GT7 is a bit of a piss take of a video game. Like, it's worse than GT5. Exactly. Well, that's the thing with Steve. He does a really good job on his commentaries, and he has like a nice dry humour, and he's just using GT7 mostly as a popular avenue to do like the commentary on the races, as you say. So it's not really about the game at all. It could be any game that happened to be popular. Like, he started on Forza. So same thing happens with iRacing. It's just a good race format. Well, another weird thing with this game, right? The replay camera, 30 FPS. Absolutely mental. Right. It's up there. That's up there with insane stuff. Like, do you remember the thing with Forza where the frame rate was locked at 60 because they had a problem with the PC players would have an advantage for having a higher frame rate. So in the competitive mode, you couldn't play it over 60 FPS or something. You're like, hang on. Hang on a minute, what's that about? It's absolutely insane. You get 30 FPS with drop frames. Oh dear. They don't own the Madness engine though, do they? Like Codemasters bought SMS, and then Codemasters was bought by EA, and then EA were like, "Oh, I don't want to do. Oh, let's close down Codemasters." Oh dear. But also, you don't know if the partnership with Giants is what allowed them to get the funding to make the game in the first place. So maybe that's why they had to use this engine. It might be a good engine as well, but you just don't know. Maybe in the long run that would work out better. Maybe in the long run, the fact that this is the Giants engine means that they will keep developing it because it's in the benefit of the publisher. So rather than just ditching it, they will actually do stuff. Whereas otherwise, then maybe they would have just ditched it. So you don't know. Yeah, it's possible that it's easier to mod and maybe integrate the store and stuff into it. You never know. Oh man, I'm exhausted, guys. Just taking it easy. My beard's too long. My moustache is too long. Yeah, the online cross-play is pretty big. A lot of people just take that for granted, but it's actually quite significant to have a game. To have a game that an engine that allows you to maybe update stuff without direct parity, and to also, yeah, to have crossplay is a pretty big feature. But it's very complicated if you've got crossplay in a game. Any chance one day we'll get a behemoth developer that makes a game that's clearly above all else? What, for driving sims? Probably not. I mean, AC Evo is probably like the best chance ultimately, but it'll just take time. But they have like crazy talent there. Yeah, iRacing is definitely going to go over to consoles as well, but probably will take a few years. The bonnet wobble is the most immersive feature. I'm in the GT1 Lotus. Nothing really important has changed in the supposed batch, as far as I can tell. Mobile games look really good these days. I was playing PUBG on my phone and I was like, bloody hell, this looks well good. Not quite the insult that you'd sort of expect. Oh look, AC Kerbin. Beautiful. Oh. No! Oh, we've got to wait for this to finish. It was made of military Velcro. Yeah, just finishing the quali. 5-lap race. Beautiful. Contemplation. Every stream is a contemplation stream. There should be a Mid-Ohio for AC. Is the Thrustmaster TXW? Which one's that? Is that the one with the hexagonal motor? Yeah, it's all right actually. It's a basic DD. The one with the helical, what's it called? Like it's good. It's actually all right. Good for its price. It's good quality. Yeah, it's good detail. Oh no! 2-second penalty. Honestly, the penalty system in this game. How did that get through? How did the penalty system get through testing? It doesn't make sense, does it? It does not make any sense how the penalty system in this gets into a final build. It would be better to not have a penalty. It's mental. Oh, you avoided a crash and went slightly wide. Ah, that's 2 seconds. Yeah, 2 seconds. No, like ability to serve the penalty or do anything. No, 2 seconds. 2 seconds. That's it. 2 second penalty. Imagine if Formula One. Oh, the AC curbing. Imagine if Formula One was moderated like this. It's FIA's dream penalty system. The FIA's dream penalties. Do you remember we used to call it Chart Hitler Whiting in Project Cars 2? Because you'd get the most insane penalties, and now it's like it's got worse. Kim Jong-un whiting, Kim Jong penalty system, death penalty, half a second off the track, half an inch off the track, 2 second penalty and death. I'm surprised they don't have snipers shooting you. Should I install we could load up AMS2 and do a direct comparison, but I get motion sick from AMS2. So I don't get motion sick from this, generally speaking, because the camera doesn't suddenly snap. So that's a big bonus for me. But that's just how I drive. No, the camera system is better than AMS2. Hello, Jack. We're all right, thanks. Yeah, it's just a springy head. It's not really locked to Horizon, but it's not too bad at removing violent shakes and stuff. Does this hurt Ben Collins' credibility? I don't think so. I mean, he's a real world driver with his own like done multiple business real world stuff. So. I mean, at the end of the day, you go, well, he's a consultant. It's still up to the game developers to make the game good. You know, so... It's win-win. Gregory Wood, yeah, well, we were testing the MX-5 at Lime Rock Park, and we did a really fast lap where we just locked the car in a slide 3 T1, and it was like 0.3 faster. I don't think Ben asked. He's good to talk to. He's really down to earth as well. I really appreciated him taking the time to chat to me at Sim Racing Expo. Like, it wasn't like we just talked about Project Motor Racing. You know, I was just asking. I was just chatting about sims and games, right? So he didn't have to. So. Oh my god, oh, iRacing catch. The old brake accelerator catch did the trick. When in doubt, iRacing catch. Push it in. Nicola, exactly, yeah. I mean, they could only say, they'll be like, well, I think this should be like better like this. Also, it'd just be like it's a handling consultant, right? He's not. All he can really do is go, well, I think this should be more like this. If you know, that'd seem more realistic to me. Well, I mean, it could be quite good. I think what you need is more fundamental engine polish, and then you need a team like Reza to come in and absolutely blitz it. Yeah, this is the problem with AMS2 is that it always... They've really tried their best to, like, massage good behaviour out of it, but everything that has that floaty thing to it. Niels! Right, I'm so glad you're here. I've got a well-funny story to tell you. I had the flu vaccine yesterday. Last night, I was having the most insane... You know where this is going. Last night, I was having insane fever dreams from like 3 or 4 a.m. Like mentally vivid, like it was mental, like pure insane dreams. Anyway, one of the dreams was hilarious. I was in Denmark. You and me, we're in Denmark in a big, massive vegetable market. But in this vegetable market, they had simulators, right? And you were driving on a simulator, and it was like AMS1 was on it, and you were losing control of the car, and you were getting a bit frustrated. And I was like, for some reason, I was going, oh, it's the suspension and weight transfer, and then you were like, no, it's not, and then basically you were like, you got absolutely super mega pissed off at me for saying it was the weight transfer. It's so funny. And then for some reason, you wanted to go get a birthday card for someone, so we went birthday card shopping with Niels. I don't know what's going on here. And you got like a normal birthday card, but then you got this pamphlet which had like two naked guys on it, right, on this pamphlet, and it was in Dutch, so that made sense. And then you were really proud because you realised on this pamphlet you like folded it over like at a weird angle, and you were like showing me like the engineering skills that you got, that you'd work this you'd work this out from a totally innocent pamphlet. I don't know what had naked guys in it, but it wasn't like it was just like a Dutch pamphlet, and you'd folded it over and it made it look like the two guys were sleeping together, and then you'd put this in the birthday card on top of the normal birthday card, and you're like, oh, it's a funny joke. As if you'd like give that to someone as their birthday card, and you're like, yeah, this is totally, and you were just like, no, it's totally normal, absolutely normal. And yeah, and I was like, the situation was, I was like, are you still pissed off with me for the saying the weight transfer thing? Are you still really angry? But also me just watching you do that and me being like, is this Dutch? Is this just Dutch people? and then I woke up and I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, honestly, it was so vivid as well. So yeah, I've got that leaf. It was just the way that you were so happy that folding it over created the men being together. I had the flu and COVID together. So it was a combo. Anyway, I appreciated the dream, Niels, because I felt this morning, I felt terrible. And most of today we felt awful. But I think it was worth it for that. Oh dear, so dumb. But yeah. Well, what are we going for? Let's what's the Celine? Oh, we'd have to change bloody. Let's do this one. Let's do the GT one. Oh, we got to quit the server to change bloody track. Sorry, I've got to make a new server. Let me just create a new one. Change the track here. On the plus side, it is quick to go back and change the settings, which is good. It was in Berlin. Well, I've never been to Denmark, so I don't know why. And also, I went on the Eurotunnel. Specifically, it was, I've decided to go somewhere, not for work, but just to go somewhere. And for some reason, it's Denmark. And then also, why on earth would I end up on a Simrig, and why would you be there? What on earth? Hello, Matt. How's it going, man? Guys, check out Matt Olica's channel. He's a newish streamer. Give him a follow if you like sim racing. He does a bit of AC. He does low fuel motorsport. Give him a follow. I know I really want to go to Denmark. I really want to go to. I really want to go to Bangkok. I really want to go to like Vietnam. And basically apologise to everybody, even though it was Americans, not British. I'm sure the British did something. The French did something as well, so I can apologise for the French and the British. But no, I'd like to go to Vietnam. I'd really like to go to Bangkok. I really want to go to Japan. They're really out of the way, though. I really want to go to China, actually. China! But, yeah, no, there's a whole bunch of places in Europe I've never been to. I'd love to visit. Want to go to Egypt as well. I really want to see the I don't want to see the pyramids, but I quite like to. I want to go to Luxor and see the tombs. But I guess if I was there, we could. Oh, that's quite a long way. I'd have to fly to Cairo, but China #1, China. Nah, I really like old in Luxor. There's a lot of like Egyptian stuff that's just out in the open. Really like to go to some parts of Croatia. Have some really good Roman stuff. I love that kind of thing. I like Roman, Egyptian, you know, and maybe even like it'd be fun. I really want to walk some of the Appalachian Trail. I'd really like to go to the Grand Canyon and maybe kayak part of the Colorado. Is that right? I said that right? I can't remember the name of it. So many things I'd really like to do, but they're very expensive. You want to see a Bigfoot? I really like Bigfoot stories, but
The pace car is
I don't know if you saw
control.
that documentary in the 90s called Harry and the Hendersons, but that really
The
shaped
pace car is out of control.
that really shaped my view of Bigfoots. So thanks for following, guys. Appreciate it. But that was a good documentary and made me really appreciate Bigfoots. I really wanted Bigfoot to exist, or even like the Abominable Snowman, when I was like in my 20s, when I was a teenager. I really wanted Bigfoots to exist. They creeped me out, but I liked the idea, and the story seemed somewhat believable. I mean, also, there's a lot of like jungle and stuff. You'd think jungle is massive. You'd think that there would probably be some like giant apes, and also there are like E. Blackopithecus, a Gigantopithecus. It's called E. blackie or something. Gigantopithecus existed. So that, and they were like 12 foot. And then you've got like Lucy, the really tiny Gigantopithecus. Here we go. You have got like Lucy that was tiny. They're kind of like orangutans and stuff, but so they have existed in the past, so it's not completely ridiculous that you could have some kind of giant ape still that survived, but you'd think there'd be some signs, you know. And then Yetis, you would think would be really obvious because you can see quite far on snow, and obviously if it's a giant thing, it has to eat a lot. That's the thing that's often missed out. Yeah, well, have you seen like bonobos are bloody creepy. I find orangutans actually disturb me, like because they or baby gorillas look human. Like adult gorillas not so much, but baby gorillas also have the same traits that human babies have in like, you know, what they're doing, how they move, the attention they want, the way their facial expressions, which is totally insane. And they're really cute, but yeah, they're really creepy. What's going on here? It's not even loading. There's that. What's that? There's a really small ape that has really human expressions. What on earth is going on? Oh, there we go. I think this game was ready to release. I don't think that there's any problems at all with this. If you know, macaca, yeah. Even stuff like a slow loris with its face is super creepy, but they're really nice. But it's a shame that people keep them as pets, which is not right. They're like nocturnal and yeah. How can they disturb you? Because it's that thing that it's not a human, but it's very similar in many ways. And so you're like, what is it thinking? And to what degree is it thinking? I mean, this is the same with like dogs. To me, it's very clear that not all dogs, but like many breeds of dog, or a lot of animals, like cows, pigs, goats, I don't know. A lot of animals clearly have quite a high degree of basic intelligence. Dolphins especially, right? Whales. But they're octopi, right? You don't know what they're thinking, but there's some sort of thinking. They might not be sentient, but they could be. I mean, I think a dog is, to be honest. I think most dogs are actually sentient. Like, I think they're aware of their existence, just from their general. It just seems that way, but maybe they've evolved to seem that way so that we look after them. But we've bred them that way. But that to me is super disturbing because then here we go, existential crisis. If you start thinking, okay, well maybe a dog is like that, which is I think it probably is, and I think dolphins definitely are, whatever. Well, then you're like, where do you draw the line? Okay, an octopus, okay. Well, what if you, even though like an ant or a fly or a bumblebee or something, maybe that's really dumb. What if it isn't? What if it isn't? What if all these like I know they're not called octopuses. They're called right, we'll see. I'm sure this came up before. Oh, it's considered incorrect because the word comes from the Greek, not Latin. Okay. You bastard. Fine, octopuses. Octopi sounds better, though. Sounds like a fun mathematical equation. Oh, divide 5 times 4. Octopi! Remember to octopi it, children. But yeah, imagine, like, have you seen their studies on bees? And bees using tools, or bees also. There's a really interesting studies on animals playing. So like you get ducks going down waterfalls for fun. You see it with like penguins and things, and lots of animals. They do stuff for fun with no obvious reason to do it, which is seemingly a very human behaviour. Humans also do sim racing. I'm not quite sure what that's for, so these things are confusing. But you know, let's say like a fruit fly is sentient. That's really worrying. Oh, I've been born. Oh, the fruit. Oh, the fruit. I'm dead. I'm trapped in a cupboard. Oh no, I'm dead. The worst life ever. I'll wait for some people to join and then we can then we'll ready up. Give it like 2 minutes. What animal would be best at sim racing? Me. I am Alpha Sim Racer. Am I still affected? No, it's going away actually. It's going away pretty quickly. Starting to feel it. We started feeling a lot better about 2 hours ago. I'm now immortal. That's what they said, right? You'll get a bruise on your arm, but you will become immortal. I have been vaccinated, and now I am immortal. The only downside is that I can never sleep again.
I can now see through space and time. My horizons have been broadened in dimensions and ways that no normal man can imagine. I will live forever, but ironically, I do not want to. Curse this trap. I thought knowledge of the universe would bring me happiness. Instead, it has given me complete knowledge of despair. For I know the futility of all things.
Well, you hang on. You can't have it when you. Oh, I see what you mean. You're ill of something else. Well, it's worth 1 day of feeling moderately unwell, relative to a month of being completely wrecked and potentially getting chronic stuff. You're surprised there's no being dedicated PR online video. Is it worth it? I might do one. But yesterday we went out to get jabbed and then I came back and went to sleep. No, I think I played Counter-Strike for a bit. Then we went to sleep and then I didn't get out of bed until like 2 p.m. today. So I was just in bed like, that's pathetic. So we ain't really got any videos. We could record this. Good idea. I'm going to get a cup of tea, guys. Appreciate everyone watching. And as I said earlier, the chat's been awesome. I've been really boring today, but like we haven't really had any idiots in chat, actually. Do you know what I mean? Like everyone's been pretty nice and friendly and chill and reasonable, which is rather disturbing because that's not what the internet's about. Apart from when Niels came in, to be honest, actually. Niels really upset me with his, well, just the dream I had, to be honest. And then him confirming that it wasn't a dream, it was actually true. So that really ruined my day. But other than that, it was really nice. Nice chatting with everyone. I'm just going to get a cup of tea.
Okay, let's go.
No rush. No, I'm easy. We had plenty. We had at least a few seconds to go.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at timing. Thanks for... Oh, it's his second penalty for that amazing catch. How does that work? That was a well good catch. 2-second penalty. Oh, no, the recording's broken. That's not the right replay. Oh. Ow! Why are you driving into me? Yeah, of course we did. I am the timing master. The penalty system in this game is so bonkers. I don't get. I just don't get how that happens in the first place. Like, I don't get how. How do you end up even making that penalty system? Like, unless it's a penalty system just for qualifying, and then they've just copy and pasted it or something. I don't. Because as soon as you have a 2-second penalty, you would just quit a race if you were doing racing, because you'd be like, well, that's it, it's over, basically. Most people would. They'd be like, I got a penalty, I'm not going to finish. It's fun. They knew about it and said, F it. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's also, it'd be better just to not have it, or actually giving out like a micro penalty of like 0.1 seconds or 0.2 seconds for an off track. That would actually make sense. You don't need to give out 2 seconds. You can give out micro penalties, and then maybe if you were being clever with design, you could go, oh, hang on, they can be served by doing something like safely driving somewhere. I don't know. They can be served by a lift somewhere safe, like a penalty serve area or something. I don't know. There's so many things you could do, or just like low fuel motors. Not low fuel motors. LMU has a really good penalty system. I just don't know. I think it's a video game's not real life, and you need to automate it. And you also, in a video game, you have to be harsher than real life, because otherwise people just exploit it. Well, they do have online racing, but it doesn't work. At launch, probably the best feature doesn't work. Error 44. Yeah. Like, that's the bet that the one thing that could redeem it is, oh, at least it's got jumping racing that's active. Error 44. Oh, it's launch day, you know. Oh, there'll be a day one patch, don't worry. Day one patch, totally different to the review version. All right, yeah, okay. Right, fair enough. Error 8 and 16. Maybe the actual game is to collect all the numbers. You wait until you get error 12. That's an exciting one. That error 12 is a very rare collectible. Error code. Got to catch them all.
I like you and you.
I don't even know how does Pokemon go? Error code. I want to catch every code. I want to catch them all. Every single error code, they will be mine. Error code, gotta catch them all. Hang on, we got another lap here. What are you guys doing? It's not finished yet, mateys. Oh man, I'm well dizzy. We'll have a cup of tea and a bicky. Everything's made better with a cup of tea and bicky. No, Miriz, not really. Oh, look, it's the same sound tearing issue. It's a mixed bag, but most of the mix is the Quality Street you don't want. It's like a Quality Street box, but most of them are like the weird chewy stick toffee thing that just tastes like nothing. There's not many of the strawberry sweets. They're nice. Is Woolworths... We don't have Woolworths anymore. Germany does. I doubt they do a Jammy Dodger, though. Look at that. Game of Muscle in 5th. Want waffle fries. Well done, guys. Nathan in 2nd. Sly Boogie in 3rd. Sepsi in 4th. Oh, my goodness. I need a biscuit. We're going to have an OT. Milk chocolate OTs, guys. Try this car in AMS2. Okay, let's do it. Let's have a little AMS2 test. Oh, I didn't record this, though. Right. We'll do one more race with this car. We'll record it. And then we'll do it in AMS2. We'll do it at Silverstone. Then we can do... AMS2 has Silverstone, doesn't it? We can do a direct comparison. Strawberry cream confirmed psychopath. I'm not really a Quality Street enjoyer. I'm more of a I like Aero. The Lidl's fake Aero chocolate is amazing, but I don't buy it because I'll eat the whole thing every time. Every time I buy one. The racing's been alright, actually, because we just have amazing viewers, so obviously they're all nice. Wow. Yeah. Well, I find this less shopping cart trolley than AMS2. But the drive and feel in this is very similar to AMS2 to me, the end result. But with slightly different, like I prefer how this drives to AMS2. Right, let me make another server. Server filter. Where is my... So is that all the servers online? Jesus Christ. What track? Well, yeah, we're going to do Northampton. No, there we go. Famous track. Right. And we'll record this. Oh, my... Okay, we should be alright. Why have we got a door in the background? Why is it just a door? George Doors, what are the scores? What are goodies? We had nerds. Is that Australian for nerds? I tell you what, one of our viewers sent us what are they called? They're like pineapple chunks or something. From New Zealand, I think, or Australia, and they were, oh my god, they were good. That's the best part of being a YouTuber. People send you stuff. Money, chocolate. All you've done is being an insufferable prat on the internet. That's pretty good. Should we set the time of day in the morning? Let's make it look as nice as possible. There we go. It's 8 a.m. sunny. There we go. Do you remember, Freddo Frogs? I might get one of them for my sister when I'm visiting her. That's a good idea. She'll be like, ooh, ooh, Freddo the Frog, ooh. Oh yeah, because you'd go to school and you'd have like £1.50 for your dinner money, and then you'd not have any dinner, and then you would go to the sweet shop and pick up like sweets. It'd be well good. You'd have like yeah. So you'd try and save at least like 80p, because that's a lot of sweets. But do you remember the elastic band things? They're like a bracelet with the candy things on them, and then what you do is you pull off half of them and then you flick them at people. Probably could make someone blind with them. Being a kid is mental. School, everything's mental. That was all mental. That was all actually insane. What a waste of time. Look what happens when you fail at education, guys. Look what happens. Look what they created. So much potential. So much opportunity. But look what bloody happened. Look what they did. This is... Whispers are nice. But Cadbury's Flake... Thanks for subscribing. Cadbury's Flake or Whisper? Hang on, Whisper has the crunchy bit in it. What's the one that's like a flake? A twirl? Twirl? Twist? Twirl? Twirl. I think that's better than a flake because it's not flaky on the outside. You have an 11-year-old. Well, when I was 12, I did an exchange for 6 months. I think it's a really good thing to do. Just, you should send them to another country. Send them to a family that has an alcoholic parent that beats their wife and then drives under the influence. That will really help build the character of your child. It's a surefire way to not traumatise the child in any way whatsoever. Even better, have it so they beat their wife, then lock their wife, then have the wife lock them in a room, and then make the exchange student go knocking on doors down the street trying to get some help, but nobody answering the door. And so then the exchange student has to help lock them in the room and then sleep on the sofa because the exchange student is worried that the parent is going to beat their wife. That's a great lesson to teach a child. No trauma at all whatsoever. Jesus Christ. Yeah, what did you... Fucking hell. Oh, dear. Yeah, wow. So, I highly recommend doing an exchange, though. It is character building. Oh, no! Let's start again. We'll create the server again, guys. Oh, no, it is. It is really good, because then you're like, oh, that's interesting. It does give good perspective. The more you experience, it's good. 100% though, definitely worth sending kids on an exchange for sure. Like for a while, because it does give you a very good perspective. It could be good, it could be bad, it could be a mixture. And also, I think if you live in another culture as a child, it demystifies that nature of different cultures, which is really good. Because I think if you only grow up in one country, you have a very singular view on reality, and also you can really believe in like nation stuff in the sense of one country being better than another. Whereas if you live as a child, if you live in other countries for a bit, you're like, oh, actually, everyone's basically the same. Only some people have baguettes for breakfast. You can do exchanges really affordably. as well. Like some of them were like there's not some of them are basically free as well. I mean, you have to look after the other kid and stuff, but it's not necessarily crazy expensive. You know, obviously traveling and stuff. It's not something that a very low income family could afford, but sort of you know. Right, let's try again. Legally, you probably could do. So the exchange that I did, I was legally adopted, and the reason they do that is that it's easier, so that the people looking after you are, if an emergency happens or whatever, then they can, you know, all the paperwork basically just works naturally. So legally, you could basically go, well, because you are legally adopted. It's really weird how it works. There's probably different ways of doing it now. This was quite a while back. There's probably more streamlined ways of doing it. Nathan Burnswood. He's a lumberjack. Who doesn't enjoy burning wood? Burn that wood. Is anyone else join? We'll let some people join, guys, if we just wait a minute. Heavy. Do I look like the Heavy from TF2? I guess maybe a little bit. To be fair, a little bit. I'd have to get a lot bigger. I'm fat. He's muscular. Do I sleep? Not too well. Ah! Not too well. Although actually we did get a lot of sleep last night. It was pretty good. It was just mental. I think the lease is actually not too bad from what I remember. We don't have links. I have to block links because we used to get quite a few bots. Right, we're ready. I'm going to start the race. We'll give it 1 more minute so people can join. You've done 60 laps of Red Bull Ring and 30 at Spa in ACC. I'm tired and will sleep heavy with nightmares. Oh, it's starting up here. There we go. I think it does for the most part, yeah. But GT7 plays very well on a gamepad, and GT7's content is very consistent. So this has more interesting to drive behavior. Like GT7 is like ploughing to understeer, and I don't know if you can really get the cars to rotate on the turning. Like it's very stiff and dull. And then the slick tire in GT7 has no like balanced slip to it. So, but to be honest, just about everything on PC for the last 20 years is better than GT7. Why was Rennsport ranked below Race Room? Because Rennsport doesn't have many cars in it, and Race Room is generally more polished. I think Race Room's less flow. Rennsport uses like R Factor 2 tyre data, which I quite like R Factor 2's tyres. So it's sort of, you know. In terms of physics, Yeah, I think just Race Room's just more polished. But I mean, it sort of swings and roundabouts. I might have even put it the other way around. That video was not. It was just me going, "Oh, I want to make a video." I got back. I'd played some CS, and I was like, "Oh, I should do a video. Why not? It'd be fun." Just because people kept asking, "Where do you rank Project Motor Racing compared to other sims?" So I was like, "Oh, I'll do that." And then everyone's hated on it, so it was a total waste of time. But I don't care. That's the life of a YouTuber. That's what happens. Deal with it. People ignore what you do and will make up their own story. Rating video. Well, the idea that AC's at the top is painful for some people. What is going on here? This gets stuck and then crashes so much. The grass looks well nice in this game. Oh, hello, Matt Malone.
Matt Malone, sexy guy. Some say he has a big trombone. Matt Malone from United States. His driving is an absolute state. Matt Malone, he's a legend in the sky. It's Matt Malone for you and I.
Hello.
It's Matt Malone in the live stream.
How you doing, man? Matt Malone. Guys, if you don't know Matt Malone, he is a legend of streaming. We've been chatting most of today, Matt, because we weren't feeling well. So only for the last 3 hours have we been driving. We spent like 6 hours just chatting. Yeah, guys, go and check Matt Malone out. Sadly, he does play too much iRacing, but he makes it watchable. You know, it's pretty good. So give him a follow.
The pace car is out of control.
Enjoy his channel. Sadly, he's also American. So that you know, but he makes up for it. He makes up for it. Yeah, there's a car in this, Matt, that looks like it would be your livery. It's like an old. It's like a. Is it a GT1 car? It's just got the American. Basically, it just looks exactly like a vehicle you would drive with the American flag on it.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
D Meanster, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate it. Welcome. What a supporter. Gamer Moss, how can I make the AI race better in AC1? You can't. AC1 has terrible AI.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal. But that is amazing.
The normal.
So it's probably one of the
best.
But one of the or not the best simulation
Shut
to
up,
practice.
Max.
Like even F1.
The pace car is out of control.
It's really good.
You like his politics. USA. Matt, have you played Project Motor Racing? It's the sim that everyone is loving right now. It's the sim that I'm surprised that more people haven't complained about a game being released for £70 in what appears to be an early access state. Honestly, you would have thought that you would have had a lot of sim racers whinging about it, and then also you would have thought that then people would get on the bandwagon of hate to capitalise on that. But surprisingly, I've surprisingly not seen any of that at all, and I'm really surprised by the positive reception of this. You know, but that's the surprising nature of the sim racing space. You never know what's going to happen next. You never know what's going to happen next. We need to do a racing something, Matt, at some point. It'd be good. Do you want to feel my rack? Just relentless toxic positivity, which is just a absolute nightmare. Matt Malone likes to increase his steering stiffness. if you had to choose between stiffness values, I would say if I had to put Matt Malone on a stiffness scale, given his the amount of time he spends sat down and his age, I think I would go for about an 8, maybe a 7 or 8. I think I'm about the same, to be honest. I'd say about 7 or 8 as well. He used to be 10, but yeah, sadly. But for me, I'm gonna have to go to 1 here because I've got to play things safe. Strength, I've had to turn that right down. We don't have any strength. We've lost that. But all right, Matt, have a good one. Really appreciate the raid. Welcome to everyone that's joined us. We are just sort of chilling out, chatting. This is not high energy. I'm nowhere near as entertaining as Matt Malone. So really, he's just. I mean, most of you hate us because of my filthy comments about iRacing. So I appreciate the 5 of you that stuck around. Really appreciated. Thank you very much. Maybe a lot of these viewers were unconscious, so they will stick around. And thank you. Sure enjoy watching this. Yeah, you guys need to watch Matt Malone. He's good fun to watch. Yeah. That sounded more like a whale. What? I don't think that's the racing line. Okay, 44 FPS here, guys. It's because of my budget CPU. Ah, nice. Back to Boopy. Let's all run it down. Although weirdly, today's gone pretty well. Considering we woke up at 2 AM and felt terrible, and then we've live streamed, we had good viewers. It's been nice chatting. The chat's been fun, live stream's been fun, and now we're actually able to drive a bit. It's actually quite good, to be honest. The general idea of the online's okay and the netcode's okay, but Error 44 is basically the focus of the online multiplayer at the moment. So comparison, man. Okay, well, I tell you what, we will redo our mega chart and we'll do it properly. Maybe we can do it as a live stream and we'll have every single racing game ever, and with the help of live stream chat we can debate ourselves to the ultimate ranking. We could do that as a live stream. That's a week of streaming that. Do you guys all have AMS too, so we can do a multiplayer lobby in that? I don't think that's a good way. That's not very nice for Quali to do that, I have to say. Sure, I think that's an illegal maneuver. You know, I really feel like that was unfair. But we recovered it. Yeah. Was I the policeman or the criminal?
The pace car is out of control.
The problem, I can't play AMS too much because it makes me motion sick, so that's why we don't play it. Also, I'd rather play AC. It's got better physics. Well, this guy's lagging quite a bit, right? Thanks for subscribing. I've just driven through him. Interesting netcode there. We just drove through him. Oh, the LEDs flash when you're playing an unfinished game. It's a feature of the Moser wheel. It detects if the game you're playing is ready for release or not. A lot of game developers could do with using the wheel, getting this wheelbase. Super handy. As soon as once it starts flashing green, you know that the game's ready for early access. And then when the game stops flashing, you know that it's ready for release. Really handy. It's called Moser RR. Moser Ready RTR. Moser RTR. Firmware update. It's Moser Ready to release. It's thought of everything Moser have. Yeah, if you've not compared enough games, tells you. Which is really super handy. I just feel bad for Agonoski. He made an entire platform dumping on bad games only to be involved in one. Can you imagine? Wait, so hang on. To be honest, someone could set up a website called Real Race Cars or Pretend Race Cars, and then they could just make articles slagging off the game in exactly the same style as his website would. I thought his website was quite good, to be honest. But yeah, no, that could be quite funny. A Pretend Race Cars. And it's just all the stuff with this game. To be fair, the design ideas, his component of this, like doing the creative design, they're actually good ideas. It's just the execution. But that's often the issue with Sims. It's the execution, not the idea. That's games development. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, the APIs have to be up the right one for the wheel to work. Oh.
The pace car is out of control.
Ow! Can't even see him. 2-second penalty. Slow down to 60? What? What? Why am I having to slow down to 60? The penalty system in this game is insane. They've incorporated the worst of Project Cars 2 penalties with the worst of Assetto Corsas. It said slow down to 60. I'll do what I'm told. It might give me a DQ. Did you say you're off to bed? Night, night. Well, I do what I'm told. The race director said go to... Yeah, but it's... but it said it wouldn't clear off the screen. What could go wrong? Look, I do what I'm told. I couldn't tell how fast I was going. I can only perceive 300 miles an hour. Yeah, it had a timer, so it made me think that I had to still get to 60, and it wasn't clearing. Look, I think it was pretty confusing. Where's he going? Okay. He just wrecked him and then drove it off. No! I still get the penalty! Oh, God. Oh no! Oh no! I wasn't expecting that to happen. That was the last thing I was expecting. I didn't think the other guy was going to drive straight into him. This is going well. Oh, sorry. Oh, he's jobbling all over them. Look at that. Heavy damage? Why? What? Why? Where did that come from? Why heavy damage? Like, why then? He's so random. Emotional damage. I don't know what's happening. Is this a fever dream? Am I still asleep? Car's driving perfectly fine though, despite the heavy damage. Right. I love how the whole timing board has a penalty. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Oh, shit! 6 drivers. 6 drivers have a penalty. Seven drivers. Oh, he's hit me. 7 drivers have like a 3-second penalty. It's so stupid. It's so stupid that like. Oh dear. Oh, sorry. Oh no. Oh God, he's gone. Our traffic code's wedged on us. Oh no. Our track limit's 8 seconds. What's the most you can get? Oh dear. I don't see any flaws with the penalty system in this. I think they really nailed it, to be honest. It's a shame that we couldn't test the multiplayer in our review video, because this is hilarious. This is just the basic penalty system. Oh, now that green car's warping. Oh, why would you roll out? This isn't iRacing. Oh, 10 seconds. We avoided the crash. We avoided the crash, and it gives us another like 3-second penalty. What? Oh no! Does it say? Oh, my replay saving. Oh, come on! Please tell me that's saved. Oh, it's broken. It won't save it. Bloody OBS. Oh, that's so good. The penalties. The penalty system. Oh, I mean, I might have to make a video about this because it's so insane. Oh dear. It's like, this could actually be the worst penalty system in any driving game ever released. I don't think so. Like, Rennsport's actually moderately polished. It's just lacking content. It just lacks content. It's floaty. It doesn't run amazingly. But it's not, like, broken. You know what I mean? It's not the most realistic, but it's not broken, if that makes sense. Well, it probably is in some ways, but, you know. I kind of want to do more penalties to see what the max is. I feel like I've got the most... I've got more points. Plus 10S. It's like kudos for PGR. We're going to load up AMS2 after this to compare the physics. Oh, we only got 2 seconds, but we gained way more than 2 seconds. What's the penalty limit? What is the penalty limit? I've got 18 seconds here. 20 seconds. 22. Does it keep going up? I kind of want to see what the maximum time penalty is. I got the most points. I win. 24 seconds. Skill. Yeah, this doesn't float around like AMS2. And it also, the lift-off oversteer works in this. But we're going to load up AMS2 and see. We're gonna refresh ourselves on AMS2. Yeah, Deblin Drifter, well done for winning. Nathan second. Sitting UK third, well done.
The pace car is out of control.
Okay, you ready, guys? It has potential. Your official ranking is that you never started. Yeah, I mean, the netcode kind of works. My ear's itching here. Don't know what's going on. Hang on. Great review from James Baldwin. I really don't understand why you're telling that this has good physics, especially on the limit guy. So, on a scale of games, we literally did a video comparing this to other titles, and we put AC at the top. This is below iRacing, right? Also, we literally say in our videos that it's very forgiving over the limit, and esports drivers will probably find a way to exploit that. So, like, yeah, we did that in our live stream. We were showing the MX-5. We were doing entries into the T1 at Lime Rock Park, and we basically understeer slipped through the entire first corner and were 0.3 faster than driving smoothly. And so we said, oh, that's probably going to be something that people would exploit. But then what you can say is like, is that better or worse than the tyres just turning off completely and you're not being able to balance the car at all? It's the same issue happened in the F1 games when they made them more, like, trying to make them more realistically grippy. And also the GPT car in iRacing had the same problem when they tried to make the tyres more actually realistic in terms of grip at the limit. It ends up opening things to exploit where you can just throw the car through the corner. But I don't get, what I really don't understand is, I say these things and it's like, oh yeah, it has to be someone else has to say the same thing, and then everyone's like, oh, have you seen it? What this person said? It's like, well, we've shown it ourselves. It's like, I get it. I'm not a real race driver and I'm an idiot. You can do it in AMS2. That's how you drive in AMS2. Well, we're about to play it. Yeah, in AMS2, you throw the cars into the corners, and the whole game is just basically sliding around. So, yeah, that's how you drive in AMS2.
I'm hot, and you're not.
Oh, game's crashed again. Right, let's do AMS2 here. Oh dear. I just the way people are so presumptuous.
Okay, let's go.
With yeah. I could say, like, I mean, I've said it 3 times today. I was slagged off for a decade for pointing out that AC1 is very similar to real car behaviour, and that's the benchmark. And I've been slagged off relentlessly for that. Probably even, you might have even had James Baldwin make a video saying it wasn't very good or something. But then as soon as Max Verstappen says, oh, AC1's the best. Oh, everyone's like, oh, AC1's the best. Like, it's not a surprise because people base stuff off authority rather than someone pointing out the specific components. Pointing out the exact reasons is less valuable than someone going, I'm a real race driver. You know, that's just how it is. We've got Project Cars 3 installed. Hang on, AMS2. Automobilista 2, here we go. Right, here's the true test.
Activating profile Automobilista 2.
Oh, we're not chairing it right now. Oh dear, my chair's going to start moving around. What matters is if he can prove it. So, yeah, we proved it in our live stream where we showed that being the handling. So, I guess we didn't put it in a video. But you could probably have other people show it in a video. But if it's not a real driver doing it, you'll ignore it.
Let's go.
Or you might not, but you know what I mean? I'm not saying his videos are bad. I mean, I like James Baldwin. I'm really glad that he's doing real driving because he really deserves it because he's shit hot at driving. It's ridiculous that he's not had a proper drive for so long. Cause he's clearly you cannot win World's Fastest Gamer, then also do really high level any of the esports like Rensport or whatever against top people and be super duper consistent like he is, and all the other stuff he's done. And then he's also proven that he's got he's not affected by like G-forces and the heat and stuff and the things that often affect sim races in a real car. So it's total bollocks that he didn't have he should have been. He should be a real driver. He should be like he could have been on his way to Formula 1 or something, right? But motorsport's rigged.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
What car's the so here we go. So AMS2 has GT1 as a category, right? So it basically has the same content that's in Project Motor Racing. Oh look, that's the McLaren. Here we go. AMS2 is a game that came out 5 years ago as well. And there's already way more options. Just in terms, so your average, let's say that PMR has 10 times as good physics. The problem is your average player doesn't even notice the difference between iRacing and AC1. So most people aren't going to notice. And then PMR arguably has the same physics issues in many ways that AMS2 has. So it might improve on other stuff, but yeah. So if that's the case, that you've got another game that has more content and is like £10, it's not how imagine you've done a first-person shooter and there's already been one that came out 5 years ago that basically has very similar stuff to it from all intents purposes, and you release a game that has a lot less stuff, you'd be like, hang on a minute, why is this £70? Even if it technically had amazing bullet drop physics or player movement or something. How do you change the view? Alright, we can just do it with the shortcut. Right. See?
The pace car is out of control.
Right, so already the graphics look better here. Like, way better graphics. Just sharper. Right, it looks way sharper. It does. See, this has more of that flat spin. You can see it straight away. It has more of that flat spin rotated. I've just loaded the wrong Silverstone, guys. We've loaded vintage Silverstone. We've gone back in time. Let me just fix this. Wrong track, guys. With historic Silverstone. My mistake. Yeah, immediately, as soon as you're on the throttle, you can feel in this, the car's rotating the centre straight away. We didn't even get on the limit. It's just like a weird central pivot, which PMR doesn't have that to the same degree at all. So that's quite a significant physics difference. Follow. Like that. Just spinning up like that is mental. Like a total flat spin. So that doesn't... We didn't have anything like that happen in PMR straight away. And I'm familiar with AMS2. Yeah, no, because you could just counter steer, snap counter steer. I mean, the tyres might spin up briefly, but normally they would spin up and not spin the Vic. Like... Oh, we can increase the force feedback a bit. This it's more closer to what we got in PMR. Like, it's like the physics in this is super weird. Oh my god, the grass. Right. I have to get my brain into AMS2 physics mode.
The pace car is out of control.
I mean, the tyre grip levels are really low in this. Like the braking in this game is insane as well. It's like the brakes aren't doing anything. Oh, because I'm not pushing the brake pedal. In fairness, I wasn't pushing the brake pedal hard enough because it's not sensitive. But the fucking braking in this game's terrible. I look at the brake input meter and it's like this much brake. It's like that much brake. Fucking terrible braking in this game. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, bloody hell, that's so stupid. Right. Hang on, now let me change the controls. I don't know what my brakes. I think it's my Moser software. Bugged out. I changed it when I was driving PMR. So we need to... where is it? Brake sensitivity. Oh no, it should be fine, but maybe we just need to brake hard. I don't know. Oh, we can just make it more sensitive in here. Let's say that. Oh, there we go. Oh, we're just practicing here. Yeah, so for all intents purposes, if you're like an average person, that behaviour's like it's like the car just turns off from what you're doing. Oh my goodness! I mean, AMS2 is shit compared to AC, but your average person would not notice the difference between this and PMR. Right? I mean, it still is a case that the braking's a bit weird. The force feedback, maybe we need to go a custom force feedback. The force feedback is much better in PMR when you adjust it, like for you feeling where it is. But I know you can adjust it in this. So let's just change that. We're probably using a different. We do have a custom file. No, we are. That's pretty close to the top. It looks like you're not, but you actually... That's 100% brake. It doesn't look like it. There you go. So this is the R-Fuctor file. Actually gets you much closer force feedback to PMR. That's better. Oh yeah, we are. I removed the dead zone, but we can put it back in. Well, the problem is, in every simulator, a car slides on every corner, but it's what people really mean is it's how it's sliding, is what they really mean. Oh my goodness. It's not that it's sliding, it's AMS2 and PMR. They don't have the bite that you get in AC1 or even iRacing under the limit. So that initial kind of hooked up feel. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to, like, if... With this car... With this car, you're going to have to say, like... why is that giving out like that? We're counter-steering, that's it. Do you know, this AMS2 is just weird. Whenever they make it less... slidey, it then just has the tyres. There's situations where the tyres just turn off. Like AC, you would just counter steer that. Reset your setup. Oh, this is the old bloody thing, isn't it? How do we do that? Then everyone's like, I'm not saying AMS2's that bad, to be honest. I mean, I think our last video of AMS2, we were pretty positive about it. But then if you go and drive this car in AC1, you'll be like, oh, this is shit compared to AC. The UI in this... how do you go back to the return to pits? Edit setup. I don't think I ever changed the setup. We never changed it, so... Right. Yeah, but it's none of those car setup things that are the problem in this. It's the tyre model. Like, I'm a skilled enough sim racer to know when it's the diff, when it's the ARB, when it's the suspension, when it's the tyres. Like, once you play enough sims, you know from how the car's driving if it's the setup or the tyre model. This just has a very specific feel to it. I'm not saying it's absolutely terrible. Cold tyres. I think when people say it's floaty, this is less floaty through the corner than it used to be. But what I think they really mean is that the tyres just don't have that. When you get into oversteer, when you're pushing, they go into this sort of flat slide behaviour. It's not like a sort of... It's like the cars are handling separate to the tyres. You know what I mean? Like it's... FFB can really help change that feeling. Yeah, exactly. When you try and get faster in this, to drive faster, you have to drive in a really like forceful way, which I think PMR actually has a similar kind of thing to it. I don't think it's a word. Like, I think these are much better than Gran Turismo and many other games. Yeah, it always feels like you're driving on overinflated tyres. No, the tyre sound... You're not one of those people that does those stupid comments non-stop where it's like, it's the field of view, it's the seating position, it's the sound, it's the wheel rotation. It's like I have like 10,000 hours of sim racing. When you've done that much sim racing, you know when it's the camera. You know exactly if it's the force feedback, if it's the camera, if it's the car setup. You just know because you've done so much sim racing. Drop the pressure a bit. It wouldn't make much difference. Like, it's nitpicking over stuff that's completely irrelevant to the larger issue. Well, the patch this is called Automobilista 2 patch, and this is running at perfect frame rate. And it looks really nice as well. And it's got the same car. And it arguably handles as good, but it's different. The AI seems to be better as well. Let's do a race with them. How do we do a bloody... How do we get to the next session? Oh, return to pits then, next session. Oh, qualifying. I do think it looks. Yeah, no, this is. It's a. Reezer have done a really good job polishing this. It's why we always do whenever we do videos on AMS2. We are like we pointing out these things all the time. Like it's a great game for people to buy. Like it's not my favourite in physics and force feedback and stuff, but it's 100% a game. If you don't get motion sick or you're playing in VR, well worth getting. Really, really worth getting.
The pace car is out of control.
Ah! Okay. That's interesting. So, I mean, the AI in this... These are generally better AI, but look at this. What on earth? Well, it is, we've put 41 AI in here. And this is running totally immaculate. What? Yeah, we'll probably go back to PMR. We were just doing a comparison quickly. Oh, hang on, we've got an 84-minute race here. Right, hang on. Let's set the race length. We can hang on. No, it's the camera is like meant to be. It's sort of locked to horizon, but it isn't. It happens in Project Motor Racing as well, but like it's you go up a certain amount of slope, and then it's suddenly the camera suddenly locks to the car. So it so it messes up. It goes from lock to horizon to lock to car, and then back to lock to horizon, and then the roll has like really bad smoothing on it. Hello, Jack. How's it going, man? What are you doing up still? Are you still in the same time zone as me? It's quite a distance where you are. What is this AI? AI is terrible in so many games. Then once after a lap, they end up normally sort themselves out in this. Totally wrecked that guy. I know someone who works for Jagex. Maybe they're your dad. Maybe I know your dad. What's their name? James also said positive things. Eh? I mean, the thing is, it's okay. It's just a bit shit. Like that, the way that you lose it in this, like the problem with Madness Engine is they either have it so that you can do mental catchable slides where you can just counter steer and do crazy stuff, or it's a case that the tyres just turn off at the limit and you have to then poke the car in a really stupid way. And it's still sloppy. It's like really slow to respond. It's still like just a sloppy car, right? It's not terrible. You can learn how to drive it. But it's just... You can have a lot of fun with it. Great in VR. But then let's do AC here. Let's load up AC1. Here we go. You ready, guys? Are you ready? You ready for sloppy? It's like the throttle response, the braking response, the counter steer response. I think that's the thing that PMR does a bit better, is it feels sharper, like the tyres respond to your input better, even if it's a bit ridiculous, controllable, whatever. Even if there's other stuff wrong with it, it's sort of sharper to respond. What's it bloody called? This is the thing with driving sims. Here we go. You have these cars in every game, so it's like it's really hard for developers to stand out, isn't it?
Activating profile Assetto Corsa, GM, soft_T.
Yeah, we're comparing the market. I mean, it's so hooked up. It's so just hooked up straight away. Ah, my seatbelts are moving. It's not floating around slow. It's like immediate. Look at the type of inputs you're doing. Straight away, the inputs are like little. It's just happening tighter. It's just on another level. I have to say, Kunos AI. Try that again. Yeah, the AI is absolutely terrible in this. If someone modded good AI into AC, can you imagine? Like, why on earth is no one doing that? I guess it's really hard, but that would be the mod to do now. Would be for Ilya to pay for someone with all his shader patch money to hack in really good AI. That would be utterly transformative. Oh, I just wrecked my car. The AI in this is it's just undrivable, really, isn't it? Back to AC1 physics is just like a real car for the most part. Not for tyre wear, and not for like longer races, but for just raw driving, assuming static conditions. R-Factor 2 technically has a better tyre model, but the cars don't drive as realistically. Oh my god! Look at the graphics. This looks fantastic. The sky, obviously, mod. It's a mod. Modded graphics. We have to mod it. See how this slides the other cars are doing? They're like really tight. That's what you get on slick tyres. Little like snappy slides. We're not like going all over the track. So even PMR's like that. It's like it should be tight. Like slick tyres are like bite, give out, bite. If you push into them, they're like. See how the turning there was from like the diff hooking up, not from the back losing grip. So in AMS2, the turning feels like it's from the tyres losing grip, not from the diff behaviour. See the little micro corrections you end up making? That is what you do in a real car. Like, you feel the grip starting to go a bit, so you unwind a small amount based off the feel of the car rotating. AC is just on another level. It's just, it is insane what Stefano created with this. It's absolutely mind-boggling. Really, like it's so much on another level. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. This is such an incredible work of art for capturing the nature of a car. Obviously, I can't know because I've never driven a car, but it's bloody obvious. So what this makes you, this rewards being more precise and working on your precision and balancing at the limit, which is that's what a sim should be doing. Like, sometimes you intentionally push it over the limit in a race, but generally it should like push towards you being precise at balancing. Also, as we go through the corner there, you feel the rear, like exactly how much to counter steer the rear to keep them in grip. And you can feel when the rear's more sloppy because the tyres are losing grip as they wear down. It's unbelievable. And how is this game? If you live stream this, you get like 10 viewers. It's like, it's so unbelievable for the handling. Like, so people just don't know. Yeah, even Kunos couldn't repeat it with ACC, which is bizarre. I mean, maybe, you know, they made the tire model more complex, did other stuff, but then that makes it even harder. You over streaming Mobot. Exactly, I'm not a professional GT3 driver, so I can't know. How could I possibly know? How could I know that this is just on another level to the other set? How could I know? Could it be because it's pretty obvious that you'd want a car to be as bitey, intuitive, and still like controllable, and that rubber would re-grip out like... This game runs in Pascal. This runs in 3DFX Glide. This sim is a joke. What, AC1? Get out. AC1 is the closest sim to a cup of tea. Look how well this runs completely immaculate, and also looks really nice. Like, I know it's a little bit dated in some ways, but like the road surface and how it reflects light and stuff. Yeah, this is actually one of the best sims to play on the BBC Micro. You need the memory expansion, 2 kilobyte memory expansion now. So you got to keep that in mind. That's an extra £100. Also, you need a floppy disk drive to install it. And the force feedback in this... Oh, to be fair, we are using mod for force feedback, but the default force feedback's great. How dare you uninstall AC1? Banish him from the Church of Force Feedback, and you may only return after 50 laps of the Nordschleife. For what you have bestowed upon this community is great shame. 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 Shame! How dare you uninstall the shrine, the digital shrine that is Assetto Corsa. Bloody hell, that's like going into the Vatican and setting fire to everything, or like going to Notre Dame and setting fire to the roof. Oh, hang on, too soon. Mind you, Notre Dame looks well good now, since they cleaned it all. It's really nice, actually. Highly recommend going in if you get a chance. AC doesn't have glider patch. Ah, rubbish. Hello, Novotny. We're doing all right. We've today has been Game of Muscle first day COVID flu patch, and it was pretty bad to start with, but we're almost better now, so well worth it. 20 hours of feeling unwell, but we're not too bad actually. It was, you know, mild, but I'm a pathetic shit. I'm so pathetic, it's ridiculous. So I totally did not complain about it and make a thing out of it and only talk for 6 hours. Totally, I didn't do that, did I? Everyone in chat can agree that I did not whinge. I did not whinge about it. Not once did I mention that I wasn't feeling well. I sucked it up like a strong person. I totally did not make a mountain out of a molehill. Yeah, I have been bitching like a bitch. The whole stream has been me going, I feel unwell. I'm so pathetic. Oh, dear. To be fair, credit to me, I thought it'd be funny to live stream Project Motor Racing and be attacked by people whilst I'm feeling sick. I thought that would be hilarious, but everyone was really nice in the chat and no one was like an arse, so I thought it was going to be like proper. I thought it was going to be really funny. I thought it'd be highly entertaining, but it failed. I mean, it was all right, but like, you know. The number of people coming in and just talking smack. Oh, hey, are you shizer? Flashing your lights at me, you shit. Why are you coming driving into me? Go out of the way. But ow! Oh, you idiots. Oh my, he's put his indicators on as well. Bloody, oh my God. Jesus Christ. Oh, and you're going to hit me. Why would you come round the corner like that? Why are you still driving into me, you buffoon? Ah. Yeah, ACAI, I wouldn't say is the best. Oh, boop, done. Right, well there we go. We've got footage for our comparison video. I mean, AC1's just on another level. Like, the fact is, how on earth there's like, you can appreciate that they put a lot of work into PMR, as buggy and like problematic as it is. They put a lot of work into it. Same with AMS2. Clearly, a lot of work's gone into it. The fact is, though, how on earth do you beat out, even if you were to say AC1 doesn't have the best physics, but it does, as Pope Max Verstappen IV has said. Even if you say it doesn't, how do you beat out a game that's basically free and has every race car and track in the world you can possibly imagine in it? What on earth do you do as a developer? Papa, I don't need to. I assume what James Baldwin is doing, like work, like obviously. So just watch his video. You have to remember that he's James Baldwin. I'm Bold James Loser. So it takes an hour or so, and you realise he's an utter moron, but honest. Hang on. You smeghead. Hang on. It's like that episode of Red Dwarf where they Lister no, it's Rimmer. They go through this advanced AI on this spaceship, and it detects that he's broken the law and the rules, and it wants to imprison him. And then they have to prove that he's actually an idiot, and so it's not actually his fault because he's such an idiot. Yeah, for the AI to be like, well, yeah, no, he's such an idiot. Well, we can't lock him up. Real tires. If you like, there's certain states on, like, it's rubber, right? Certain types of rubber, if you like heat it up enough or do certain things to it, it fundamentally changes the compound behavior. Like you've like an elastic band as well, like if you stretch it enough, eventually the property of the elastic band changes and it loses its spring. So rubber, I mean, a tyre is not that simple, but there's certain properties where if you heat it up too much, it then loses the designed grip property under normal operation. And different compounds will be more or less prone to that. Some might just wear away. Some actually might be designed to the surface that's in contact with the road heats up and is really mushy, but it's actually designed to delaminate, come off the tyre, so that the rubber underneath can then do the same thing, and then it gets to it. Then the compound will have different layers of compound that behave differently. There's so many crazy tyre stuff. Like it's mental. It's insane. Tyres are mind blowing, and I don't know anything. I know nothing to know enough to know that it's insane. But well, that was great fun, guys. Did you enjoy that? Did you have a fun strict 10 hours, 10 and a half hours of talking and testing? And did you have fun? Did everyone have fun? I had fun. I had a lot of fun. I appreciate everyone that followed and subscribed and took part in the stream. And yeah, I'm excited. It'll be fun to. I really hope they actually update Project Motor Racing, but as it is right now, it's so far off AC1, and the frame rate thing's the biggest thing. If they sort the frame rate thing out, so you can load up Project Motor Racing and just load it up and do a race with subscribers on console and PC, then that's absolutely perfect, right? You'd be like, oh great, there's a reason to play it. But until they can fix the frame rate and the general performance, or even the ranked online racing, if they get that working, so you don't get error 44, Tayson lurked the whole time. What a lurker. What's your question? You didn't have fun? Well, I didn't say that. I only asked if you had fun. I didn't say that it was meant to be fun. This AC mod site? What AC mod site? I probably need to sleep. Assetto.fr. Hang on, let's have a look. Asphalt. Garage. Oh, okay, garage. Oh, what is this, like dodgy stuff? What someone needs to do is make a... Oh, my neck. Someone needs to make a Assetto Corsa torrent file that just has every mod and every track in a torrent file. So you could just download that, and I mean, if you wanted to update cars, you could, but I know the modders probably don't want that, but that would be really handy. Right, really appreciate it, guys. So we had a few donations as well. We had some channel members. It was good fun. I appreciate being distracted from feeling not well. So thank you very much. Who do we raid on Twitch? Who should we Yoshimin's live. She does really well now. When Yoshimin started, she had like 30 viewers. Now she has 1,000. And I don't know why. I can't think of a single reason why an attractive Japanese woman with certain qualities would do so well at live streaming. I honestly can't think of any single reasons why she's managed to grow so quickly. It really is a mystery to me. One of the greatest mysteries of live streaming. So, in fairness to her, she is actually very good at live streaming as well. It's not that she's attractive. I mean, she is, but it's also she is actually very good at interacting with the audience and just being chill and stuff. So, not to totally undermine her actual work, because there's a lot worse streamers than her. So, her walking videos through Japan are actually really interesting. That's how we end up finding her. What's this? What are you linking me? Who's this? Superft. Who's this? No, I'm not raiding someone that's playing a bloody binocular. Is this a good person to raid? Who is Superft lol? Are they actually good? Okay, look, I'm going to raid them just because you're a mod. Right, I'll raid them just because you told me to. Right. They better be really nice. They better not be a psychopath. Right. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Thanks for subscribing on YouTube. Hopefully see you soon. Not sure what we'll do next, but we've got to do some more videos. Oh, hang on. I know, yeah, we should be able to do some stuff tomorrow, but yeah, appreciate it. Bye. Bye, guys.
Can almost feel the good now. Which will be good. Gaming Muscle, thank you for the host. Welcome those coming over. I'm here, I'm awake. Oh. It broke my connection. Hi Novotny, Counter Debate, Gaming Muscle, hello. Going to a big castle to get a big sniper rifle. Have a good rest. Thanks once again for the host.
Is this broken? We just raided someone, but it's broken. Should be stopping. Bye.
What was I going to do? I was filling that gun up.
Yeah, watching me watch the stream. We're still streaming. There you go. I thought we'd raided. It's lucky I kept my clothes on. Hell no. Yeah, I was watching his live stream. Go and watch his live stream, guys. And then I'll close this off. I don't know why it didn't close.
Short firepower, close quarters.
You guys broke.
It's a fact.
There you go. Go into here. Give him say hello to him. All go there. See you guys. Hopefully, I don't know. We could have left this on all night. Bye.